Welcome, my dear friends, to Stories of Crime. I am so deeply grateful to have you here with us tonight, gathered around this digital hearth where the shadows are long and the secrets are whispered. Take a deep breath. Let the noise of the modern world fade away, and allow yourself to fully arrive in this moment. Tonight, we are embarking on an extraordinary journey together. A descent into a world of gothic mystery, relentless suspense, and profound human drama. Tonight, we begin the Black Abbot. There is a unique kind of magic in the stories that have stood the test of time, stories that peer into the darkest corners of who we are. The Black Abbot is one of those rare masterpieces. It is a tale that begins in the ruins of an ancient abbey, where a silent, cowled figure is said to guard a legendary treasure. But as you listen, you will realize that the true mystery does not lie in the crumbling stone or the ghostly legend. No, the real mystery lies in the labyrinth of the human heart. Why do we yearn for what we cannot have? What drives us to betray the ones we love? And how do we find redemption when we have lost our way? This audiobook is not just a mystery to be solved, but an emotional landscape to be felt. Every chapter is a step deeper into the dark, and every voice you hear is a mirror reflecting our own deepest desires, fears, and hopes. I promise you, once you step into this world, you will not want to leave it. Let the story envelop you. Let the atmosphere take hold of your imagination. And stay with me until the very final word is spoken. Now, close your eyes, open your mind, and let us discover what lies hidden in the shadow of the Black Abbot. Part 1: The Hook. There is a quiet, almost sacred devastation in the way we search for things we have lost. We are, all of us, archaeologists of our own pain, digging through the sediment of our past, hoping to unearth some shining remnant of who we used to be, or perhaps, who we dreamt we might become. This is the great human struggle, the eternal pilgrimage into the dark. We are drawn to secrets, to the hidden corners of the earth where time seems to have folded in on itself, leaving behind only the cold whispers of what once was. It is this very longing, this desperate search for meaning amid the ruins, that brings us tonight to the edge of the world we think we know, and places our feet firmly upon the damp, trembling earth of Chelford Abbey. Take a deep breath. Let the noise of your modern life fade into the background. Imagine, if you will, the scent of ancient rain, of earth that has been saturated by centuries of tears and forgotten prayers. The air here is thick, heavy with the scent of damp moss, decaying oak leaves, and the sharp, metallic tang of cold limestone. Before you, rising like the ribcage of some great, fallen beast, are the ruins of Chelford. They do not merely stand. They loom. The grey stones, weeping with the condensation of a late autumn evening, seem to absorb what little light remains in the sky. A suffocating mist, white and silent as a shroud, creeps over the valley, swallowing the skeletal outlines of the broken arches. It is a place where the barrier between the past and the present is worn thin, like a piece of silk that has been handled too many times. In this place of profound silence, a legend breathes. It is the legend of the Black Abbot, a spectre clad in the dark, heavy robes of a long-dead monastic order, said to guard the legendary, lost treasures of the Chelford family. But this is no ordinary ghost story told to frighten children by the fireside. The Abbot is a manifestation of something far deeper. A force that portends utter ruin to anyone who dares to seek the gold hidden beneath the weeping stones. To look upon the Abbot is to gaze into the mirror of your own undoing. It is a curse that does not merely take your life, but first unravels your mind, exposing the raw, bleeding nerves of your deepest insecurities and greeds. This brings us to a question that has haunted the halls of Chilford for generations, a question that perhaps echoes in the quiet chambers of your own heart. Is this spectre a genuine supernatural manifestation, born of ancient blood and unresolved sorrow, or is it something far more insidious? Is it a clever, deadly cover for a very human conspiracy? A mask worn by flesh and blood monsters who use our fear of the unseen to guard their own earthly treasures. Think about how this mirrors our own lives. How often do we paralyze ourselves with imagined ghosts, with ancestral curses and phantom fears, only to realize that the true danger, the real architect of our suffering, is the quiet, calculated choices of the people we trust, or even the choices we make ourselves. Let us step closer into the fog. Let us watch a young man named Richard, who stands at the center of this gathering storm. Richard is not a man of superstitions. He is a man of intellect, of sharp angles and logical conclusions. Yet, as he stands in the nave of the ruined chapel, the cold seeping through the soles of his boots, his logic begins to fail him. The silence is too absolute. The birds have stopped singing. The wind, which only moments ago rustled the dead ivy against the stone, has died away, leaving a vacuum of sound that presses against his ears like deep water. In his mind, Richard is running. He is running from the debts that threaten to destroy his family name, running from the suffocating expectations of a society that demands he be a savior while offering him no tools but his own desperation. His inner monologue is a frantic, looping spiral. He thinks to himself, if I can just find the passage, if the gold is real, if I can only prove that I am not the failure they believe me to be, then I will be free. His chest tightens. The desire for the treasure is not just about wealth. It is about survival. It is about validation. He wants to buy back his peace of mind. Then, the air grows cold. It is not the gradual chill of evening, but a sudden, violent drop in temperature that turns his breath into a thick cloud of white steam. From the shadow of a crumbling archway, where the darkness is absolute, a figure begins to coalesce. It does not work. It glides, a tear in the fabric of the night. The robes are of a blackness so deep they seem to drink the surrounding mist. Beneath the heavy cowl, there is no face, only a void, two hollow points of nothingness that lock onto Richard's gaze. Richard's heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct screams at him to run, to flee this unnatural presence. Yet he is frozen, rooted to the spot by a terror that is older than language. He realizes, with a sickening clarity, that the Abbot is not just looking at him. The Abbot is looking through him. The spectre is reading the ledger of his sins, weighing his desperation, and finding him wanting. In that single, breathless moment, Richard understands the true nature of the curse. The danger is not that the ghost will tear his flesh, but that it will force him to confront the emptiness of his own soul. Why does this classic dynamic hold such a powerful grip on our collective subconscious? Why are we so utterly fascinated by the concept of a cursed treasure guarded by a phantom? Psychologically, the treasure represents our highest aspirations, our deepest desires, the ultimate resolution to our pain and insecurity. It is the dream job, the perfect relationship, the state of enlightenment we chase so relentlessly. But the path to this treasure is always, invariably, guarded by the shadow. In Jungian psychology, the shadow is the reservoir of our repressed fears, our unacknowledged shame, and our darkest impulses. The Black Abbot is the archetypal shadow. When we seek to claim our treasure without first confronting our shadow, we invoke the curse. We sabotage our own success. We destroy the relationships we fought so hard to build, and we find ourselves wandering in the ruins of our own making, wondering why we are still so cold inside. We project our internal monsters onto the world around us, blaming external circumstances, bad luck, or the malice of others, rather than looking at the hooded figure that stands within our own psyche. We are terrified of the Black Abbot because he is the keeper of the truth we are not yet ready to face. If you are listening to this, and you feel the weight of your own personal ruins pressing down upon you, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. You do not have to run from the shadows of your life. The first step in breaking the curse is to stop chasing the treasure out of a place of desperation. When we search for external things to heal our internal wounds, we are merely building our houses on the shifting sands of Chelford. To apply this to your own life, begin by identifying your own Black Abbot. Ask yourself, what is the recurring fear? The phantom that always seems to appear just as I am about to achieve what I want. Is it the fear of abandonment? The fear of being exposed as a fraud? The fear of failure? When this fear arises, do not try to fight it or run from it. If you run, the specter will only pursue you, growing larger and more terrifying in the darkness of your mind. Instead, do what Richard could not do in his moment of panic. Stand still. Breathe into the coldness. Address the shadow with curiosity rather than terror. Say to it, I see you. I know what you are trying to protect me from. By acknowledging the shadow, you strip it of its supernatural power. You begin to see that the monster guarding the gate is often just a wounded, forgotten part of yourself that is desperately crying out for attention. But let us look deeper into the mist, where the second layer of this mystery awaits us. Let us consider the terrifying possibility of the human conspiracy. Imagine Richard, after his initial paralyzing fear begins to recede, noticing something that doesn't quite fit the narrative of a supernatural visitation. Perhaps, as the black-robed figure retreats into the shadows of the crypt, there is the faint, distinct sound of a boot heel clicking against the flagstones. Perhaps, upon closer inspection of the damp earth where the phantom stood, there is not a void of footprints, but a single, deep impression of a modern, leather-soled shoe. The realization hits Richard like a bucket of ice water. The ghost is not our ghost. It is a man. It is someone he might know, someone who smiles at him during the day, someone who offers him a warm drink and a sympathetic ear, while secretly donning the dark cowl of the abbot at night to keep him away from the truth. This revelation is, in many ways, far more terrifying than the existence of a real spirit. If the abbot is a ghost, then the rules of the universe, however frightening, are still intact. But if the abbot is a human actor, then the universe is a place of profound betrayal. It means that the people around us are capable of weaponizing our deepest fears against us. It means that the shadows we fight are not cosmic tests, but deliberate traps laid by those who wish to keep us weak, compliant, and blind to the treasure that is rightfully ours. Think of how this plays out in the theater of your own life. Have you ever had someone close to you, a partner, a parent, a boss who secretly fed your insecurities? Someone who, under the guise of protecting you or advising you, constantly reminded you of your limitations. They tell you that the world is too dangerous, that your dreams are too foolish, that you are not strong enough to survive on your own. They dress up in the frightening robes of your fears, playing the role of the gatekeeper, warning you of curses and failure if you dare to step beyond the boundaries they have set for you. They do this because they know that if you ever find your treasure, if you ever realize your true worth, they will lose their power over you. They use the legend of your weakness to keep you from digging beneath the surface. To dismantle this human conspiracy in your own life, you must become a meticulous observer of reality. You must learn to look past the dramatic, terrifying show that is being put on for your benefit and look for the physical footprints. When someone tells you that you cannot do something, or when a situation feels impossibly cursed, ask yourself, who benefits from my fear? Who gains power when I choose to remain small and terrified? Look for the inconsistencies. Look for the modern boot prints in the ancient dust. When you begin to separate the manufactured drama from the objective truth, the illusion crumbles. You realize that the terrifying forces holding you back are often nothing more than desperate people playing dress-up, trying to protect their own fragile kingdoms. By refusing to play your part in their ghost story, you strip them of their disguise. You force them back into the light, where they are revealed to be nothing more than ordinary, fearful human beings, just like anyone else. As we bring this first chapter of our journey to a close, let us stand together for a moment in the quiet center of the Chelford ruins. The mist is beginning to rise, lifting the heavy veil from the gray stones, though the shadows beneath the arches remain dark and impenetrable. We have looked into the abyss of the legend, and we have felt the cold touch of the Black Abbot. We have seen how our own desires can drive us into the dark, and how our unhealed shadows can manifest as phantoms that seek to destroy us. We have also uncovered the bitter truth of human betrayal, the realization that sometimes the ghosts we fear are merely masks worn by those who wish to keep us in the dark. This is the hook. It is the beginning of a descent into a labyrinth of secrets, where every step forward requires us to question what is real and what is illusion. The path ahead is fraught with danger, but it is also the only path that leads to true liberation. For it is only by walking through the ruins, by facing both the phantom and the conspirator, that we can finally claim the gold of our own authentic selves. But do not close your eyes just yet. Listen closely. The night is far from over, and the silence of Chelford is about to be shattered. For in the distance, beneath the vaulted ceilings of the ancient library, a key is turning in a lock that has not been opened in 300 years. A door is creaking open, revealing a stairwell that descends deep into the earth, where the air smells of old copper and secrets that have begun to rot. And there, standing at the top of the stairs, holding a single, flickering candle, is a figure whose face you have not yet seen, but whose voice will change everything you thought you knew about the curse of the Black Abbot. Let us take a breath, step forward together, and descend into the dark of the next chapter. Part 2 Introduction. To step into the world of the Alford family is to step into a corridor of mirrors, where every reflection is slightly distorted by the dust of centuries and the damp, cleaning fog of the English countryside. Close your eyes for a moment, and let your mind drift to a place where the air smells of old parchment, wet slate, and the faint, sweet decay of autumn leaves. Imagine a vast, crumbling estate known as Fossil Castle, its grey stone walls rising like broken teeth against a pale, weeping sky. Here, the past does not merely linger. It actively breathes, whispering from the shadows, demanding a toll from the living to pay for the sins of the dead. There is a profound, almost painful truth in the realization that we are rarely the sole authors of our own destinies. More often than not, we are handed a script written by those who came before us, bound in the heavy leather of family expectations, ancestral guilt, and unresolved traumas. This is the quiet tragedy at the heart of our story, a narrative thread that pulls us back into the early 20th century, into the masterful, suspenseful world of Edgar Wallace. This is not just a tale of a missing treasure or a spectral monk cloaked in black. It is a mirror held up to our deepest human vulnerabilities. It is an exploration of what happens when the weight of what we inherit becomes too heavy for our shoulders to bear, and yet, out of love, pride, or sheer terror, we refuse to set it down. As we embark on this narrative journey together, let us pause to consider the Gothic, labyrinthine landscape that Edgar Wallace so brilliantly constructs. Wallace was a cartographer of the human shadow. He understood that suspense is not merely a matter of a locked door or a sudden scream in the night. True suspense is the agonizing, slow burn of watching good people make desperate choices under the pressure of impossible circumstances. In the world of the Black Abbot, the atmosphere itself is a character. The dampness that creeps into the bones of the characters is the same dampness that settles in their souls. It is a world where the line between the natural and the supernatural is deliberately blurred, not because of ghosts, but because the human mind, when pushed to the brink of despair, will gladly invent monsters to explain its own suffering. Let us look closely at the central dynamic that drives this engine of suspense, the relationship between two brothers, born of the same blood but divided by an ocean of resentment and duty. On one hand, we have Harry Alford, the Lord of Chelford. Harry is a delicate, fragile creature, a man whose mind is a beautiful, ruined garden. He is obsessed with the past, consumed by the legend of the Black Abbot and the mythical, life-giving elixir that is said to be hidden somewhere within the ancient ruins of the estate. Harry is the dreamer, the romantic, but his dreams have curdled into a dangerous eccentricity. He is a man who refuses to look at the ledger books, who ignores the rot in the floorboards and the hunger in the eyes of his tenants, choosing instead to chase phantoms in the twilight. On the other hand, standing in the cold, unyielding shadow of the Golden Child, is Richard Alford, his half-brother. Richard is the pragmatist, the protector, and the martyr. It is Richard who wakes before dawn to balance the books of an estate that is teetering on the edge of absolute bankruptcy. It is Richard who bears the insults of creditors, who patches the leaking roofs, and who keeps the terrifying truth of their ruin away from Harry's fragile psyche. Richard's devotion is absolute, but it is also bitter. It is a heavy, suffocating garment that he cannot bring himself to take off. He loves his brother, yes, but he also despises him for the luxury of his madness. Richard has sacrificed his own youth, his own hopes for love, and his own peace of mind to keep this illusion of this Alford dynasty alive. Consider the psychological weight of this dynamic. Why does this classic struggle resonate so deeply within our own subconscious minds? It is because we all, in one way or another, carry this internal division within ourselves. We all have an inner Harry part of us that wants to escape the harsh, grinding realities of life, a part that wants to believe in hidden treasures, magic elixirs, and the romantic myths of our own potential. And we all have an inner Richard, the weary caretaker who tells us to stop dreaming, to pay the bills, to carry the burdens of others, and to lock our desires away in a dark drawer. When these two forces within us are out of balance, We experience a quiet, internal civil war. We become bitter caretakers of our own unfulfilled dreams, or we become fragile escapists, running from the truths we are too terrified to face. Let us paint a cinematic picture of this tension to truly understand its emotional cost. Picture a late evening in the great library of Fossaway Castle. The room is vast, high-ceilinged, and cold, heated only by a dying fire that throws long, dancing shadows across the rows of leather-bound books. Harry sits near the hearth, his pale hands trembling as he turns the yellowed pages of an ancient family chronicle. His eyes are bright, feverish with the hope of finding some clue to the Abbot's treasure. Richard stands near the window, looking out into the gathering gloom. The glass is cold against his forehead. In his hand, he holds a stack of unpaid bills, their red ink glaring like fresh wounds. Harry speaks of the glory that will return to their name when the treasure is found, his voice rising with a childlike excitement. Richard does not turn around. He merely squeezes the papers in his fist, his knuckles turning white. He wants to scream, to throw the bills into his brother's face, to shatter the delicate glass palace of Harry's mind with a hard stone of reality. But he does not. He swallows his anger, breathes in the cold air, and turns back to his brother with a tight, reassuring smile. He plays his part. He protects the dream, even as it crushes him. If you find yourself reflecting on your own life as you listen to this, if you feel the phantom weight of a burden you were never meant to carry, let this story be a gentle mentor to you. Ask yourself, whose dream are you protecting at the expense of your own reality? Are you, like Richard, sacrificing your own happiness to keep someone else's illusion alive? If so, the first step toward liberation is not a violent rebellion, but a quiet, honest inventory. You must allow yourself to acknowledge the bitterness you feel. Bitterness is not a sign of failure. It is a signal from your soul that your boundaries have been violated, that you have given away too much of yourself to a cause that cannot save you. To apply this to your own life, start small. Identify one burden you are carrying for someone else, perhaps an emotional expectation, a financial strain, or a silent compromise, and ask yourself what would happen if you simply set it down for an hour. The world will not end, the castle will not fall, and the illusion, if it is destined to break, will break regardless of your exhaustion. True strength lies not in carrying a crumbling mountain on your back, but in having the courage to walk away and build your own home on solid ground. Now, let us turn our gaze to the grand design of the audio journey that lies before us. Over the course of this story, which will unfold across hundreds of minutes of mounting tension, we will be drawn into a complex web of betrayal, hidden fortunes, and forbidden romance. We will watch as the fragile peace of Fossaway Castle is shattered by the arrival of outsiders, predators who smell the blood of a dying family and circle closer, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. We will meet Mary Redmayne, a woman whose heart is caught between the duty she owes to her family and the quiet, burning passion she feels for a man she can never truly have. We will encounter Thomas Fowler, a man whose ambition is as cold and sharp as a razor, willing to exploit the vulnerabilities of both brothers to secure his own fortune. And, of course, there is the specter of the Black Abbot himself. Is he a genuine supernatural entity, a restless soul seeking vengeance for a crime committed centuries ago? Or is he a clever, mortal actor, using the ancient legend as a cloak to hide a far more terrestrial malice? As the fog thickens around the ruins, The line between what is real and what is feared begins to dissolve. Every shadow becomes a threat. Every creaking door becomes a warning. This narrative journey is designed to be an immersive experience for your senses and your soul. As you listen, allow the rhythm of the language to slow your breathing. Let the dark, rich descriptions of the English countryside wash over you, transporting you away from the noise of the modern world and into a space of deep contemplation. We are not merely listening to a mystery. We are exploring the architecture of the human heart under pressure. We are examining how love can become a prison, how fear can become a guide, and how the search for external treasure is often just a desperate attempt to fill a vast, internal void. The legend of the Black Abbot is a powerful metaphor for the shadow self, that part of our psyche that we lock away, the secrets we refuse to look at, the grief we have never properly mourned. Just as the spectral monk haunts the ruins of Fossaway Castle, our own unaddressed shadows haunt the corners of our lives, appearing when we least expect them, disrupting our peace and demanding our attention. We cannot run from our ghosts, just as Harry and Richard cannot run from the history that binds them to the stones of their ancestral home. We must eventually face them, look them in the eyes, and ask them what they truly want from us. As we bring this introduction to a close, let us prepare our minds for the chapters that lie ahead. We have established the stage, the actors are in position, and the fog has rolled in to obscure the path. The story of the Black Abbot is about to begin in earnest. It is a journey that will test your assumptions, touch your heart, and keep you balanced on the edge of your seat. Take a deep breath. Let go of the distractions of the present moment. Allow yourself to be carried away by the steady, hypnotic pull of the narrative. Ahead of us lies a path through the dark woods, past the crumbling ruins, and into the very heart of the mystery. The gate of Fossaway Castle is swinging open, its rusty hinges groaning in the wind. Step inside, dear listener, and let the story unfold. Chapter 1: The Legend of Fossaway. There is a peculiar kind of silence that belongs only to places where great things have lived and died. It is not the absolute absence of sound, but rather the heavy, expectant weight of 1,000 forgotten sighs, the lingering vibration of prayers offered up to an indifferent sky centuries ago. If you stand amidst the crumbling, ivy-choked ruins of Chelford Abbey on a late autumn evening, when the mist rises like cold breath from the damp earth, you will feel this silence. It presses against your temples. It settles in your chest. It whispers a truth that we, in our frantic, modern lives, so often try to ignore, which is that the past is never truly dead. It is merely waiting. We carry our own ruins within us, do we not? We have our own inner chambers, where the light no longer shines, where the memories of ancient regrets and inherited griefs guard the treasures of our hearts like jealous specters. And that, perhaps, is why the legend of the Black Abbot resonates so deeply within the chambers of our subconscious. It is not merely a tale of a ghost in a hooded cowl wandering the damp grounds of an English estate. It is a mirror. It is a profound, chilling reflection of the shadows we refuse to look at, the secrets we bury in the vaults of our minds, and the terrifying realization that some things, once summoned, can never be laid to rest. Let us journey together into the heart of Fossaway, a sleepy, uneasy village nestled in the green, rolling valleys of England, where the ancestral seat of the Alford family stands in the long shadow of the ruined abbey. To understand the terror that grips this place, we must first look back, down the winding, dusty corridors of time, to the historical roots of the Black Abbot and his deep, tragic ties to the Alford bloodline. The legend begins in the reign of the second Richard, a time of violent upheaval and desperate faith. It was then that a dark deed was committed within the sacred walls of Chelford Abbey, a betrayal so profound that it stained the very stones of the foundation. The Abbot of Chelford, a man of fierce devotion and, some say, terrible secrets, was foully murdered. The details of his death have been worn away by the slow erosion of centuries, but the consequence of that violence remains etched into the land itself. It is said that before his breath was stolen from him, the abbot laid a curse upon his murderers and upon the family that would eventually claim his sacred grounds as their personal estate. This was the Alford family, a lineage of proud, ambitious souls who built their grand mansion, Chelford Bury, almost touching the skeletal remains of the ancient abbey. For generations, the Alfords have been a family haunted by their own ambition. They are a vivid illustration of a timeless human struggle, the desperate attempt to build a monument of wealth and prestige on a foundation of unacknowledged guilt. The Black Abbot is not just a random phantom. He is the custodian of the Alford conscience. He is the physical manifestation of the family's outstanding debt to the past. Whenever the family is about to face a catastrophe, whenever the dark currents of greed and deceit run too high within the halls of Chelford Bury, the tall, hooded figure is seen gliding through the ruins, a silent harbinger of ruin. Consider the current master of the estate, Lord Harry Alford. He is a man consumed by a frantic, nervous energy, a soul perpetually looking over his shoulder. He spends his nights buried in ancient parchments, searching for a legendary treasure, the Chelford gold, which is said to have been hidden by the monks during the dissolution of the monasteries. Harry is not merely looking for gold. He is looking for salvation. He believes that if he can find the treasure, he can secure his fragile future and quiet the persistent, gnawing sense of doom that has plagued his life. He is trapped in a tragic loop, using the very greed that cursed his ancestors to try and buy his way out of the curse. If we look at this through a psychological lens, we begin to understand why this classic dynamic of the inherited family curse holds such a powerful grip on our minds. Psychologists speak of transgenerational trauma, the way the unresolved grief, guilt, and secrets of our parents and grandparents are passed down to us, woven into the very fabric of our emotional DNA. We often find ourselves fighting battles that are not entirely our own, reacting to invisible triggers, and feeling a profound sense of anxiety that we cannot explain. Like Lord Harry, we search for external solutions, a better job, more money, a new relationship, hoping these things will act as a shield against the quiet voice in the dark that tells us we are not safe. The Black Abbot represents these inherited patterns. He is the shadow of the father, the unvoiced sorrow of the mother, the collective family secret that everyone knows exists but no one dares to speak aloud. Until we face this shadow, we are doomed to repeat the cycle, building our lives on ruins, constantly fearing the arrival of the phantom that will tear it all down. How do we break free from these ancestral shadows? How do we stop the Black Abbot from haunting our own lives? The journey begins with a courageous, deliberate act of awareness. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of your own ruins. Instead of turning away in fear, or frantically searching for gold to distract yourself, you must find the courage to sit in the silence. Take a deep breath. Acknowledge the patterns that have been passed down to you. Say to yourself, "This fear is old. This anger belongs to a time before me. This guilt is not mine to carry. By naming the shadow, you strip it of its supernatural power. You begin the process of separating your own identity from the burdens of your lineage. It is a slow, gentle practice of self-reckoning, a daily choice to build your life not on the unresolved past of your ancestors, but on the solid, honest ground of your own present truth. Let us move closer now, leaving the warm, dusty library of the mind, and step out onto the cold, damp gravel paths of Chelford Bury. It is a night when the moon is a pale, fractured sliver behind the drifting clouds. The air is thick with the scent of wet pine and decaying leaves. Two men, the estate watchmen, are making their rounds. They are ordinary men, practical and cynical, hired to protect the property from common thieves. They carry heavy lanterns that cast long, swinging shadows across the stone walls of the ruins. They do not believe in ghosts. To them, the legend of the Black Abbot is nothing more than a colorful story told to frighten children and gullible tourists in the village pub. But the night has a way of dissolving our certainties. As they approach the shadow of the great south transept, where the Gothic arches reach up like broken fingers into the black sky, the temperature suddenly drops. It is not a gradual cooling, but a sudden, icy fist that clutches at their throats. Their breath catches in the air, turning to thick, white plumes. The dogs they lead, usually fierce and eager to hunt, suddenly stop. They do not bark. Instead, they let out a low, whimpering whine, their bodies trembling violently as they press themselves flat against the wet grass, refusing to move forward. And then, they see him. Out from the deep, impenetrable blackness of the vaulted archway, a figure emerges. It is tall, impossibly tall, draped in a heavy, seamless habit of absolute black that seems to absorb the very light of their lanterns. A deep cowl covers the head, casting the face into absolute, terrifying shadow. There are no eyes visible, no features. Nothing but a dark void beneath the hood. The figure does not walk. It glides with a smooth, terrifying silence across the uneven, stone-strewn ground. Thomas, the older watchman, freezes. His heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct in his body screams at him to run, to flee from this unnatural presence. But his limbs are heavy, turned to lead by a primal, ancestral terror. He watches, paralyzed, as the hooded figure stops. It does not threaten. It does not speak. It simply stands there, a monument of absolute silence, radiating a cold, ancient sorrow that fills the night air. In that moment, Thomas is not just looking at a ghost. He is looking at the physical embodiment of the unknown. He is looking at the terrifying truth that there are forces in this world, and within our own minds, that defy logic, that cannot be controlled, and that can reduce our carefully constructed sense of reality to ash in a single second. When the figure finally vanishes, dissolving back into the darkness of the stone arches as if it were made of the night itself, the watchmen do not speak. They turn and run, their lanterns swinging wildly, their footsteps echoing like gunshots in the quiet night. They run because they have looked into the abyss, and they have realized that the walls they built to keep the world safe are hopelessly, devastatingly fragile. What is the profound psychological truth of this encounter? Why does the image of the hooded, faceless figure strike such deep, universal terror into the human heart? The hood is a powerful symbol of the unrevealed. When we look at a face, we can read intent. We can see anger, sorrow, mercy, or madness. A face gives us information, and information gives us a sense of control. but a faceless figure, a void beneath a hood, forces us to project our own deepest fears onto the darkness. The Black Abbot becomes whatever we are most afraid of. He is our repressed guilt, our fear of death, our terror of the unknown future. In our daily lives, we encounter these hooded figures all the time. They are the difficult conversations we avoid, the financial worries we refuse to look at, the medical symptoms we ignore, the deep, aching loneliness we mask with constant busyness. We run from these things just as the watchmen ran from the ruins. We run because we are afraid that if we stop, if we look beneath the hood, we will be destroyed. But the paradox of the shadow is that the longer we run from it, the larger and more terrifying it becomes. The energy we spend avoiding our fears is the very energy that feeds them, turning them into monstrous, haunting presences that dominate our lives. The practical wisdom for dealing with these moments of paralysis is to learn the art of standing still. When you feel that cold dread rising in your chest, when you are faced with a situation that terrifies you, do not run. Take a slow, deep breath. Anchor your feet to the earth. Look directly at the hooded figure in your life. Ask it, with gentle curiosity, what have you come to tell me? What is the truth that I am refusing to see? You will find that when you face your fears with open curiosity instead of defensive terror, the nature of the fear changes. The faceless void begins to take on human proportions. You realize that the ghost is not there to destroy you, but to point you toward the parts of yourself that are crying out for attention, healing, and integration. Now, let us turn our gaze away from the grand, haunted halls of the estate and look toward the local village of Fossaway. The village lies in a hollow, a cluster of ancient timber-framed cottages with thatched roofs, huddled together as if for warmth and protection against the cold wind that blows down from the abbey ruins. On the surface, Fossaway seems like a picture postcard of English country life, peaceful, picturesque, and timeless. But if you walk its narrow, winding lanes, if you sit in the corner of the local tavern, the Cross Keys, and listen to the quiet murmur of the locals, you will feel a different energy. There is an uneasy atmosphere that hangs over Fossaway, a subtle, pervasive tension that colors every interaction. The villagers do not speak of the Black Abbot to strangers. If a visitor asks about the legend, the room falls silent, eyes are cast down to beer mugs, and the subject is quickly, politely changed. But among themselves, the legend is an active, living force. It is the invisible weather of their lives. The people of Fossaway have lived in the shadow of the abbey for so long that its darkness has seeped into their very souls. They have adopted a collective posture of resignation and suspicion. They do not plan too far into the future. They do not dare to dream too grandly. There is a deeply ingrained belief that any attempt to rise above their station, to seek great wealth or change the established order of things, will draw the attention of the dark forces that guard the valley. The fear of the Black Abbot has become a tool of social conformity, a way of keeping everyone in their place. It is a shared prison of the mind. Think of how this manifests in our own lives, in our families, our workplaces, and our communities. We often live in our own versions of Fossaway. We belong to groups that have their own unwritten rules, their own shared fears and limitations. How many times have you been told, either directly or through subtle social cues, not to rock the boat, not to dream too big, to be careful, to stay safe? We absorb the collective anxieties of those around us until they become our own. We limit our potential, we suppress our unique talents, and we stay in comfortable, happy situations because the collective voice of our community tells us that the world outside is dangerous, that the shadow will get us if we dare to walk a different path. This collective anxiety is a powerful force, but it is also an illusion. It is a campfire story we tell each other to justify our own reluctance to step into the unknown. The village of Fossaway is trapped in a state of arrested development, frozen in time because it is too afraid to confront the ruins on the hill. To break free from this collective cage, you must find your own path out of the valley. This requires a conscious decision to separate your personal truth from the consensus reality of the crowd. It means recognizing that the fears of others do not have to be your fears. When people tell you that something is impossible, or that you are foolish for trying, understand that they are not speaking about your limitations. They are speaking about their own. They are projecting their own fear of the Black Abbot onto your journey. Walk your path with quiet determination. You do not need to fight the village. You simply need to refuse to let its anxieties dictate the boundary lines of your life. Step out of the shadow of the ruins and find the open country where the sun can shine on your face. As we bring this first chapter of our journey to a close, let us reflect on the landscape we have traveled. We have stood in the cold, damp ruins of Chelford Abbey, feeling the heavy silence of centuries. We have explored the tragic, haunted history of this Alford family, seeing how their unresolved past has manifested as a terrifying, living shadow. We have witnessed the chilling encounter of the Watchman, realizing that our fear of the unknown is often a projection of our own unexamined minds. And we have walked the quiet, anxious streets of Fossaway, understanding how shared fears can build invisible prisons around our lives. The legend of the Black Abbot is not a simple ghost story. It is a profound, beautifully written map of the human psyche. It reminds us that we cannot run from our past, that we cannot build a secure future on a foundation of secrets, and that the shadows we avoid will continue to haunt us until we find the courage to face them with honesty and love. As the night deepens over the valley of Fossaway, the wind begins to rise, rattling the bare branches of the ancient oaks that guard the abbey gates. The mist thickens, swallowing the ruins, the grand house of Chelford Bury, and the quiet cottages of the village below. Everything is wrapped in a cold, silent shroud. But the story is far from over. In the distance, the faint, metallic sound of a carriage can be heard approaching on the muddy high road. A stranger is coming to Fossaway, a man who does not fear the shadows, a man whose arrival will stir the dry leaves of the past and set in motion a chain of events that will force every soul in this valley to confront their deepest, most terrifying secrets. The stage is set. The actors are in their places. The Black Abbot waits in the shadows of the ruins, his cowled head turned toward the approaching road. Let us take a breath, brace ourselves against the gathering chill, and step forward into the mystery that lies ahead. Chapter 2: The Lord of Chelford. To step into the world of Chelford Manor is to step into a twilight zone where the past does not merely linger, but actively consumes the present. There is a peculiar, heavy sadness that hangs over ancient places, a dampness in the air that smells of rotting oak, cold stone, and forgotten dreams. It is here, amidst the decaying grandeur of an estate that has seen far better centuries, that we find ourselves face to face with Harry Alford, the Lord of Chelford. Have you ever known what it is to be trapped within the prison of your own mind? Have you ever felt the suffocating weight of an expectation you could never hope to fulfill? until your only escape was to retreat into a world of beautiful, dangerous illusions. This is the tragic reality of Harry Alford, a man whose soul is as fragile as the ancient parchment he clutches in his trembling hands. He is a figure of profound sorrow, a master of a crumbling domain, whose psychological state is unraveling like the frayed tapestry hanging in his drafty banqueting hall. In this chapter, we delve deep into the labyrinth of his obsession, exploring not just the ruin of a noble house, but the spectacular, heart-wrenching ruin of a human mind. Let us stand quiet for a moment in the shadow of the great library of Chelford. The room is cavernous, illuminated only by the feeble, dancing flame of a single candelabra that Harry carries with him like a talisman against the encroaching dark. The light casts long, monstrous shadows across walls lined with thousands of leather-bound volumes, many of them moldering into dust. Here sits the Lord of Chelford, his eyes wide and hollow, reflecting the flickering firelight with a feverish intensity. His hair is wild, his clothes, though made of the finest silk and velvet, are stained with ink and grease, hanging loosely on his emaciated frame. Harry is a man possessed. His obsession is not merely a hobby or an eccentric interest. It is a consuming fire that burns away his sanity, hour by hour, day by day. He is searching for the mythical treasure of Chelford Abbey, a legendary hoard said to have been hidden by the monks centuries ago during the dissolution. Picture him now, his fingers, stained yellow with chemicals and old ink, frantically turning the fragile pages of an ancient diary. His breath comes in short, ragged gasps. He mutters to himself, a continuous, low monologue of half-formed thoughts, ancient Latin phrases, and desperate prayers. He believes, with a conviction that borders on the terrifying, that the treasure is not just gold and silver, but something infinitely more precious. To Harry, this treasure represents salvation. It is the key to restoring his family name, the shield that will protect him from the terrifying vulnerability of his failing health. This is the tragic irony of his existence. In his desperate attempt to find the means to live, he is entirely forgetting how to live. He crawls through the subterranean passages of the ruins, his hands scraping against the damp, cold earth, digging with his bare fingernails into the cracks of the foundations, driven by a phantom hope that always lies just out of reach, just beyond the next stone. Why do we do this to ourselves? What is it within the human psyche that drives us to chase ghosts while the real world crumbles around us? Psychologically, Harry's obsession with the treasure is a classic displacement activity, writ large on a tragic scale. When the realities of life become too painful, too overwhelming, or too terrifying to face, the subconscious mind often constructs a singular, monumental quest. It tells us that if we can just solve this one problem, if we can just find this one hidden treasure, everything else will miraculously fall into place. It is a defense mechanism, a psychological fortress built to keep out the terrifying truth of our own helplessness. For Harry, the treasure is a surrogate for control. His health is failing, his family's wealth is evaporating, and his grasp on his own destiny is slipping away like sand through his fingers. By focusing all his energy on the search for the gold, he can ignore the terrifying whisper in the back of his mind that tells him he is dying, and that the House of Alford is doomed. Think of your own life. Have you ever found yourself obsessing over a single goal, a specific achievement, or perhaps a person, believing that their acquisition would finally make you whole? Perhaps you told yourself that once you got that promotion, or bought that house, or found that perfect partner, your inner anxiety would vanish. This is the same illusion that keeps Harry digging in the cold dirt of Chelford. It is the belief that external treasures can heal internal wounds. But the truth, as Harry is destined to learn, is that you cannot fill a spiritual void with material gold. When we use an obsession to run from our fears, we only give those fears more power. The longer Harry searches for the treasure, the more the actual estate falls into ruin, and the more his own body and mind deteriorate. He is feeding the very monster he is trying to escape. To break free from this pattern, we must learn the art of radical acceptance. The next time you find yourself obsessing over an elusive goal, pause and ask yourself a difficult question. What pain am I trying to avoid facing right now? What is the reality I am running from? By gently bringing our attention back to the present moment, back to the raw, uncomfortable truths of our lives, we can begin to heal. We must have the courage to stand in the ruins of our expectations and say, "This is where I am, and it is painful, but I will not run." We must stop digging for phantoms in the dark and instead begin the slow, honest work of rebuilding our inner lives with the resources we actually have. But the treasure of gold is only half of Harry's torment. His madness runs deeper, into the realm of the occult and the alchemical. In his secret chambers, hidden away from the prying eyes of his family and the cynical glances of his half-brother Richard, Harry conducts strange, desperate experiments. He is searching for the elixir of life. This is the ultimate expression of his fragile psychological state, a manifestation of his absolute terror of mortality. He surrounds himself with glass vials, bubbling retorts, and ancient treatises on hermetic philosophy. The air in his private study is thick with the toxic fumes of mercury, sulfur, and antimony, substances he ingests in microdoses, believing they are purifying his blood when in reality, they are slowly poisoning his brain, exacerbating his hallucinations and mood swings. Imagine the sheer pathos of this scene. A young man, who should be in the prime of his life, standing before a boiling crucible, his face pale and sweat-sheened in the green light of a copper flame. He holds up a small vial of clear liquid, his hand shaking so violently that the glass clinks against his ring. He stares at it with a mixture of reverence and terror. He believes that if he can only find the correct formula, if he can unlock the secret of the philosopher's stone, he will never have to face the cold embrace of the grave. He feels his own pulse constantly, his fingers pressing against his wrist, terrified by every skipped beat, every fluctuation in his physical state. Every wrinkle on his face, every gray hair, is a mortal enemy to be fought with potions and spells. He is a man waging a war against time itself, a war he is utterly destined to lose. This pursuit of the elixir of life is a profound metaphor for our modern struggle against aging and vulnerability. We live in a culture that is obsessed with youth, with longevity, with optimizing every aspect of our physical bodies to stave off the inevitable. We buy creams, we take supplements, we engage in endless routines, all in an attempt to deny our own impermanence. But beneath this pursuit lies a deep, unresolved fear of death. We treat mortality as a disease to be cured rather than a natural, sacred boundary that gives meaning to our existence. When we deny death, we also deny life. Harry's obsession with immortality prevents him from experiencing the simple, beautiful reality of the present. He cannot love, he cannot laugh, he cannot appreciate the beauty of the changing seasons, because he is too busy trying to freeze time in a glass vial. What would it feel like to let go of the need to control our mortality? Imagine the profound relief of accepting that we are fragile, temporary beings, like autumn leaves or morning mist. This acceptance does not lead to despair, rather, it unlocks a deep, vibrant appreciation for the present moment. When we realize that our time is limited, every breath becomes a gift, every sunset a masterpiece, and every connection with another human soul a miracle. To apply this to your own life, practice the meditation of impermanence. Spend a few moments each day acknowledging that this day will never come again, that your body will age, and that everything you love will eventually change or fade. Do not do this to induce sadness, but to awaken a fierce, loving presence. Let the knowledge of your mortality guide you to live more fully, more generously, and more courageously today. The tragedy of the Lord of Chelford is compounded by the stark, unforgiving contrast between his high-strung delusions and the cold reality of his family's declining power. While Harry is lost in his dreams of gold and immortality, the actual world around him is collapsing. The Alford family, once one of the most powerful and wealthy dynasties in the country, is on the brink of financial ruin. The tenants are complaining of neglected lands, the roofs of the outer buildings are caving in, and the family's debts are mounting to terrifying heights. The contrast is personified beautifully in the relationship between Harry and his half-brother, Richard. Richard is a man of the earth, practical, cynical, and desperately trying to keep the estate afloat while Harry squanders their remaining resources on ancient manuscripts and alchemical ingredients. There is a poignant moment that illustrates this divide perfectly. Richard enters the library, his boots covered in mud from inspecting the flooded fields, holding a stack of unpaid bills and foreclosure notices. He confronts Harry, trying to bring him back to the real world, trying to show him the figures on the ledger. But Harry refuses to look. He waves his hand dismissively, his eyes glazing over as he speaks of the great revelations that are just around the corner. He tells Richard that these worldly debts are nothing, mere trifles that will be swept away when the treasure is found and the elixir is perfected. He looks at his brother not with anger, but with a condescending pity, viewing Richard's practicality as a form of spiritual blindness. And yet we, the listeners, see the truth. We see that Harry's grand castle is built on clouds, and that the ground beneath his feet is rapidly washing away. This dynamic of denial is something we see in many families and relationships. It is the clash between the dreamer and the realist, between the one who escapes into illusion and the one who is left to clean up the mess. Often, we find ourselves playing one of these roles. Perhaps you are the dreamer, avoiding the harsh financial or emotional realities of your life because they are too painful to face. Or perhaps you are the realist, carrying the heavy burden of responsibility, growing bitter and resentful as you try to keep the world from falling apart while those around you remain lost in their delusions. This division creates a profound isolation. Harry and Richard, though brothers living under the same roof, are light years apart, unable to communicate, unable to help each other, trapped in their respective solitudes. If you find yourself in a state of denial, running from practical realities, the first step is to cultivate self-compassion. We run because we are afraid, and shame only makes us run faster. Forgive yourself for your avoidance, and then take one small, concrete step toward reality. Open that bill you have been avoiding. Have that difficult conversation. Face the truth, not as a punishment, but as an act of profound self-love. If you are the one carrying the burden of another's denial, remember that you cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. You must set boundaries to protect your own well-being, recognizing that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to stop enabling the illusion and allow the reality to break through. In summarizing this poignant chapter of The Lord of Chelford, we see Harry Alford not as a villain, but as a deeply tragic figure, a victim of his own sensitivity, his fears, and the heavy legacy of his ancestors. He is a man drowning in a sea of his own making, clutching at straws of gold and water of life, while the true treasures of existence lie neglected all around him. His story is a mirror held up to our own hearts, warning us of the dangers of obsession, the futility of running from our mortality, and the vital necessity of facing our realities with courage and grace. As we close the door on Harry's dimly lit study, leaving him to his bubbling potions and his yellowed maps, a chill wind begins to blow through the ancient corridors of Chelford Abbey. The candle flickers, casting a sudden, terrifying shape against the stone wall. For there are rumors in these parts, whispers that travel on the night air, of a figure that walks the ruins when the moon is high. A figure dressed in the black habit of a monk, whose face is hidden, and whose presence brings a coldness that penetrates to the very marrow of the bone. What is the truth behind the legend of the Black Abbot? Is it merely a projection of Harry's fractured mind, a manifestation of the guilt and fear that haunts his family, or is there a far more tangible, far more dangerous presence lurking in the shadows of the estate? As the night deepens, the line between delusion and reality begins to blur, and the stage is set for a confrontation that will shake the House of Alford to its very foundations. Join me in the next chapter as we step out of the library and into the dark, whispering ruins, where the secrets of the past are about to rise from their graves. Chapter 3 of The Half-Brother's Burden. Imagine the weight of a roof that is not your own, resting entirely upon shoulders that the world refuses to acknowledge. There is an ancient, unspoken truth that whispers through the cold, stone corridors of history, stating that the keeper of the house often dies in the cellar, unnoticed and unmourned. This is the quiet, devastating tragedy of the secondary soul, the individual who stands forever in the long shadow of another's birthright, sweeping away the dust of decay while the rightful heir slips slowly into madness. Welcome back, dear listener, to the dark, mist-shrouded halls of Fossaway Manor, where the wind through the Gothic arches sounds less like nature and more like a collective sigh of generations past. Today, we step into the private sanctuary of a man who is the sole pillar keeping this ancient, crumbling estate from collapsing into absolute ruin. This is Chapter 3 entitled, The Half-Brother's Burden, and it belongs entirely to Richard Alford. To understand Richard, we must first smell the room in which he works. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe in the scent of damp oak, of old parchment turning slowly to dust, of cheap candle wax burning low in the dead of winter, and the faint, bitter metallic tang of ink. While his half-brother, Harry Alford, the Lord Chelford, wanders the upper gallery in a state of fragile, poetic distraction, chasing ghosts and the phantom promise of a legendary treasure, it is Richard who sits in the chilly darkness of the estate office. His fingers are permanently stained with violet ink. His boots are caked with the thick, gray mud of the valley, a testament to the miles he has walked to pacify angry tenants, to repair broken fences, and to beg creditors for just one more month of grace. Richard Alford is the pragmatic force of Fossaway. He does not have the luxury of fear, nor does he have the privilege of grief. When you are the one responsible for keeping the hearth fires burning, you cannot afford to weep when the wood is damp. You simply blow upon the embers until your lungs ache and your eyes smart with smoke. Have you ever felt that immense, suffocating weight? Have you ever been the person in your family, in your workplace, or in your circle of friends who must remain strong simply because everyone else has chosen to break? If so, listen closely, for Richard's story is a mirror to your own quiet endurance. Let us look closely at the first great weight Richard bears, which is his tireless, exhausting management of the estate, bound tightly to a complicated, agonizing loyalty to his unstable brother Harry. Consider a night in late November. The rain is hitting the high, arched windows of the library with a sound of throwing gravel. Richard is hunched over a ledger, his eyes burning under the weak glow of a single lamp. Upstairs, a sudden, sharp crash echoes through the ceiling. It is the sound of a heavy porcelain vase shattering against the floorboards, followed by the muffled, frantic shouting of Harry, who is once again convinced that the Black Abbot, the legendary spectral monk of the Abbey ruins, is standing outside his window. Richard does not sigh. He does not curse. The exhaustion in his bones is too deep for anger. He slowly places his pen in its tray, blows gently on the wet ink of the ledger to dry it, and stands up. His knees ache. As he ascends the cold stone stairs, his mind is not filled with terror of the ghost, but with a cold, calculating arithmetic of survival. The shattered vase was a Ming Dynasty import, one of the last valuable heirlooms they could have sold to pay the land tax. When he enters Harry's room, he finds his half-brother cowering behind a velvet curtain, pale, shivering, pointing a trembling finger at the dark window. Instead of shaking him, instead of screaming at him for destroying their remaining wealth, Richard speaks in a low, rhythmic, almost hypnotic voice. He wraps his own heavy coat around Harry's shoulders. He cleans the broken porcelain with his own hands, hiding the sharp shards so Harry will not cut himself. This is not just loyalty. It is a twisted, protective instinct born of a lifetime of being told that Harry's life, Harry's sanity, and Harry's title are the only things that matter. Richard is the keeper of a madman, yet he performs this duty with the tenderness of a mother and the precision of a soldier. Why do we do this? What is the psychological undercurrent that drives a person to enable and protect those who are actively destroying themselves and everything around them? Psychologists call this the protector trap. When we grow up in an environment where our value is tied solely to our utility, we learn to mistake being needed for being loved. We convince ourselves that if we just work a little harder, if we absorb just one more blow, we can save the person we love from their own darkness. But the subconscious truth is far more painful. By shielding Harry from the consequences of his instability, Richard is trapping himself in a cycle of endless rescue. He is sacrificing his own future to preserve a past that is already dead. If you find yourself in this position, carrying the weight of someone else's unresolved chaos, let me offer you a soothing hand of guidance. The first step to breaking this pattern is to understand the difference between healthy support and destructive enabling. Ask yourself this question, and let it ring in the quiet spaces of your mind. Am I carrying this person because they cannot walk? Or am I carrying them because I am afraid of who I will be when my hands are empty? To heal, you must practice the art of loving detachment. This does not mean you abandon those in need. It means you draw a line in the sand where your responsibility ends and their humanity begins. You must allow the vase to break, and you must allow them to feel the coldness of the floor. Try this tomorrow. When a crisis that is not yours to solve lands on your doorstep, take a deep breath, place your hands flat on your chest, and say to yourself silently, I love them, but I cannot live their life for them. It is a terrifying step, but it is the only path back to your own soul. This brings us to the second, darker layer of Richard's burden, the deep, poisoned well of resentment that he harbors due to his secondary status in the family hierarchy. Richard is the son of the same father, but because of the laws of inheritance and the cold cruelty of societal bloodlines, he is treated as little more than a highborn servant. He has the Alford blood, but none of the Alford glory. Let us journey into a quiet, painful memory that haunts Richard's thoughts. He remembers a day when they were boys. A great feast was being held in the banqueting hall to celebrate Harry's 12th birthday, the day he was formally recognized as the sole heir to the barony. The hall was filled with the smell of roasting meats, the laughter of noble neighbors, and the bright, glittering light of 100 torches. Richard, who was a year older, stronger, and far more intelligent, was seated not at the high table with his father and brother, but at the side table, down among the estate bailiffs and the distant cousins. He remembers the moment his father raised a golden goblet to toast Harry, calling him the future of the house, the golden boy who would carry the family name into the next century. Richard had looked down at his own plate, his chest tightening with a pain so sharp he thought his heart might physically break. No one looked at him. No one toasted his health. He was the invisible son, the backup plan, the shadow created by his brother's light. And in that moment, a seed of dark, cold resentment was planted deep within his young heart. He watered it with every slight, every dynamic where he did the work and Harry received the praise, until it grew into a towering, silent forest of bitterness that now choked his every thought. The psychology of the secondary sibling, or the unchosen child, is one of the most profound wounds a human being can carry. It strikes at the very core of our need for validation. When we are consistently placed second, our subconscious internalizes a devastating liar. I am not enough. We begin to believe that our worth is conditional, that we must perform, achieve, and sacrifice infinitely just to earn a fraction of the love that others receive simply by existing. This resentment, if left unexpressed, becomes a slow-acting poison. It turns inward, transforming into depression, or outward, manifesting as a cold, passive-aggressive anger that darkens every relationship we touch. To dismantle this ancient resentment, you must first acknowledge its existence without shame. It is okay to be angry that you were not chosen. It is okay to feel the unfairness of your position. But you must realize that the validation you are seeking from a family, a system, or a society that is blind to your worth will never come. You are drinking from a dry well. The key to freedom is to grant yourself the status that was denied to you. You must become your own primary heir. Begin by writing down 3 things you have achieved, created, or endured that no one else helped you with. Look at that list and recognize that your strength did not come from a title or an inheritance. It was forged in the fire of your own survival. You do not need their gold cup to be royal. The next time the feeling of being second best washes over you, close your eyes and whisper, I am my own master, and my worth is not subject to their approval. But there is a third burden, perhaps the heaviest of all, that Richard carries in the silence of his breast. It is his unvoiced, agonizing love for Leslie Jin, the beautiful, spirited woman who has been promised to Harry. Leslie is the light that Richard's eyes seek whenever she visits the manor, but she is a light he is forbidden to touch. Picture this scene, a moment of exquisite, quiet torture. It is a late afternoon in autumn, and the gardens of Fossaway are painted in shades of copper and gold. Leslie is walking along the terrace, her dark hair catching the last rays of the dying sun. Harry has retreated indoors, complaining of a headache brought on by the damp air. Richard walks beside her, keeping a respectful distance of 2 paces, as a servant might walk with a mistress. Leslie stops by an old, lichen-covered stone sundial and sighs, looking out over the misty valley. She speaks of her future with Harry, her voice filled not with the joy of a bride, but with a quiet, resigned dread. She asks Richard if Harry will ever find peace, if the shadows that haunt his mind will ever lift. Richard looks at her. He is so close he can smell the scent of lavender on her skin, can see the tiny, anxious pulse beating in her throat. His heart screams for him to reach out, to take her hand, to tell her that Harry is a breaking vessel, that he, Richard, is the one who loves her with a strength that could defy the world, that he would protect her from the darkness of this house until his dying breath. The words are there, rising like a wave in his throat, hot and desperate. But then, the cold hand of duty clenches around his neck. He thinks of his promise to his father, of the delicate balance of the estate, of the scandal that would destroy them all. He swallows the words, leaving them to burn in his chest like ash. Instead, he speaks in a calm, distant voice, reassuring her of Harry's goodness, effectively handing the woman he loves over to the brother who cannot appreciate her. This is the classic dynamic of the self-sacrificing martyr, a pattern that many of us play out in our own romantic lives. Why do we lock our deepest desires away in a dark room and throw away the key? Often, it is because we are terrified of our own power. We believe that if we reach out for what we truly want, we will break the fragile world we have worked so hard to maintain. We confuse self-denial with nobility. We tell ourselves that it is better to suffer in silence than to cause disruption. But this is a form of emotional cowardice disguised as virtue. By refusing to speak his truth, Richard is not only betraying his own heart. He is also robbing Leslie of the chance to make a real, honest choice. If you are harboring a silent love, a hidden dream, or a desire that you have locked away for the sake of others, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Your silence is not saving anyone. It is only slowly killing you. The people around you are living in a false reality because you are refusing to show them your true colors. Your practical advice for this deep emotional knot is to find a safe space to voice your hidden truths. You do not have to blow up your life in a single day, but you must start giving your desires a voice. Write a letter to the person you love, even if you never send it, just to see your feelings written in black and white. Feel the weight of those words. Then, when the time is right, find the courage to speak one small, honest truth. Tell someone, I want this, or I do not want that. Let the world adjust to your desires for once, instead of always adjusting yourself to the world. You deserve to be the protagonist of your own love story, not a minor character in someone else's tragedy. As we bring our journey through Richard Alford's inner world to a close, let us look at the tapestry of his life. He is a man of immense strength, of deep intellect, and of a loyalty that is both his greatest virtue and his most terrible curse. He stands at the crossroads of Fossaway Manor, a silent sentinel holding back the tide of ruin, harboring a resentment that burns like a slow fire, and loving a woman he believes he can never possess. He is the unsung hero, the half-brother who carries the world on his back. But the winds are changing in the valley of Chelford. The shadows are lengthening around the ancient ruins of the abbey, and the legend of the Black Abbot is no longer just a tale told to frighten children by the fire. A storm is gathering, one that will test Richard's endurance to its absolute limit. A storm where the ledger books will no longer save him, and where the secrets he has kept so closely guarded will be dragged into the harsh, unforgiving light of day. Take a deep breath, dear listener, and let the quiet strength of Richard Alford settle into your own bones. Prepare yourself, for as we step forward into the next chapter, the quiet of the estate office is about to be shattered by a cry in the night, and the true horror of the Chelford curse is about to reveal its face. Let us move together into the darkness that awaits. Chapter 4: The Scheming Solicitor. There is a particular kind of silence that exists only in the rooms of men who are drowning in secrets. It is not our peaceful silence, nor is it the quiet of a mind at rest. It is a heavy, suffocating pressure, like the air in a chamber deep beneath the earth where the oxygen is slowly, relentlessly running out. In the quiet suburb of Chelford, within the dark, wood-paneled walls of his private study, Arthur Jin sat enveloped in this very silence. To the world, he was the picture of provincial reliability, a trusted solicitor whose family name had been synonymous with integrity for generations. He was the guardian of estates, the keeper of wills, the steady hand that guided the wealthy through the complex labyrinths of inheritance and lore. But as the grandfather clock in the corner measured the passing seconds with a rhythmic, mocking tick, Arthur knew that the facade was cracking. Beneath the polished mahogany of his desk lay an abyss of financial ruin, a monstrous void created by his own hand, and the edges of that void were beginning to crumble, threatening to pull him down into an irreversible darkness. To understand the desperation of Arthur Jin is to understand the fragile nature of human pride. There is a profound philosophical truth in the idea that we do not fear poverty half as much as we fear the shame of poverty. We are social creatures, bound by the perceptions of our peers, and for a man like Arthur, the loss of status was a fate far more terrifying than death itself. It was this intense, blinding fear that had driven him to make his first compromise. It had started years ago, not with a grand criminal master plan, but with a small, seemingly insignificant borrowing from a trust fund under his care. He had told himself the lie that every embezzler tells: it was merely a temporary loan, a brief bridge to cover a bad investment, and it would be replaced before anyone could possibly notice. But the market, that indifferent deity of chance, had not favored him. The investments failed, the gap widened, and to cover the first theft, Arthur was forced to commit a second, larger fraud. Like a man caught in quicksand, his every struggle to free himself only drew him deeper into the suffocating mire of his own deception. Now, the situation had reached a critical, feverish pitch. The vast fortunes of his clients, funds that should have been safely resting in conservative bonds, had been completely liquidated and poured into speculative ventures that had vanished like smoke. The ledger books in his safe were masterpieces of creative accounting, works of fiction designed to deceive the casual observer but utterly incapable of withstanding a dedicated, professional scrutiny. And that scrutiny was no longer a distant, theoretical threat. It was rapidly approaching in the form of a looming, mandatory audit. Arthur could feel the physical weight of this impending doom in his very bones. His hands, usually so steady when signing contracts or shaking the hands of his wealthy patrons, now trembled slightly whenever he was alone. His sleep was haunted by visions of iron bars and the cold, unyielding eyes of a judge. The psychological toll of living a double life had begun to erode his health, leaving his face pale and his eyes hollowed out by sleepless nights. He was a prisoner in his own home, waiting for the day when the wardens of truth would finally come to unlock his cell and expose his shame to the world. Let us pause for a moment and look closely at the cinematic reality of Arthur's torment. Imagine him sitting at his desk, the only illumination coming from a single brass lamp that casts long, distorted shadows across the room. He holds a pen, but he is not writing. Instead, his eyes are fixed on a letter that arrived in the afternoon mail. It is a formal request from the trustees of a major estate, politely but firmly demanding a full, independent review of their accounts within the fortnight. The words on the page seem to vibrate with a menacing energy. Arthur's mind races, desperately searching for a way out, some loophole, some hidden avenue of escape. He calculates the figures in his head for the 1000th time, knowing the math is impossible. There is no money left. The accounts are dry, depleted, hollow shells. In the silence of the room, he can hear his own heartbeat, a rapid, panicked drumming that seems to grow louder with every passing second. He is a man standing on the edge of a precipice, feeling the loose gravel sliding away beneath his feet, knowing that the fall is inevitable unless a miracle intervenes. This desperate situation brings us to the second, perhaps even more tragic element of Arthur Jin's scheme: his reliance on his sister, Leslie. Leslie was everything Arthur was not: young, innocent, vibrantly alive, and possessed of a pure, a complicated goodness that made Arthur's own compromised existence feel all the more sordid. She was also the object of affection for the wealthy Lord Chelford, a man whose vast ancestral fortune could, with a single stroke of a pen, wipe away all of Arthur's debts and secure his safety forever. In Arthur's mind, Leslie's upcoming marriage to Chelford was no longer just a joyous family event. It had become a transaction of absolute survival. He was prepared to use his sister as a human shield, trading her youth and happiness to purchase his own freedom from a prison cell. The psychological horror of this realization is profound. When we are consumed by fear, our capacity for empathy is often the first thing to die. Arthur loved his sister, but his terror of exposure had twisted that love into something transactional, something manipulative and cold. This dynamic of the sacrificial lamb is a classic pattern in human tragedy. When a family member or a partner is used to resolve a crisis they did not create, it leaves deep, permanent scars on the subconscious of everyone involved. For Arthur, the justification was simple. If Leslie married Chelford, she would be a lady of the manor, wealthy and secure, while he would be saved from ruin. It seemed, on the surface, like a mutually beneficial arrangement. But beneath that rationalization lay a darker truth. Arthur was willing to compromise his sister's autonomy, to push her into a marriage that she might not fully desire, all to save himself from the consequences of his own moral failures. This is the ultimate expression of the shadow self, that part of our psyche that will do anything, sacrifice anyone, to avoid pain and maintain this illusion of control. It is a cautionary tale of how easily we can lose our humanity when we allow fear to dictate our choices. To apply this to our own lives, We must look at the ways in which we might be tempting to use others to solve our internal conflicts. Are there relationships in your life where you are projecting your needs, your financial anxieties, or your unfulfilled dreams onto someone else, expecting them to be your savior? The soothing, mentorship-driven advice for this pattern is to first recognize the burden you are placing on others. True liberation never comes from sacrificing someone else's well-being for your peace of mind. To break this cycle, one must practice the difficult art of radical responsibility. This means looking at your financial and emotional debts, no matter how terrifying they may be, and claiming ownership of them. It means admitting that you cannot use another person as a shield against your own life lessons. By taking full responsibility, you not only protect those you love from the fallout of your choices, but you also reclaim your own power, finding a strength you never knew you possessed. Let us return to the looming audit, the third key point in Arthur's unraveling world. The audit represents the archetype of the reckoning. In literature and in life, the reckoning is that inevitable moment when the truth must be faced, when the illusions we have carefully constructed are stripped away, leaving us bare before the world. For Arthur, the audit was not just a legal procedure. It was an existential threat. It was the physical manifestation of his conscience, coming to demand payment for years of deceit. The psychological impact of a looming reckoning is devastating. It creates a state of chronic hypervigilance, where every ring of the telephone, every knock on the door, and every unexpected visitor is perceived as the vanguard of ruin. The mind becomes a battlefield of worst-case scenarios, exhausting the body and paralyzing the will. Consider the psychological phenomenon of the ostrich effect, where we actively avoid information that we know will cause us discomfort or pain. Arthur had engaged in this for years, ignoring the warning signs, refusing to look at the true state of his finances, and hoping against hope that some miraculous investment would pay off and save him. But avoidance is a temporary drug. It numbs the pain but does nothing to cure the disease. The closer the audit came, the more Arthur realized that his strategies of evasion had run their course. He was cornered, forced to confront the reality of what he had done. This is a powerful metaphor for our own lives. We all have audits we are avoiding, perhaps not financial ones, but emotional audits, relationship audits, or health audits. We know there is a discrepancy between who we pretend to be and who we actually are, and we live in fear of the day when that discrepancy will be exposed. The step-by-step guidance for facing your own looming audit is simple but deeply challenging. First, you must stop running. You must call a halt to the endless cycles of rationalization and avoidance. Second, you must gather the courage to look at the ledger of your life with absolute, unvarnished honesty. Write down the truths you have been hiding from yourself and others. Third, you must seek support, not from those you wish to exploit or manipulate, but from objective, compassionate professionals or friends who can help you navigate the mess without judgment. Facing the truth is rarely as catastrophic as the fear of facing it. In many cases, the moment of exposure, painful though it may be, is also the moment of liberation. It is the point where the heavy burden of the secret is finally laid down, and the slow, genuine process of rebuilding can begin. As Arthur Jin sat in his quiet study, watching the rain begin to beat against the window pane, he knew that his time was running out. The shadow of his deeds was catching up to him, and the coming days would test the limits of his resolve, his morality, and his survival instincts. He looked at the family portraits on the wall, the long line of respected gins who had gone before him, and felt a profound, aching sense of grief for the name he had tarnished and the sister he was prepared to betray. The stage was set for a drama of desperate maneuvers, where the legal, the personal, and the spiritual would collide in a desperate bid for salvation. Thus, we close this chapter on the scheming solicitor, leaving him in the dim light of his study, surrounded by the ghosts of his choices. But the story of Chelford and the mysteries that bind its inhabitants is far from over. The desperation of Arthur Gin is but one thread in a larger, darker tapestry, a tapestry that is woven with secrets, ancient curses, and the silent, watchful presence of the Black Abbot himself. In the next chapter, we will step out of the stifling air of the solicitor's office and into the damp, whisper-filled corridors of the ancient abbey, where new secrets await discovery, and the true cost of greed will begin to be paid in full. Stay with me, dear listener, as we journey deeper into the heart of the mystery, where the shadows grow longer and the truth becomes a matter of life and death. Chapter 5 of the Beautiful Porn. There is a quiet, devastating moment when a person realizes that the sanctuary they have built their entire life upon is not a sanctuary at all, but a gilded cage, and that the hands they trusted to protect them are the very hands holding the key to their confinement. It is a realization that does not arrive with a crash of thunder or the blare of trumpets, but rather in the suffocating silence of a cold room, under the weight of a sudden, terrible clarity. Have you ever felt, in the quietest hours of the night, that your life is not entirely your own? Have you ever looked at the people you love and wondered if their affection for you is bound to what you can do for them, rather than who you truly are? This is the heavy, aching threshold we cross as we enter the 5th chapter of our journey, a chapter appropriately and chillingly titled, The Beautiful Porn. The air inside the old manor house of the Gins is thick with the scent of dried lavender, damp plaster, and the faint, metallic tang of cold tea. Outside, the English countryside is draped in a melancholic shroud of grey mist, a fog that seems to creep up from the damp earth of Chelford Abbey and press its ghostly fingers against the leaded glass windows. Leslie Gin stands by one of these tall, narrow windows, her fingers resting lightly on the cold stone sill. To look at her is to behold a portrait of effortless grace, of a quiet, arresting intelligence that commands a room without ever needing to raise its voice. Her dark hair is swept back, framing a face that is pale, thoughtful, and marked by a subtle, underlying tension that she hides from the world with practiced perfection. But beneath that poised exterior, behind the soft curve of her lips and the steady gaze of her expressive eyes, a tempest is raging. Leslie is beginning to see the invisible threads of a web that has been spun around her, and she is realizing, with a sickening drop of her heart, that she is the prize, the currency, and the sacrifice in a game she never agreed to play. Let us look closely at the first great weight Leslie bears, the realization of her own commodification. It is a profound psychological horror to discover that your beauty, your charm, and your very future are being negotiated behind closed doors to settle debts you did not incur. Her brother, Arthur Gin, a man whose desperate financial machinations have pushed the family to the absolute brink of ruin, looks at Leslie not just as a beloved sister, but as his ultimate saving grace, his most valuable asset. Consider a cold afternoon in the drawing room, where the fire struggles to warm the vast, drafty space. Arthur sits at his desk, his fingers trembling slightly as he shuffles through a mountain of unpaid bills and demanding letters from creditors. When Leslie enters, his face undergoes a sudden, almost desperate transformation. He smiles, a warm, ovally eager smile that does not reach his anxious eyes, and begins to speak of the wealthy, unstable young Lord Chelford, Harry Alford. Arthur speaks of Harry's affection for Leslie with an intensity that borders on the fanatical, painting a picture of a grand, secure future for her as the lady of the estate. But Leslie, with her sharp, analytical mind, reads between the lines. She hears the tremor in her brother's voice. She sees the way his eyes dart to the ledger on his desk. In a flash of painful intuition, she understands. She is the collateral. Her marriage to Harry is the price Arthur intends to pay to wipe away his sins and secure his own survival. The realization is like a physical blow, leaving her breathless, yet her posture remains impeccably straight, her voice calm as she deflects her brother's eager promptings. This dynamic of being used as a pawn is not unique to Leslie's Edwardian world. It is a timeless human tragedy that plays out in countless lives today. Psychologically, when we are treated as instruments for another person's emotional or financial security, it fractures our sense of self-worth. We begin to internalize the belief that we are only valuable for what we can provide, rather than for our inherent being. It creates a deep, subconscious anger, a resentment that we often suppress because we feel a profound duty to the very people who are exploiting us. We tell ourselves that sacrifice is the ultimate form of love, confusing self-annihilation with devotion. If you find yourself in a place where you feel like a pawn in someone else's life, a tool used to keep their world from falling apart, the path to reclaiming your sovereignty begins with a quiet, courageous audit of your relationships. You must ask yourself, if I stopped solving their problems, if I stopped being the bridge over their troubled waters, would they still value my presence? The step-by-step application here is gentle but firm. First, acknowledge the pain of this realization without judgment. Second, begin to draw small, clear boundaries. You do not have to burn down the house to stop being the one who constantly sweeps up the ashes. Start by saying no to the small demands that erode your peace, and watch how the system reacts. If their love is dependent on your compliance, then it was never love to begin with. It was merely a transaction. As Leslie stands by the window, her thoughts drift from her brother's desperate schemes to the complex, contradictory feelings she harbors for the two men who dominate the shadow of Chelford Abbey. There is Harry Alford, the young Lord Chelford, a man of fragile nerves, gentle disposition, and an erratic, unstable mind that seems constantly on the verge of shattering. Leslie feels a deep, almost maternal pity for him, a desire to shield him from the harshness of the world. And yet, there is Richard Alford, Harry's half-brother, a man of silence, of dark strength, and mysterious motives. Richard does not offer the soft, easily manipulated devotion of Harry. Instead, he presents an enigma, a challenge, and an unspoken, magnetic pull that both terrifies and draws Leslie in. Imagine Leslie walking through the misty, overgrown gardens of Chelford Abbey, the damp earth clinging to the hem of her skirt. Harry walks beside her, talking feverishly about the ancient legends of the estate, his eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and fear as he speaks of the Black Abbot, the ghostly spectre said to haunt the ruins. Leslie listens patiently, her hand resting gently on his trembling sleeve, her heart aching for his vulnerability. But then, as they round a stone archway, she sees Richard standing in the distance, watching them. Richard does not move, does not wave, but his dark eyes lock onto hers with an intensity that makes her breath catch in her throat. In that silent exchange, Leslie feels a dangerous spark. She realizes that while Harry needs her to survive, Richard is the only one who truly sees her, who understands the strength she hides beneath her gentle demeanor. She is caught in a paralyzing emotional duality, a duty to heal the broken, and a longing to be known by the strong. This psychological pull between the fragile and the powerful is a classic human conflict. We are often drawn to broken individuals because their need for us gives us a sense of purpose and control. We feel that if we can fix them, we can prove our own worth. This is the savior complex, a beautiful but destructive illusion that often leads to emotional exhaustion. On the other hand, we are drawn to strong, enigmatic figures because they represent the unexpressed parts of ourselves, the wild, untamed strength we are too afraid to unleash. Leslie's heart is a battleground between these two forces, a reflection of our own internal struggle to balance our desire to nurture others with our need to be met as equals. To navigate this emotional minefield in your own life, you must learn to separate pity from partnership. True love is not a rescue mission. If you are constantly playing the role of the caretaker, you are denying the other person the opportunity to grow, and you are denying yourself a genuine, reciprocal connection. The practical guidance here is to practice the art of compassionate detachment. You can care deeply for someone who is struggling without taking on the responsibility of saving them. When you feel the urge to step in and fix a situation for someone else, pause, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, am I doing this out of love, or am I doing this because I am afraid of what will happen if I step back? Allow others the dignity of their own struggles, and save your emotional energy for relationships that offer mutual support and shared growth. But Leslie Jin is not merely a passive observer of her own fate, nor is she content to remain a victim of her brother's desperation or the romantic currents that swirl around her. Beneath her quiet grace lies an iron determination, a sharp, investigative intellect that refuses to be kept in the dark. She begins to realize that if she is to free herself from the web, she must first understand how it was woven. She must uncover the truth behind her brother's suspicious business dealings and the dark, whispering secrets of Chelford Abbey. Picture Leslie late at night, long after Arthur has gone to sleep and the manor house has fallen into a heavy, breathing silence. She sits at her brother's desk, a single candle casting long, dancing shadows across the wood-paneled walls. With delicate, silent movements, she opens the drawers, searching through the neat stacks of correspondence and financial ledgers. Her heart hammers against her ribs, each creak of the old house sounding like a gunshot in the quiet night. She finds letters from mysterious associates, veiled threats from creditors, and cryptic references to the lost treasure of the Alford family, a legendary hoard that many believe is guarded by the Black Abbot himself. As she pieces the clues together, she realizes that Arthur is involved in something far deeper and more dangerous than simple debt. He is playing a hazardous game with forces he cannot control, and Leslie is the shield he is holding up to protect himself. But instead of shrinking back in fear, Leslie's eyes narrow with a cold, resolute focus. She blows out the candle, her decision made. She will not be a silent victim. She will find the truth, no matter how dark or dangerous it may be. This transition from passive endurance to active investigation is the birth of personal agency. It is the moment we stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What am I going to do about it?" In our own lives, When we face overwhelming challenges or feel trapped by circumstances, our instinct is often to hide, to pretend that if we ignore the problem, it will somehow resolve itself. But denial is a slow poison. True healing and empowerment only begin when we have the courage to look directly at the truth, no matter how painful or inconvenient it may be. The step-by-step path to reclaiming your agency in times of crisis is to become the investigator of your own life. Start by gathering the facts, free from the distortions of fear or hope. Write down the reality of your situation clearly and objectively. What are the financial realities? What are the emotional truths of your relationships? Once you have the facts before you, identify the areas where you have direct control. You cannot control what other people do, but you can always control your own response, your own boundaries, and your own choices. Focus your energy entirely on these areas of control, and let go of the rest. Like Leslie, you will find that the moment you decide to seek the truth and take action, the fear that once paralyzed you begins to transform into a quiet, unstoppable strength. In this chapter, we have witnessed the profound awakening of Leslie Jin. We have seen her confront the painful reality of being used as financial leverage by her own brother, navigate the complex emotional currents of her feelings for Harry and Richard, and summon the courage to dive into the dark waters of her family's secrets. She is no longer just a beautiful pawn on a chessboard controlled by desperate men. She is beginning to move under her own power, a player in her own right, prepared to face whatever shadows wait for her in the ruins of Chelford Abbey. As we close this chapter, the mist outside the manor house seems to thicken, swallowing the ancient stone walls and the whispering trees in a silent, impenetrable gray. The grandfather clock in the hall tolls the midnight hour, each strike resonating like a solemn warning of the trials yet to come. Leslie stands once more by the window, her gaze fixed on the distant, dark silhouette of the abbey ruins, where the secrets of the past and the dangers of the present lie waiting to be unraveled. What lies hidden in those ancient stones? What price will Leslie have to pay to secure her freedom? And what will happen when the shadow of the Black Abbot finally stretches across her path? Take a deep breath, let the silence settle around you, and prepare yourself as we step forward into the deepening mystery of the next chapter. Chapter 6: Enter the Rival. There is an ancient, unsettling truth about the human heart that we often spend our entire lives trying to deny. It is the simple, terrifying fact that our peace is never truly broken from the outside, but rather from the cracks we leave unattended within ourselves. When the walls of our sanctuary begin to crumble, it is rarely because a battering ram has shattered the gate. No, it is almost always because we have quietly, desperately, let the enemy slip through the side door. Welcome back, listener, to the quiet, shadow-draped corridors of Chelford Abbey, where the damp autumn air hangs heavy with the scent of decaying oak leaves and old, unspoken secrets. Take a deep, slow breath with me now. Let the noise of your world fade into the background. Let us step together into the dim, flickering light of a story that is as much about our own hidden struggles as it is about the tragic souls of Chelford. In this hour, we must confront a presence that changes everything. We must watch as the fragile piece of those we have come to care for is systematically, elegantly dismantled. Enter Chapter 6. Enter the Rival. Imagine, if you will, the arrival of a man who does not knock on the door of your life with a fist, but with a gloved hand that offers everything you think you want, while quietly calculating the exact price of your soul. This is Fabian Gilder. To understand Gilder is to understand the seductive danger of absolute confidence. He is a man of immense, almost offensive wealth, a figure who moves through the world with the frictionless ease of oil on water. His charm is not her natural warmth, but a highly polished instrument, calibrated to soothe the suspicious and disarm the defensive. Beneath his impeccably tailored coats and the smooth, hypnotic cadence of his voice lies a mind that views human beings not as individuals of inherent worth, but as chess pieces to be positioned, sacrificed, or swept from the board entirely. But Gilder is not merely a wealthy socialite looking for amusement. He is a predator with a double purpose. His cold, dark eyes are fixed firmly on two prizes: the legendary, long-lost treasure of the Black Abbot, and the brilliant, aching heart of Leslie Gin. Let us pause for a moment and look at him through the eyes of those in the drawing room at Chelford. Watch him as he steps out of his carriage. The rain is misting over the gravel path, but not a single drop seems to dare to ruin the perfect sheen of his boots or the immaculate fold of his cravat. He carries with him the faint, exotic scent of Turkish tobacco and expensive cologne, an aroma that feels utterly foreign and intrusive against the musty, ancient scent of the Abbey. When he speaks, his voice is a low, rich baritone that seems to vibrate in the very floorboards. He offers a compliment to Leslie, his eyes lingering just a second too long on her face, noting the quick, defensive rise of her chin, the subtle, betraying flush on her cheeks. In that single, fleeting interaction, Gilder does not just introduce himself. He stakes a claim. But how does a man like Fabian Gilder, a ruthless outsider with whispers of dark, underworld connections trailing behind him like a shroud, force his way into the proud, insular social circle of Chelford? The answer lies in the oldest, most devastating weapon one human being can hold over another: debt. Let us step into the suffocating atmosphere of Arthur Gin's private study. The room is dark, lit only by the dying embers of a coal fire that casts long, dancing shadows across the rows of leather-bound books. Arthur sits behind his massive mahogany desk, his head buried in his hands. His fingers are trembling. The silence in the room is heavy, broken only by the ticking of the grandfather clock, a sound that feels like a countdown to his inevitable ruin. Across from him stands Gilder. He does not sit. He stands with his back to the fireplace, warming his hands, his posture relaxed, almost domestic. On the desk between them lies a neat stack of papers. They are promissory notes, debts compiled over years of desperate, foolish speculation and quiet desperation. They represent the complete and total ruin of the Gin family name. Arthur speaks, his voice a cracked whisper. He asks for more time, for a gentleman's agreement, for mercy. Gilder smiles. It is a terrifyingly beautiful smile, one that does not reach his eyes. He speaks of friendship, of his deep respect for the family, of his desire to help. But beneath the velvet words, the trap snaps shut. Gilder makes it exquisitely clear that he will not call in the debts, that he will indeed be the savior Arthur so desperately needs, but only on one condition. He must be given free access to Chelford. He must be welcomed as an intimate friend, a suitor of Leslie, a partner in their search for what lies beneath the Abbey. Think of the psychological horror of Arthur's position. He is a man trapped by his own shame, forced to open the gates of his home to the very wolf that seeks to devour his sheep. Have you ever felt that kind of leverage in your own life, listener? Have you ever allowed someone to walk into your sacred space, to dictate your choices, simply because they held a secret, a debt, or a mistake of your past over your head. It is a profound, soul-crushing weight. Our subconscious mind is deeply sensitive to these power imbalances. When we carry unresolved guilt or hidden failures, we unconsciously search for our own Fabrian guilders. We attract individuals who exploit our vulnerabilities, who offer us a false sense of security in exchange for our autonomy. We convince ourselves that we are managing the situation, that we can play their game and outsmart them. But in truth, we are merely decorating the cage they have built around us. If you find yourself in the shadow of such leverage today, let this story be a gentle, firm hand on your shoulder. The only way to disarm a manipulator like Gilder is to drag the debt into the light. The moment Arthur Jin confesses his ruin, the moment he accepts the consequence of his mistakes and refuses to barter his sister's future or his own soul to hide them, Gilder's power evaporates. It is a painful path, yes. It requires us to face the very things we are most ashamed of. But on the other side of that confession is a fierce, unshakable freedom that no amount of wealth or leverage can ever buy. But Gilder's arrival does not go unchallenged. As he establishes his foothold in the drawing rooms of Chelford, he inevitably collides with the true guardian of the estate, Richard Alford. Close your eyes and visualize this meeting. It is an evening where the fog has rolled in from the river, wrapping the abbey in a cold, white embrace. Inside, the fire is roaring, but it does not warm the room. Gilder stands near the mantel, a glass of dark wine in his hand, gesturing smoothly as he speaks of his plans for the estate. Richard Alford enters. Richard, with his quiet dignity, his hands weathered by honest labor, his eyes reflecting the deep, ancient loyalty he bears to the house of Chelford. The chemistry between them is instantly, violently hostile. It is not our hostility of raised voices or crude gestures. It is far more dangerous. It is the quiet, vibrating tension of two alpha forces recognizing an existential threat in one another. When Gilder offers his hand, Richard looks at it for a long, agonizing beat before accepting it. The grip is brief, but in that second, a silent war is declared. Gilder looks at Richard and sees a servant, a stubborn obstacle clinging to an obsolete code of honor. Richard looks at Gilder and sees a parasite, a polished disease that has come to corrupt everything he has sworn to protect. Let us listen to their dialogue, a duel fought with glances and double meanings. Gilder remarks on the ancient beauty of the abbey, suggesting that with a little modern capital, a little practical renovation, it could finally be made profitable. Richard replies, his voice like grinding stones, that some things are not meant to be profitable. They are simply meant to be preserved. Gilder laughs, a dry, mocking sound, and asks if Richard believes in the old legends, in the ghost of the Black Abbot that is said to guard the ruins. Richard does not blink. He looks directly into Gilder's eyes and says, I do not fear the ghosts of the dead, Mr. Gilder. It is the living ghosts, the ones who walk among us with false names and borrowed fortunes, that we must watch. Why does this classic dynamic resonate so deeply within our subconscious? It is because Richard Alford and Fabrian Gilder represent the eternal conflict within every human breast, the struggle between integrity and convenience, between the sacred guardian of our values and the ruthless pragmatist who wants to sell them for quick gain. We all have a Richard Alford inside of us, a quiet protector that knows what is right, what is honorable, and what must be defended at all costs. But we also have a Gilder, A voice that whispers that survival requires compromise, that everyone has a price, and that the ends justify the means. When these two forces clash within us, it creates a profound internal friction that can keep us awake in the deepest hours of the night. How do we navigate this conflict? How do we find our inner guardian when we are tempted by the smooth, easy promises of our own personal rivals? The step-by-step application is simple, though far from easy. First, you must identify your core values, the non-negotiables of your soul. For Richard, it is loyalty and protection. What is it for you? Write them down in the quiet temple of your mind. Second, when a person or a situation presents itself with an easy, glittering shortcut that requires you to compromise those values, you must pause. Do not react with anger, for anger is a sign of weakness that manipulators like Gilder use to their advantage. Instead, adopt Richard's quiet, unshakable presence. Stand your ground with calm, steady clarity. Let them see that your integrity is not for sale, not because you are loud, but because you are immovable. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us look one last time at the stage that has been set. The pieces are all in place. Arthur Jin is bound by his debts, a prisoner in his own home. Leslie stands at the precipice, caught between the terrifying, magnetic pull of Gilder's wealth and her own deep, intuitive dread of his intentions. Richard Alford stands as the lonely sentinel, his eyes fixed on the encroaching shadow, knowing that the battle ahead will require everything he has, and perhaps more than he can bear to lose. And outside, beyond the glowing windows of the drawing room, the fog thickens around the ancient ruins of the abbey. The wind howls through the empty stone arches, carrying with it a cold, mocking whisper. The Black Abbot is watching. The rival has entered the house, but the ancient guardian of the treasure has not yet spoken his final word. Join me in the next chapter, dear listener, as the storm finally breaks, and the secrets hidden in the dark earth of Chelford begin to rise to the surface. Sleep well, or watch closely, for the night is young, and the shadows are deeper than they seem. Chapter 7 Whispers in the Ruins. The oldest fear of mankind is the fear of the unknown, but perhaps an even greater terror is the fear of what we already suspect to be true. In the quiet, dusty corners of our souls, we all carry ruins. We carry the crumbling arches of old dreams, the shattered pillars of ancient promises, and the cold, damp cellars of memories we would rather leave buried in the dark. But as we step into Chapter 7, entitled Whispers in the Ruins, we find that some things refuse to remain buried. The legend of the Black Abbot is no longer a mere campfire tale to frighten the superstitious villagers of Chelford. It has become a living, breathing shadow, creeping closer with every tick of the grandfather clock in the library, its dark presence expanding until it threatens to swallow the very sanity of those who reside in the shadow of the old abbey. Take a deep breath and let your mind drift to the edge of the Fossaway estate. Imagine the night air, thick with the scent of decaying leaves and wet slate. The ruins of the ancient monastery rise like broken black teeth against a pale, bruised sky. It is midnight, that thin, fragile hour when the boundary between the physical world and the spectral realm grows dangerously porous. Our protagonist, Richard, stands at the threshold of these ruins. He is a man caught in the grip of a relentless human struggle, a struggle that you, dear listener, may know all too well. It is the agonizing conflict between cold, rational intellect and the primal, visceral instinct that screams of danger. Richard does not want to believe in ghosts. He wants to believe in a world of equations, of laws, of tangible facts. Yet, his heart beats with a frantic, rhythmic panic that defies all logic. He is about to enter the labyrinth, not just of stone, but of his own deepest anxieties. Let us join Richard as he begins his midnight search, a desperate quest to unmask the terror that has been haunting his footsteps. The lantern in his hand trembles, casting long, erratic fingers of light across the damp, moss-covered masonry. Every step he takes is a battle against his own anatomy. His muscles are tight, his breath shallow and frosty in the midnight air. This search is not merely an investigation. It is a confrontation with the shadow self. As he wanders deeper into the nave of the ruined church, where the roof has long since fallen to reveal the cold, indifferent stars, the silence becomes heavy, almost suffocating. And then, it happens. A sudden, fleeting movement at the edge of his vision. A tall, cowled figure clad in the midnight black habit of a long-dead order. It stands for a fraction of a heartbeat beneath a fractured Gothic arch, its face obscured by the cavernous depth of its hood. Richard freezes, his blood turning to ice water. When he lunges forward, the figure vanishes, leaving only the empty, mocking cold of the night. Think of a time in your own life when you have pursued a truth that terrified you. Perhaps you searched through old letters, or waited for a phone call, or looked deep into the eyes of someone you loved, searching for the ghost of an affection that had already withered away. This is the psychological dance of the midnight search. Subconsciously, we are drawn to the very mysteries that threaten to break us. We seek out the confrontation because the agonizing suspense of not knowing is far worse than the terrible certainty of the threat itself. When we face our own personal black abbots, those lingering guilts or unexpressed griefs, we are trying to reclaim our power. But the shadow is elusive. It plays on our doubts, showing itself only long enough to keep us off balance, ensuring that we remain prisoners of our own anticipation. To navigate this in your own life, when you feel haunted by an elusive, lingering anxiety, you must learn the art of the mindful pause. When the shadow of worry flits across the periphery of your mind, do not chase it frantically into the darkness as Richard did. Instead, stand completely still. Close your eyes to the external world and direct your focus inward. Ask yourself, what is the core nature of this phantom? Is it a ghost from my past, or is it a projection of my future fears? By refusing to run after the illusion, you deprive it of the energy it needs to sustain itself. You bring your awareness back to the present moment, the only place where the shadow has no real power over you. As Richard stands gasping in the empty archway, the silence of the ruins is suddenly shattered by a symphony of terrifying sounds. In this chapter, we are invited to listen with heightened, almost painful sensitivity. The wind does not merely blow through the stones. It sighs, it groans, it whispers with a human cadence. And beneath the howling of the gale, there is another sound, a sound so specific and intimate that it makes the hairs on the back of Richard's neck stand on end. It is the dry, rhythmic rustle of heavy, coarse wool brushing against the rough surface of the ancient stone. It is the sound of a monk's habit, moving with a slow, deliberate stride through the darkness. The sound seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, bouncing off the damp walls, wrapping around Richard like an invisible shroud. Listen to that sound in your imagination. It is the sound of the past refusing to stay quiet. In our own lives, these auditory phantoms manifest as the repetitive, negative scripts we play in our heads. They are the whispers of old criticisms, The echoes of past failures, the soft, persistent murmurs that tell us we are not enough, that danger is just around the corner, that we are destined to be lost in the ruins of our own making. These sounds are powerful because they bypass our rational minds and speak directly to our amygdala, the ancient, emotional core of our brain that knows only survival. When these whispers begin to rise in your own mind, the soothing path forward is not to fight them or try to drown them out with noise. Instead, acknowledge them with gentle compassion. Treat those fearful thoughts as you would a frightened child whispering in the dark. Say to yourself, I hear the wind, and I hear the fear, but they are only sounds. They are echoes of what was, not dictates of what is. By changing your relationship to the inner noise, by becoming a compassionate observer rather than a helpless participant, the terrifying rustle of the habit softens into nothing more than the harmless movement of the autumn wind. But the true horror of Chapter 7 lies not in the sights or the sounds, but in the tangible, undeniable physical evidence that the Black Abbot leaves behind. As Richard's lantern sweeps across the muddy ground near the altar, the light catches something that makes his heart seize. There, in the damp earth, is a deep, freshly pressed footprint of a heavy, sandaled foot. Beside it lies a small, physical token, a cold, rusted iron key, still damp with dew, bearing the unique crest of the old monastery. This is no hallucination. This is not the product of an overactive imagination or a mind unhinged by grief. The phantom has mass. The shadow has weight. It can touch the world, and more terrifyingly, it can touch Richard. This discovery of physical evidence is a turning point in the suspense, and it mirrors a profound psychological truth. There comes a moment in our personal struggles when our internal anxieties begin to manifest as physical reality. Stress becomes a tension in our shoulders, a persistent ache in our chest, or a sleepless night that leaves us drained. Our fears are no longer just thoughts. They leave footprints in our lives, affecting our health, our relationships, and our decisions. We see the evidence of our self-doubt in the opportunities we avoid, the words we leave unsaid, and the walls we build around our hearts. When you find the physical evidence of your own struggles, do not despair. See it as a map. The footprint tells you where the fear has been, but it does not dictate where you must go. The iron key, though rusted and cold, is still a tool of liberation. It suggests that whatever has been locked away can also be opened. To apply this practically, look at the physical manifestations of your stress not as enemies, but as messengers. If your body is tight, let it be a reminder to breathe deeply and release the tension. If your relationships are strained, let it be an invitation to offer gentleness and clarity. The evidence of our struggles is simply life's way of showing us where healing is most desperately needed. As we bring our journey through this atmospheric chapter to a close, we see Richard standing in the center of the ruins, the rusted key heavy in his hand, his eyes staring into the impenetrable darkness of the old crypt staircase. The whispers have faded, the shadow has retreated, but the world has changed. The boundary between the natural and the supernatural, between the psychological and the physical, has been irrevocably blurred. He knows now that he cannot simply run away, for the Black Abbot is not just haunting the ruins of Fossaway Abbey. He is haunting the very fabric of Richard's life. This chapter reminds us that we cannot find peace by ignoring the shadows that linger in our own personal ruins. We must be willing to walk through the dark, to listen to the whispers, and to examine the evidence of our fears with courage and compassion. For it is only by facing the Abbot in the ruins of the past that we can hope to find the key to our future. And so, as the cold wind of the abbey continues to howl, and the lantern flame flickers against the gathering gloom, we prepare ourselves to descend deeper into the mystery. In our next chapter, we will follow Richard down those cold stone steps, into the very heart of the subterranean darkness, where the secrets of the Black Abbot lie waiting to be revealed. Chapter 8: Secrets of the Well House. We can think of no appropriate text that could the next sentence of the user prompt other than proceed. It has the shortest and sweetest structure, fitting into the sequence. Thus, we return proceed, proceed. The word itself felt like a heavy stone dropped into the dark, silent depths of their shared consciousness, echoing with a gravity that neither Harry nor Richard could easily shake. It was more than a mere permission. It was a psychological threshold crossed, a mutual agreement to delve into the shadows of an inheritance that had long haunted their family line. The cold night air of the estate seemed to cling to them like wet velvet as they crossed the threshold of the ancient, crumbling well house. This structure, a decaying relic of a medieval past, stood apart from the main abbey, half swallowed by ivy and the creeping rot of neglect. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with a scent of stagnant water, damp earth, and the faint, sweet tang of decaying wood. The beams overhead were bowed under the weight of centuries, weeping dust with every sigh of the wind that filtered through the cracked masonry. Harry held the lantern high, its amber glow fracturing against the uneven surfaces of the walls. He was a man possessed by a quiet, consuming fever, his eyes wide and reflective in the dim light. To him, this well house was not just a ruin. It was a gateway. For years, the legend of the hidden treasure had been a whisper in his ear, a siren song promising redemption, wealth, and perhaps most importantly, a sense of control over a life that felt increasingly fragile. Beside him stood Richard, his expression a mask of guarded skepticism. Where Harry saw promise, Richard saw danger, a labyrinth of physical and mental traps that had claimed the sanity of their predecessors. He watched Harry closely, noting the tremor in his cousin's hand, the way his breath came in short, shallow gasps. Richard knew that the treasure was not merely gold. It was a symbol of the family's ultimate undoing, and their presence here was a dangerous flirtation with that dark legacy. As they stepped further into the chamber, the floor beneath them changed. The damp soil gave way to ancient flagstones, massive and uneven, worn smooth by the passage of countless forgotten feet. Harry lowered the lantern, casting long, dramatic shadows that danced across the stone like specters. He began to sweep his boots across the floor, clearing away the accumulated grime and dead leaves of autumn's past. "Look here," Harry whispered, his voice hushed as if afraid of waking the stones themselves. His fingers trembled as he pointed to the alignment of the masonry. Richard knelt beside him, his knees pressing into the cold, damp grit. Under the flickering light, the architectural clues began to reveal themselves. The flagstones were not laid in the typical, chaotic pattern of the rest of the outbuildings. Instead, they formed a deliberate, concentric design, a geometric spiral that seemed to draw the eye inexorably toward the center of the room where the mouth of the old well yawned like a silent throat. Richard traced the edge of a particularly large slab with his thumb. The stone was slightly higher than the others, its edges unnaturally sharp, suggesting it had been disturbed or perhaps designed to be moved. Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle chisel marks hidden in the deep crevices of the joints, tiny, deliberate grooves that looked less like the work of a stonemason and more like the keyways of a massive, primitive mechanism. It was an intricate puzzle of weight and counterweight, a physical manifestation of the secrets the builders of the abbey had sought to protect. The psychological weight of the moment pressed down upon them. Here, in this subterranean pocket of the world, the external realities of their lives faded into insignificance. The struggle was no longer about legalities, titles, or societal expectations. It was a primal confrontation with the unknown. Harry's obsession was palpable, filling the small space with an electric tension. He began to claw at the dirt-filled seam of the central stone, his fingernails scraping against the granite, a sound that made Richard's teeth grind. "Slow down, Harry," Richard muttered, his hand coming down firmly on his cousin's shoulder. The touch was warm, a necessary anchor in a place that felt increasingly detached from reality. "We must think this through. If there is a passage beneath these stones, it was not meant to be opened by brute force alone. We are dealing with minds that designed traps to protect what they valued most." Harry stopped, his chest heaving, his fingers blackened by the ancient earth. He looked up at Richard, his eyes shining with a mixture of hope and terror. "It is right here, Richard. I can feel it. The answers to everything we have lost, everything we are trying to rebuild. It is sleeping just beneath our feet. Can you not hear it? The silence down there. It is too heavy. It is the silence of something waiting." Richard felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft in the well house. He saw in Harry the very same madness that had consumed their ancestors, a desperate belief that material wealth could fill the void left by generational trauma. To Richard, this was a profound case study in human vulnerability. The well house was a mirror, reflecting their deepest insecurities and desires. He realized that the danger lay not just in the potential collapse of the rotting timbers above or the deep drop of the well beside them, but in the slow, insidious erosion of their own sanity. To ground them both, Richard stood up and began to inspect the perimeter of the well itself. The stone coping of the well was cracked, choked with moss that felt like cold fur to the touch. He peered down into the abyss. The lantern light did not reach the bottom, lost in a vertical tunnel of absolute blackness. It was then, as he shifted his weight to peer deeper, that his boot struck something metallic. A dull, metallic clink echoed in the chamber. Richard bent down, his hand sweeping through the wet moss near the base of the well. His fingers closed not around a stone, but around a piece of folded parchment, wedged tightly into a fissure in the masonry. It was dry, protected from the dampness by a thick, waxy wrapping that had preserved it through who knew how many weeks or months. "What is that?" Harry asked, his voice suddenly sharp, his focus shifting instantly from the floor to Richard's hands. Richard did not answer immediately. He carefully peeled back the protective wax coating, revealing a piece of heavy, coarse paper. The texture was rough, almost like linen, and as he unfolded it, the scent of stale ink and dry dust drifted into the air. The handwriting was bold, aggressive, and written in a dark, reddish-brown ink that looked disturbingly like dried blood. The letters were angular and hurried, as if the writer had been fueled by a desperate, frantic energy. Richard held the paper closer to the lantern, the warm light illuminating the stark words written across its face. It was a warning. It spoke not of legal consequences or physical barriers, but of a spiritual doom. It warned them to cease their search, to turn back before the threshold was crossed, claiming that some doors, once opened, could never be closed, and that the vengeance of the Black Abbot would fall upon any who sought to disturb the sleep of the Abbey's deepest secrets. The message was clear, intimate, and deeply threatening, conveying an absolute certainty that their actions were being watched, recorded, and judged by forces they could neither understand nor control. The silence that followed the reading of the note was absolute, broken only by the distant, rhythmic drip of water down the well shaft. The warmth of the lantern seemed to diminish, leaving them in a cold, hostile bubble of light surrounded by an ocean of ancient shadow. Harry stared at the paper, his face pale, his confidence visibly faltering. The reality of their vulnerability settled over him like a shroud. The threat was no longer an abstract legend or a ghost story told over firesides. It was a physical artifact, a direct communication from an adversary who seemed to know their every move. Richard folded the paper slowly, his mind racing. This note changed everything. It proved that they were not alone in their obsession. Someone else was monitoring the well house, someone who possessed an intimate knowledge of the legends and was prepared to use terror to keep them at bay. The psychological game had shifted. It was no longer a search for a forgotten treasure, but a confrontation with a living, breathing threat. He looked at Harry, seeing the fear war with the obsession in his cousin's eyes. The lesson of this place was becoming clearer. The true secrets of the well house were not the physical treasures that might lie beneath the stones, but the dark truths about themselves that the search forced them to confront. They were standing on the edge of a precipice, and the next step would decide whether they would fall into the darkness or find the strength to turn back. Richard reached out, his hand steady as he placed it on Harry's arm. The warmth of his grip was a silent plea for sanity. "We have seen enough for tonight, Harry. The stones will not run away, but we must be careful. We are not the only ones searching, and whoever wrote this note is waiting for us to make a mistake." Harry looked down at the flagstones, then at the dark mouth of the well, and finally at the folded paper in Richard's hand. The fever in his eyes had not died, but it was tempered now by a cold, calculating fear. He nodded slowly, a silent acknowledgement of the danger that surrounded them. Together, they turned back toward the arched doorway, leaving the secrets of the well house to sleep for a little while longer in the quiet, damp dark of the subterranean world, while the shadow of their unseen watchers seemed to stretch out behind them, waiting for their return. Would you like to hear the summary of the next chapter, where they begin to decipher the true meaning behind the warning note? Chapter 9: The Missing Ledger. There is a profound, almost sacred terror in the realization that the structures we build to protect our secrets are made of nothing more than fragile, perishable paper. We spend our lives constructing elaborate fortresses of reputation, weaving tapestries of respectability to hide the frayed, decaying threads of our true nature. But what happens when the wind rises, when the rain beats against the stained glass windows of our illusions, and the ledger of our lives is laid bare under the cold, uncompromising light of truth? This is the haunting question that guides us into the shadowed heart of our journey today. In this chapter, we find ourselves standing in the damp, claustrophobic confines of a solicitor's office, witnessing a reckoning that is both deeply personal and universally human. It is a moment where the balance sheet of a life no longer adds up, and the desperate measures taken to conceal the deficit threaten to consume everyone involved. Let us step together into the dimness of Arthur-Jin's sanctuary, a room heavy with the scent of old leather, fading ink, and the unspoken anxieties of generations. The rain is a constant, rhythmic drumming against the window pane, a relentless heartbeat marking the passage of moments that can never be reclaimed. Richard stands before the heavy mahogany desk, his posture rigid, his eyes reflecting a mixture of deep sorrow and fierce determination. On the desk between them lies the estate accounts of the Chelford family, a labyrinth of numbers that, to the untrained eye, might seem like a dull record of transactions. But to Richard, who has spent sleepless nights tracing the delicate, winding threads of these figures, they are a map of betrayal. The discrepancies are no longer mere clerical errors. They are wounds on the body of trust, deliberate scars carved by a hand that was supposed to protect and preserve. As we narrate Richard's confrontation with Arthur Jin, we are invited to look closely at the anatomy of a lie. Richard does not approach this moment with anger, but with a heavy, visceral sadness. He points a trembling finger at a column of figures, his voice low and steady, yet carrying the weight of a physical blow. He asks Arthur to explain the gaps, the missing sums that seem to have vanished into the ether, leaving behind only hollow excuses. Arthur Jin, a man whose entire existence has been built upon the solid rock of his professional integrity, shrinks in his chair. His hands, usually so calm and methodical, tremble as he attempts to light his pipe, the match flaring briefly to illuminate the deep, hollow lines of panic etched into his face. He stammers, offering hollow justifications, speaking of market fluctuations and temporary rearrangements, but his words lack the ring of truth. They are the desperate rasps of a drowning man, clinging to straws of logic that are rapidly disintegrating in the turbulent waters of exposure. Think of a time in your own life when you had to confront someone you trusted with a truth they were desperate to hide. Remember the knot in your stomach, the dry heat in your throat, and the overwhelming desire to simply turn away and pretend that the discrepancy did not exist. It is a terrifying dynamic because it forces us to choose between the comfortable peace of a lie and the painful, disruptive reality of the truth. Psychologically, this confrontation matters because it represents the collapse of the persona. We all wear masks, and we all project an image of competence and morality to the world. When that mask is pulled away, even slightly, the subconscious experiences a form of death. The fear of being seen as we truly are, with all our flaws, debts, and failures, is one of the deepest anxieties of the human condition. It holds us back from genuine connection because we fear that if people knew the true state of our inner ledger, they would abandon us. To navigate these moments in our own lives, we must learn the art of compassionate auditing. When we find discrepancies in our relationships, or even in our own self-evaluations, our instinct is often to attack or to retreat into denial. The mentor's hand would guide you to pause, to breathe through the initial wave of panic or anger, and to approach the truth not as an executioner, but as a healer. Ask yourself, what is the fear driving the lie? When you must confront another, do so with a clarity that is free from malice. State the facts plainly, as Richard did, but allow space for the other person to salvage their humanity, even if their reputation must fall. It is only by facing the cold reality of the deficit that we can ever hope to begin the slow, painful process of rebuilding true wealth, both financial and spiritual. But just as the truth begins to surface, the shadows strike back. The narrative takes a sudden, violent turn with the suspicious theft of the critical ledger, the one volume containing the undeniable proof of forgery. Imagine the scene. The confrontation has ended in an uneasy truce, with Arthur pleading for time, and Richard exhausted, leaving the office to seek a moment of clarity. The night deepens, the rain turning into a torrential downpour that washes away the footprints of the living. When Richard returns to the study, drawn by an uneasy premonition, he finds the room cold and violated. The window, which had been securely latched, now swings wildly on its hinges, letting in the damp night air and the ghostly whispering of the wind. On the desk, the spot where the leather-bound book with its gold clasp had rested is empty. The proof is gone, swallowed by the darkness. This theft is not merely a plot device. It is a profound metaphor for the loss of certainty. The ledger represented tangible proof, a solid anchor in a sea of doubt. Without it, Richard is left with only his word against a respected solicitors, his accusations reduced to mere speculation. The sense of violation is palpable. The inner monologue of our protagonist at this moment is a chaotic storm of self-doubt and anger. Did he leave it unguarded? Who else knew of its existence? The realization that his enemy is not just dishonest, but active, watchful, and dangerous, settles into his bones like a chill that no fire can warm. It is the moment we realize that our pursuit of truth has made us a target. Why does this dynamic of the stolen evidence resonate so deeply within our subconscious? It speaks to our primal fear of being gaslit, of having our reality stolen from us. We live in a world where truth is often treated as a malleable commodity, where those in power can erase the record of their misdeeds with a stroke of a pen or a convenient disappearance. When our personal ledgers are stolen, when the evidence of our pain, our efforts, or our betrayals is erased by those who wish to avoid accountability, we feel a profound sense of helplessness. It triggers a regression to childhood, to that feeling of not being believed, of having our voices drowned out by the louder, more powerful voices of authority. It holds us back by making us believe that justice is an illusion and that fighting for the truth is a futile endeavor. To apply this to your own journey, you must understand that the ultimate ledger is not kept on paper, nor is it stored in a safe that can be cracked by thieves in the night. The true record of your experiences, your integrity, and your value is written upon your soul. When others attempt to steal your truth, when they deny your reality or destroy the evidence of their actions against you, do not let them steal your inner knowing. The practical step here is to anchor yourself in your own perception. Document your experiences, not just outwardly, but inwardly through journaling and self-reflection. Build a sanctuary of self-trust that no intruder can breach. When the external proof is taken, your conviction must become your evidence. Stand firm in what you know to be true, and let your steady, unshakable presence be the monument that survives the storm. The mystery deepens, casting a longer, darker shadow over the wet cobblestones of the village. A witness, trembling under the weight of what they have seen, reports a sighting that sends a shiver through the very bones of the community. Late at night, as the church bells chimed a solitary, echoing hour, a mysterious, hooded figure was spotted fleeing the solicitor's office. The description is chillingly familiar, evoking the ancient, terrifying legend of the Black Abbot, a phantom said to haunt the ruins, a harbinger of doom and retribution. But this was no ghost dissolving into the mist. This was a figure of flesh and blood, moving with a silent, predatory grace, slipping through the shadows with a stolen ledger tucked beneath a heavy, dark cowl. Picture the witness, perhaps an elderly night watchman or a weary traveler seeking shelter from the storm, standing frozen in an alleyway. The rain-slipped streets reflect the pale, ghostly light of a single gas lamp. Suddenly, the door to Arthur Jin's office opens without a sound. Out steps the figure, the hood pulled low, obscuring any glimpse of a face, leaving only a dark void where humanity should be. For a fraction of a second, the figure pauses, looking directly toward the shadow where the witness hides. The witness stops breathing, their heart hammering against their ribs like a trapped bird. Then, with a swift, liquid movement, the figure vanishes into the darkness, leaving behind only the scent of wet earth, old stone, and the terrifying certainty that some ancient evil has been reawakened to do the bidding of the corrupt. This hooded figure represents the ultimate archetype of the shadow self, the projection of our collective guilt and unacknowledged fears. Throughout history, humanity has created monsters, ghosts, and demons to personify the darkness that we refuse to see within ourselves. The Black Abbot is the perfect vessel for this projection. It is far easier for the townspeople to believe in a supernatural specter haunting the ruins than to accept that one of their own respected citizens, perhaps a neighbor or a friend, is capable of theft, forgery, and betrayal. The hood represents the anonymity of evil, the way we hide our worst impulses behind roles, titles, and social conventions. It holds us back because as long as we look outward for the source of our terror, we remain blind to the ways we allow darkness to operate in our own lives, cloaked in the respectability of our daily routines. Unmasking the hooded figure in your own life requires a courageous act of psychological excavation. We all have a hooded figure running through the back alleys of our minds, a part of ourselves that does things in the dark that we would never admit to in the light. It is the part that harbors resentment, that manipulates situations for self-preservation, or that steals away our own peace of mind through self-sabotage. To heal, you must stop running from this phantom. When you feel a sudden surge of fear, guilt, or anger, do not push it back into the shadows. Turn and face it. Ask it, what do you want? What are you trying to protect? By bringing these hidden aspects of ourselves into the light of conscious awareness, we strip them of their power to haunt us. We realize that the monster in the cowl is often just a wounded, frightened part of our own soul, desperate for integration and peace. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the intricate web of deception and discovery that has unfolded before us. We have watched Richard stand in the courage of his convictions, confronting the crumbling fortress of Arthur Jin's respectability. We have felt the sudden, sickening emptiness of the stolen ledger, a reminder of how easily our tangible certainty can be swept away. And we have glimpsed the hooded figure vanishing into the rainy night, a shadow that is both a physical threat and a psychological mirror. These events are not isolated incidents in a forgotten tale. They are reflections of the eternal struggle within every human heart. We are all investigators of our own lives, constantly auditing our choices, facing our betrayals, and chasing the phantoms that threaten our peace. The ledger may be missing, the evidence may be hidden, but the truth remains, written in the indelible ink of consequence. The storm outside Arthur Jin's office may eventually pass, but the atmosphere remains thick with the scent of unresolved mysteries and impending danger. The empty desk, the open window, and the wet footprints on the floor are silent witnesses to a crime that is far larger than a simple theft. The missing ledger has set in motion a chain of events that cannot be stopped, drawing our characters deeper into the labyrinth of the Chelford estate. As the echoes of the midnight bells fade into the damp air, we are left with a lingering sense of anticipation. Who is the hooded figure? What secrets were contained within those stolen pages that were worth risking soul and safety to possess? The answers lie ahead, buried deep within the ruins, waiting to be unearthed. Turn the page, step back into the shadows, and let us continue our journey into the dark, unfolding mystery of the Black Abbot. Chapter 10: Shadows of Love and Deceit. It has been said by the sages of old that the human heart is never more awake, never more desperately alive, than when it is surrounded by ruins. When the walls of our secure lives begin to crumble, and the cold winds of uncertainty howl through the cracks of our carefully constructed realities, we do not seek shelter in stone and mortar. Instead, we seek shelter in each other. We look for a gaze that holds us steady. We reach out for a hand that promises warmth against the encroaching frost. It is within this fragile, beautiful human truth that we find ourselves tonight, stepping into the mist-shrouded sanctuary of Fossaway Abbey. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the ancient, unchanging fragrance of wild lavender clinging to the crumbling stone walls. The sun has long since dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a sky of bruised purple and deep, suffocating charcoal. Step into this twilight with me. Feel the damp chill of the evening air settle upon your skin, and listen. Listen to the quiet rustle of the dry grass, and the distant, mournful call of an owl deep within the woods. In this space, where shadows stretch and distort the truth, we witness the quiet collision of two souls. Here, in the neglected Abbey Gardens, Richard Alford and Leslie Gwynn stand. They are separated by only a few feet of earth, yet they are divided by a chasm of unspoken vows, family honors, and the dark, treacherous secrets that threaten to consume them both. Observe them for a moment. Richard stands with his shoulders squared, his gaze fixed on the distant outline of the ancient ruins, though his heart is entirely attuned to the woman beside him. He is a man built on duty, a man who has carried the weight of his brother Arthur's weaknesses, the burden of the estate, and the constant, exhausting vigilance required to keep the family name from sliding into the abyss of ruin. His face is etched with the quiet exhaustion of a protector who has forgotten how to ask for protection for himself. And beside him stands Leslie. She is pale in the gathering gloom, her coat wrapped tightly around her as if to shield her not just from the autumn wind, but from the relentless storm of anxiety that has settled over her life. Her eyes, usually so bright with intelligence and spirit, are dark pools of contemplation. When Leslie speaks, her voice is barely more than a whisper, yet it cuts through the heavy silence of the garden like a silver thread. She asks him if the danger is real. She does not ask about the gold, or the missing deeds, or the terrifying legend of the Black Abbot that has begun to haunt the hallways of the estate. No, she asks about the danger to him. She asks if he is safe. In her voice, there is an ache, a deep-seated vulnerability that she has spent months trying to hide. It is the tragedy of their connection that they both know, without a single word being spoken, that they belong to one another, yet they are bound by chains of their own making. Richard's fierce loyalty to his half-brother Arthur, who claims Leslie as his betrothed, acts as an invisible, impenetrable wall between them. To step across that line would be to betray his own code of honor, to violate the sacred trust he has sworn to uphold. And so, he stands frozen, a sentinel of his own misery, loving her with a quiet, devastating intensity that he must never, ever put into words. Consider the profound sadness of this moment. Have you ever known the agony of an unspoken affection? Have you ever had to hold your peace when every fiber of your being screamed to speak, to reach out, to confess the truth of what you feel? This is the exquisite torture of the human heart when it is caught between love and honor. We watch Richard's hand twitch. We see his fingers begin to rise, wanting nothing more than to brush a stray lock of dark hair from her forehead, to offer her some small, physical reassurance in the darkness. But then, we see his jaw tighten. We watch him pull his hand back, burying it deep in his pocket, clenching it into a fist to keep from reaching out. This restraint, while noble, is a tragedy. It is a slow, silent bleeding of the spirit. Yet, in this very restraint, a different kind of strength is forged. Deprived of the easy comfort of physical touch or romantic declarations, their emotional connection does not wither. Instead, it deepens. It becomes something primal, a silent pact made in the shadows of the ancient abbey. In this quiet garden, amid the ruins of the past, they realize that they are each other's only true allies. The world outside may be spinning into chaos, populated by scheming lawyers, weak-willed brothers, and the terrifying specter of a cowled monk walking the night. But here, in the quietude of the garden, they find their anchor. They resolve, without making a single overt promise, to protect one another. Their silence becomes a shield. Their shared glances become a sanctuary. Let us unpack the psychology of this classic, heartbreaking dynamic. Why does this struggle between desire and duty resonate so deeply within our collective subconscious? Why do we find ourselves leaning in, holding our breath, hoping against hope that they will abandon their principles and embrace? It is because this conflict represents one of the most fundamental struggles of the human experience. We are all torn between our authentic desires and our social obligations. From the moment we are born, we are taught to value honor, loyalty, and the commitments we make to others. We are told that self-sacrifice is the ultimate virtue, yet our hearts are wild, untamed things that do not care for contracts, social standing, or family expectations. When we watch Richard and Leslie, we are watching our own internal battle played out on a grand, dramatic stage. We see our own regrets. We see the paths we did not take, the loves we walked away from because we believed it was the right thing to do, and the silent grief we still carry in the quiet corners of our minds. If you find yourself navigating your own garden of shadows, torn between what your heart demands and what your life requires, let me offer you a comforting hand. It is easy to view these situations as traps, to believe that we must either destroy our lives for the sake of love, or destroy our hearts for the sake of duty. But there is a third way. It is the way of emotional honesty with oneself. You do not need to act on every desire to acknowledge its truth. Richard Alford's honor is not weakened by his love for Leslie, rather, his love for her is what gives him the strength to maintain his honor. He protects her because he loves her, and he keeps his distance because he respects her. If you are facing a similar conflict, begin by giving yourself permission to feel without judgment. Allow the love, the longing, and the grief to exist within you without immediately trying to resolve them or push them away. Understand that holding back is sometimes the greatest act of love you can offer, provided it comes from a place of genuine care rather than fear. When you honor your commitments while still holding space for your true feelings, you transform your pain into a source of profound inner strength. You become like the ancient stones of the abbey, weathered by the storms of life, but standing firm, rooted in a truth that cannot be shaken by the wind. But as our young lovers stand in the garden, the quiet peace of their unspoken connection is suddenly shattered. The shadows of the Abbey gardens are not empty. Beyond the safety of their silent pact lies a world of deceit, a web of greed and manipulation that is slowly tightening around them. The very air seems to grow colder, and the rustle of the dry leaves takes on a sharper, more menacing tone. The legend of the Black Abbot is no longer just a ghost story told to frighten children or a convenient cover for thieves. It is a living, breathing threat, a manifestation of the darkness that threatens to tear them apart. Let us summarize the emotional landscape of this chapter. We have witnessed a moment of exquisite vulnerability, a quiet pause in the center of a gathering storm where two souls found each other in the dark. We have felt the weight of their unspoken love, a bond that is both their greatest torment and their ultimate salvation. We have explored the psychological depths of their struggle, recognizing our own conflicts within their silent pain, and we have found a way forward through the cultivation of emotional honesty and inner strength. But the night is far from over. As Richard and Leslie turn back toward the dark, looming silhouette of the house, they are acutely aware that the sanctuary of the garden is behind them. They must now step back into the labyrinth of deceit, where every smile may hide a betrayal, and every shadow may conceal a monster. The silence that united them must now be carried back into the noise of the world, a secret weapon against the terrors to come. Listen closely. The wind is rising now, whistling through the empty arches of the ruined chapel. The leaves are swirling at their feet, like whispers of warnings from those who walked these grounds centuries ago. What secrets lie waiting for them in the dark corridors of the house? Who is watching them from the high windows, their eyes filled with malice and greed? The stage is set, the players are in motion, and the shadows are lengthening. Join me as we step out of the garden and follow them into the heart of the darkness, where the true nature of the Black Abbot's curse is about to be revealed. Let us move forward, together, into the next chapter of this haunting tale. Chapter 11: The Secret Laboratory. There is a delicate, almost invisible thread that connects our deepest passions to the cold, dark waters of madness. When does a search for truth transform into a desperate flight from reality? We often believe that we are in complete control of our minds, that our ambitions are guided by pure, unadulterated reason. But what happens when the very foundation of our intellect is quietly, systematically undermined by our deepest vulnerabilities? It is this fragile human struggle that we find ourselves witnessing as we step into the shadow of Fossaway Manor. We are about to cross a threshold of psychological ruin, entering a space where the scent of sulfur, damp stone, and decaying paper hangs heavy in the stagnant air. Here, in the quietest hours of the night, when the rest of the world is asleep and safe from its own demons, Harry Alford is slowly slipping away. He is descending into a labyrinth of his own making, guided by a phantom light that he believes to be salvation, but which is, in truth, the flickering torch of his own undoing. Let us pause for a moment and picture the scene. High above the overgrown grounds of the estate, tucked away in the ancient, winding stone of the northern tower, lies the secret laboratory. This is Harry's sanctuary, his fortress, and his prison. To reach it, one must ascend a narrow, spiraling staircase of cold, sweating granite, where the wind from the moors howls through the arrow-slit windows like a chorus of forgotten souls. The door to this chamber is heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands, and it is almost always locked from the inside. Within these stone walls, the atmosphere is suffocatingly dense. It is a room cluttered with the physical debris of an obsessed mind. Retorts of green and amber glass bubble over low, flickering blue flames, sending thin, twisting tendrils of pungent vapor toward the vaulted ceiling. Shelves groan under the immense weight of leather-bound folios, ancient Latin grimoires with cracked spines, and yellowed vellum manuscripts that promise the secrets of the cosmos. Dust motes dance lazily in the weak beam of a single oil lamp, settling upon brass astrolabes, copper tubing, and crucibles filled with half-formed chemical compounds. In the center of this chaos stands Harry. His hair is disheveled, his eyes are sunken and ringed with dark, bruised circles of exhaustion, and his fingers are permanently stained with silver nitrate and charcoal. He is a man possessed, feverishly stirring a steaming vessel, convinced that he is on the very precipice of unlocking the legendary secrets of the Black Abbot. To truly understand this descent, we must look at the tragedy of Harry's daily existence. Consider a night when the storm outside is raging, clawing at the leaded windows of the tower. Harry stands before a massive, iron-bound table, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. He is reading from an old, stained parchment that he believes to be a genuine 11th century guide to the transmutation of metals, supposedly written by the Black Abbot himself. His inner monologue is a chaotic, racing river of desperation. He whispers to himself, his voice a hoarse rasp in the empty room, telling himself that if he can just balance the mercury, if he can just find the correct ratio of antimony and sulfur, he will not only secure the legendary treasure, but he will also cure the phantom sickness that has begun to claw at his chest. He believes he is a genius on the verge of immortality. But as we watch him, we see his hand tremble so violently that he drops a fragile glass pipette, shattering it on the stone floor. He does not even blink. He simply steps on the broken glass, his boots grinding the shards into dust, too consumed by the vision in his mind to notice the physical pain or the blood slowly seeping through his leather sole. Why does this classic dynamic of the locked tower and the obsessive pursuit of the impossible resonate so deeply within our subconscious? It is because the locked room is a profound psychological metaphor for the human ego when it decides to isolate itself from the feedback of the real world. When we face overwhelming pain, uncertainty, or a sense of inadequacy, our subconscious mind often seeks to build a sanctuary where we are the absolute rulers, where our intelligence cannot be questioned, and where our fantasies can be nurtured without the harsh light of external validation. It is a defense mechanism born of fear. By locking the door to the tower, Harry is not just keeping out his brother Richard or the servants. He is keeping out the terrifying reality of his own fading health, his family's declining fortune, and his own profound insignificance in a rapidly changing world. When we isolate ourselves in our own metaphorical towers, whether through workaholism, toxic relationships, or obsessive intellectual pursuits, we are trying to control a universe that feels chaotic and threatening. But in doing so, we cut off the vital flow of human connection and objective truth, turning our safe havens into echo chambers of our own neuroses. If you find yourself today standing at the door of your own locked tower, feeling the urge to isolate and obsess over things you cannot control, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. The first step to breaking free from this psychological trap is to gently acknowledge the fear that drove you into the tower in the first place. Ask yourself, what am I running from? What pain am I trying to cure with this obsession? Once you identify that vulnerability, The second step is to purposefully open a window to the outside world. This means reaching out to a trusted friend, a mentor, or a professional, and sharing your raw, unfiltered thoughts, even if you fear they will judge you. The simple act of speaking your secret obsessions aloud to another human being strips them of their hypnotic power. Finally, commit to a grounding practice. When your mind begins to spin into the clouds of theoretical worries or grandiose plans, force your awareness back into your physical body. Feel the weight of your feet on the earth. Listen to the ambient sounds around you, and focus on a single, simple, real-world task. True strength is not found in the isolation of a towering intellect, but in the courageous acceptance of our vulnerable, everyday humanity. But the tragedy of Harry's isolation is compounded by a far more insidious force. Someone is feeding his madness. Deep within the shadows of this narrative, a nameless, calculating presence is covertly delivering forged historical documents, ancient-looking letters, and false chemical formulas directly into Harry's path. These documents are masterpieces of deception, crafted with artificial aging, archaic ink, and subtle references to Harry's family lineage that play perfectly into his pre-existing delusions. This manipulator knows exactly which chords of pride and desperation to strike. Each new scroll Harry finds, placed strategically among his mail or slipped into his library, acts as a psychological drug, reinforcing his belief that he is the chosen one, the only mind capable of deciphering the Abbot's secrets. Imagine Harry in the dim light of dawn, discovering a yellowed letter sealed with crumbling black wax on his workbench. He does not stop to question how it got there. He tearfully breaks the seal, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. As he reads the elegant, archaic script, his eyes widen with a terrifying, ecstatic joy. The letter speaks of a secret chamber beneath the ruins, a chamber that can only be opened by a specific chemical reaction detailed in the text. Harry's inner monologue screams in triumph. He thinks to himself that his doubters are fools, that his brother Richard is a blind, unimaginative coward, and that he, Harry, is finally being vindicated by history itself. This forged paper is not just ink on parchment. It is a lifeline of validation that he clutches to his breast, completely unaware that the thread is being pulled by a puppeteer who intends to lead him straight off the edge of a cliff. This dynamic of external manipulation feeding internal delusion is one of the most terrifying aspects of the human condition. Psychologically, we are incredibly vulnerable to confirmation bias. When we desperately want to believe something about ourselves, whether it is that we are uniquely victimized, uniquely gifted, or uniquely destined for a specific path, our subconscious will greedily devour any piece of evidence that supports this narrative, no matter how fabricated or toxic it may be. The manipulator in Harry's life understands this fundamental human weakness. By feeding him forged documents, they are bypasses his critical thinking faculties and speaking directly to his starved ego. In our modern lives, we see this play out constantly. We see it in the echo chambers of social media, where algorithms feed our anxieties and biases to keep us hooked. We see it in toxic relationships where a master manipulator tells us exactly what we want to hear, whispering sweet falsehoods that alienate us from our friends and family, all while slowly draining our autonomy. To protect yourself from these poisoned whispers, you must develop a robust practice of intellectual and emotional discernment. The first step is to question the source of the validation you receive. When a piece of information or a compliment perfectly matches your deepest desires or your worst fears, pause and ask, who benefits from me believing this? What is the motive behind this offering? The second step is to actively seek out contrary evidence. Force yourself to look at your situation from the perspective of an objective, neutral outsider. What would a calm, detached observer say about the path you are on? The third step is to anchor your self-worth in internal values rather than external confirmation. When you no longer desperately need the world to tell you that you are special, brilliant, or flawless, you lose your vulnerability to those who would use those desires to control you. True freedom is the ability to stand in the truth of who you are, complete with your flaws and limitations, without needing a forged crown to feel worthy. As Harry sinks deeper into this chemically induced, manipulated twilight, we must turn our gaze to the tragic figure of his brother, Richard. Richard stands on the other side of that locked door, representing the heartbreaking perspective of those who love us but are helpless to stop our self-destruction. Day by day, Richard watches his brother's physical and mental decay with a growing sense of terror and profound grief. He sees Harry skipping meals, his once robust frame growing skeletal and stooped. He hears the frantic, erratic pacing through the ceiling late at night, the occasional crash of breaking glass, and the guttural, muttered conversations Harry holds with his invisible mentors. Richard's heart is heavy with the realization that the brother he once knew, the companion of his youth, is slowly being consumed by a monstrous shadow. Let us walk with Richard down the dimly lit hallway of the manor. He approaches the tower door, his hand trembling as he raises his knuckles to knock. He knocks once, twice, 3 times, his voice cracked with emotion as he calls out his brother's name, pleading with him to open the door, to come down to the dining hall, to just speak to him. From inside, there is only a sudden, hostile silence, followed by Harry's sharp, paranoid hiss, telling him to go away, accusing him of trying to steal his work, of being jealous of his inevitable triumph. Richard leans his forehead against the cold, rough wood of the door, his eyes closing as tears of frustration and helplessness sting his eyelids. His inner monologue is a painful loop of despair. He wonders what he did wrong, how he can reach a mind that has locked itself away so completely, and whether he is destined to watch his brother die in this tower of madness. He feels the crushing weight of a love that has no power to save, a devotion that is met only with suspicion and rage. This dynamic of the helpless witness is one of the most painful trials we can ever experience in our relationships. It taps into our deepest fear of powerlessness. When we love someone, our natural instinct is to protect them, to fix their problems, and to guide them back to safety when they lose their way. But when a loved one is gripped by addiction, mental illness, or a destructive obsession, our attempts to help are often met with fierce resistance. Psychologically, this can lead us into the trap of codependency, where we begin to sacrifice our own mental and physical well-being in a desperate, futile attempt to control another person's choices. We believe that if we just love them enough, if we just worry enough, if we just find the right words, we can break through their armor. But the painful truth of the human condition is that we cannot save anyone who does not wish to be saved. We cannot force a mind to see the light when it has fallen in love with the dark. For those of you who are currently standing outside a locked door in your own life, watching someone you love destroy themselves, please hear these gentle words. You must first release yourself from the impossible burden of being their savior. You did not cause their suffering. You cannot control it, and you cannot cure it. Your first and most sacred duty is to preserve your own sanity and your own light. Step back and establish firm, loving boundaries. This does not mean you stop loving them. It means you refuse to participate in their self-destruction. Offer your support only for their recovery, never for their obsession. And finally, seek out your own sanctuary of peace. Connect with others who understand your pain. Allow yourself to grieve the loss of the relationship as it once was, and remember that by keeping your own lamp lit, you provide the only true lighthouse they can turn to if they ever decide to swim back to shore. To summarize the profound journey of this chapter, we have witnessed the tragic anatomy of a soul in decline. We have seen how Harry's locked tower room represents the dangerous allure of isolation, how the forged documents represent the insidious power of manipulation that feeds our deepest biases, and how Richard's silent suffering represents the painful limits of human love in the face of self-destruction. Each of these elements serves as a mirror, reflecting our own tendencies to hide, to believe the lies that comfort us, and to lose ourselves in the struggles of others. But as the heavy scent of sulfur begins to drift under the door of the secret laboratory, and as the storm outside the manor reaches its howling crescendo, we are left with a chilling realization. The forces at play in Fossaway Manor are far larger and far more dangerous than the delusions of a single man. The shadow of the Black Abbot is not merely a legend of the past, but a living, breathing entity that is slowly tightening its grip around the throats of everyone in the house. The fragile peace of the estate is about to be shattered by a revelation that will force everyone, both the obsessive and the innocent, to confront the darkest corners of their own souls. Let us take a deep, grounding breath, steel our hearts, and step forward into the darkening hallway, for the true mystery of the manor is about to reveal its terrifying face. Chapter 12: A Midnight Meeting. There is a peculiar, almost suffocating silence that descends upon the soul when the illusions we hold dearest begin to fray at the edges. It is in these quiet, unheralded moments, when the world is stripped of its daytime noise, that the deepest truths of our existence are laid bare. We often think of betrayal as a sudden, cataclysmic storm, a lightning bolt that shatters the sky without warning. But more often than not, betrayal is like the creeping mist that rises from the damp earth of an ancient estate, silent, cold, and slow, wrapping itself around the foundations of our lives until we can no longer see the path before us. As we open our hearts to the 12th chapter of our journey through the shadows of Chelford, we find ourselves standing on the precipice of such a revelation. The air is thick with the scent of damp moss, decaying autumn leaves, and the sharp, metallic tang of impending winter. The fog has rolled in from the low-lying valleys, turning the sprawling grounds of Chelford Manor into a dreamscape where nothing is quite what it seems, and every silhouette holds a secret. It is midnight, that thin, liminal hour where the boundary between the conscious mind and the dark waters of the subconscious grows dangerously translucent. Here, in the shrouded garden, a covert alliance is about to be exposed, and with it, the fragile peace of those who walk these grounds will be forever shattered. Let us breathe in this chill air together, and feel the weight of this night. Imagine yourself standing in the shadows of the old stone balustrade. The stone is cold and wet beneath your fingertips, a harsh reminder of the physical world in a place that feels entirely spectral. You can hear your own heartbeat, a steady, rhythmic thrumming that seems too loud in the dead of night. Why is it that we are drawn to the dark? Why do we seek out the very secrets that have the power to destroy our peace of mind? Perhaps it is because deep within us, we know that living in a beautiful lie is far more dangerous than facing a painful truth. It is in this state of heightened sensitivity that Leslie steps out into the night. She is not seeking adventure, nor is she looking for a fight. She is merely searching for clarity in a world that has become increasingly obscured by half-truths and whispered threats. The gravel beneath her thin shoes threatens to betray her presence with every step, forcing her to move with a slow, deliberate grace that borders on the agonizing. She pulls her woolen cloak tightly around her shoulders, but it offers little protection against the chill that seems to emanate from the very earth itself. Suddenly, her breath catches in her throat. Through the swirling tendrils of gray mist, she discerns a movement near the ruins of the old abbey. It is a shape, darker than the night around it, waiting with a patience that feels predatory. As she creeps closer, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird, the shape resolves into a familiar figure. It is Fabian Gilder. His posture, usually so upright and calculated, is tense, his head turning at every slight sound, his eyes scanning the gloom with a desperate intensity. He is a man who believes he is alone, yet he is waiting for someone. And then, out of the darkness, another figure emerges. This one is draped in a long, dark cowl, a hooded silhouette that seems to absorb the very light around it. There is an ancient, almost mythic quality to this meeting. It is the classic archetype of the conspirators, meeting at the crossroads of destiny under the cover of darkness. This brings us to our first profound truth, the agony of witnessing. To see someone we know, someone who occupies a specific place in our waking life, acting in a way that completely contradicts their public persona is a deeply destabilizing experience. Psychologically, this triggers what we call cognitive dissonance. Our minds crave consistency. We want the people we trust to be who they say they are. When we witness them in a secret alliance, the ground beneath our feet begins to crumble. It is a direct assault on our sense of safety. Think of a time in your own life when you stumbled upon a truth you were not meant to see. Perhaps it was a glance at a glowing phone screen, a whispered conversation cut short when you entered the room, or a sudden, unexplained shift in someone's eyes. That cold spike of adrenaline that shoots through your veins is not just fear. It is the death of an illusion. Your subconscious mind immediately begins to rewrite the history of that relationship, viewing every past smile and every warm word through the lens of this new, terrifying discovery. It is a lonely, isolating feeling, because in that moment, you realize you are the only one carrying the weight of this unspoken knowledge. To navigate this in your own life, when you find yourself holding a truth that threatens to tear down your reality, the first step is to resist the urge to react immediately. The ego screams for confrontation, for immediate resolution to quiet the storm of anxiety within. But like Leslie, you must learn the power of the pause. Take a deep, slow breath. Let the initial wave of shock wash over you, and then let it recede. Do not rush to fill the silence with accusations. Instead, observe. Gather your strength in the quiet. The truth does not require your panic to be true. It simply requires your presence. As Leslie stands frozen behind the ancient yew hedge, the tension mounts to an almost unbearable degree. She knows that a single snapped twig, a single heavy exhalation, could draw their attention to her. The physical sensation of trying to remain invisible is a masterclass in human endurance. Every muscle in her body is coiled, her throat is dry, and the damp cold begins to seep into her bones, threatening to make her shiver. Yet, she forces herself to become a statue, a silent observer of a play she never wished to watch. The psychological dimension of this stealth is fascinating. Why do we put ourselves in positions of such vulnerability to overhear what is hidden? It is because the human psyche possesses an innate, evolutionary drive to seek out the hidden parameters of our environment. In ancient times, knowing where the predator slept or which member of the tribe was plotting rebellion was a matter of literal survival. In modern times, this manifests as our relentless pursuit of the undercurrents in our social and professional circles. We listen at closed doors. We read between the lines of emails. We search for the hidden subtext because our subconscious knows that the greatest dangers are never the ones that march openly down the street. They are the ones that crawl in through the basement window. But this hypervigilance comes at a terrible cost. When we spend our lives scanning the horizon for betrayal, we train our nervous systems to remain in a perpetual state of fight or flight. We begin to see enemies in every shadow, conspiracies in every silence. To heal this pattern, you must practice the art of conscious boundary setting. When you feel the urge to investigate, to dig, to uncover what is being kept from you, ask yourself a gentle but piercing question. Is this pursuit of truth serving my growth, or is it feeding my anxiety? Sometimes, the most courageous thing we can do is to walk away from a door we were never meant to open, trusting that whatever we need to know will reveal itself in the fullness of time, without us having to destroy our own peace to find it. But for Leslie, there is no turning back. She is already here, suspended in the damp air of the midnight garden, and the voices of the two figures finally begin to drift across the lawn, carrying on the heavy mist. At first, the words are nothing but low, rumbling murmurs, indistinguishable from the sighing of the wind through the bare branches. But then, Gilder's voice rises, sharp with a mixture of fear and greed. He speaks of the Alford gold, that legendary, cursed hoard of wealth that has cast a long, dark shadow over the entire history of Chelford. He speaks of it not as a myth, but as a tangible, imminent reality. The hooded figure responds in a low, raspy tone that makes the hairs on the back of Leslie's neck stand on end. They are planning a heist. They are speaking of keys, of secret passages beneath the abbey, of a betrayal so deep it will bring the entire house of Alford crashing down. The mention of the gold is crucial, for gold in literature and in psychology is rarely just about wealth. Gold represents the ultimate symbol of desire, the projection of all our unfulfilled longings. It is the quick fix, the magical solution that promises to cure our insignificance, to protect us from the cold, harsh realities of the world. For Gilder, the gold is his ticket out of the mediocrity he so desperately fears. For the hooded figure, it is power. We must ask ourselves, what is the Alford gold in our own lives? What is that shining, elusive prize we chase, believing that once we possess it, we will finally be safe, finally be happy, finally be loved? Is it a promotion, a specific relationship, a status symbol? When we obsess over these external treasures, we often enter into toxic alliances, just as Gilder has. We compromise our values, we whisper in the dark, and we betray our true selves, all for the promise of a golden future that may never arrive. And even if we do attain it, we find that the gold is cold, heavy, and unable to fill the empty spaces within our souls. To break free from this cycle, You must practice the step-by-step process of identifying your own false gold. Begin by writing down the one thing you believe you need more than anything else to feel complete. Once you have identified it, look beneath the surface. Ask yourself, what feeling am I hoping this thing will give me? Is it security, validation, peace? Once you recognize the underlying emotional need, challenge yourself to find one small, healthy way to cultivate that feeling within yourself today, without relying on the external prize. You do not need to steal the gold to be rich. You simply need to realize that the treasury of your own resilience is already full. As the midnight meeting draws to a close, the hooded figure slips back into the dense fog, vanishing as quickly and silently as a ghost. Fabian Gilder stands alone for a long moment, looking down at his hands as if already feeling the weight of the stolen gold upon them, before turning and walking back toward the manor with hurried, guilty steps. Leslie is left alone in the darkness. The silence returns, but it is a different kind of silence now. It is heavy with a burden of knowledge. She knows the plot. She knows the players. The world she woke up in this morning is gone, replaced by a reality that is far more dangerous and far more complex than she ever imagined. As we close this chapter, let us contemplate the journey we have just taken. We have walked through the fog, we have stood in the shadows, and we have listened to the whispers of betrayal. We have seen how easily the human heart can be swayed by the promise of false gold, and how painful it is to watch those we know fall prey to their lowest instincts. But we have also learned that within us lies the strength to bear the truth, to stand still in the midst of the storm, and to navigate the shadows with our integrity intact. The fog of Chelford is lifting slightly, but the darkness remains. As Leslie prepares to make her choice, to decide what she will do with the terrible secret she now holds, we find ourselves standing beside her, waiting for the dawn. In our next chapter, the consequences of this midnight meeting will begin to unfurl, dragging those who walk in the light down into the very depths of the conspiracy. Stay close, keep your eyes open, and remember that even in the deepest night, the light of truth can never be fully extinguished. Let us step forward together into the gathering dawn of what lies ahead. Chapter 13 The Mask Falls. There is an ancient, quiet truth that whispers to us in the dead of night, a truth we spend most of our lives trying to outrun. It is the realization that the ghosts we fear the most are never truly spiritual. They do not belong to the ether, nor do they drift down from some celestial realm to punish us for our sins. No, the most terrifying monsters are always made of flesh and bone. They are born of human greed, nurtured by human cunning, and draped in the heavy, dark fabrics of our own willingness to believe in the impossible. We cling to the supernatural because it is, in some strange, twisted way, far more comforting than the cold, calculating malice of our fellow man. To believe in a ghost is to believe in an afterlife, in a grand design, in something larger than ourselves. But to face the reality of a human conspirator is to look directly into the mirror of our own vulnerability. Welcome back to our journey through the shadows of Fossaway Manor. If you are listening to this in a quiet room, perhaps with the lights dimmed, I invite you to take a deep, centering breath. Let the weight of your day fall away, and let your mind drift to the damp, subterranean corridors of the ancient abbey. In this 13th chapter, titled The Mask Falls, we join Richard at the very precipice of truth. The air here is thick with the scent of rotting oak, wet stone, and the unmistakable, sharp tang of old dust that has not been disturbed for centuries. Richard stands in the deep recesses of the crypt, his lantern casting long, trembling shadows against the weeping walls. For hours, he has chased a legend. He has chased the whisper of the Black Abbot, that terrifying spectre said to haunt these grounds, carrying a curse that has paralyzed the Fossaway lineage for generations. But tonight, the atmosphere feels different. The silence is not spiritual. It is heavy, tense, and pregnant with a very human secret. As Richard moves his lantern, the golden light washes over a heap of dark fabric discarded in the corner of a collapsed archway. It looks, at first glance, like nothing more than a shadow given form. He approaches slowly, his boots crunching softly on the gravelly earth. He reaches out a hand, his fingers trembling slightly. When his skin makes contact with the material, there is no supernatural chill. Instead, his fingers sink into the coarse, heavy weave of modern wool. And then, he smells it. It is not the scent of grave dirt or ancient incense. It is the distinct, acrid odor of petroleum, of modern chemical grease, smeared thick and dark across the hem of the Black Abbot. Take a moment to picture this scene. Imagine the profound shock that ripples through Richard's entire being. In an instant, the grand, terrifying myth of the Black Abbot, a legend that has held an entire estate in the grip of terror, is reduced to a greasy piece of laundry. This is the first key point of our exploration today, the discovery of the physical, mundane reality behind our greatest fears. Let us look closely at this discarded habit. Why chemical grease? Because even the most elaborate illusion requires maintenance. The hidden doors of the abbey, the rusty iron hinges of the secret passages, the pulleys used to make the spectre appear as if it is floating through the mist, all of these mechanical contrivances require lubrication to keep them from shrieking in the dark. The conspirator, in their haste or perhaps in their arrogance, had neglected to clean the hem of their costume after servicing the hidden mechanisms of the estate. This cinematic moment is a powerful metaphor for our own lives. How often do we build up an obstacle in our minds, transforming it into an insurmountable, terrifying phantom? We tell ourselves that we are cursed, that we are destined to fail, or that some unseen force is actively working against our happiness. But if we possess the courage of Richard, if we dare to reach out and touch the hem of that terrifying phantom, we almost always find the grease. We find that our fears are constructed of very mundane, manageable pieces of reality. They are held together by bad habits, unresolved past experiences, or the simple, unvarnished selfishness of others. When we analyze this psychologically, we begin to understand why this classic dynamic matters so deeply to our subconscious. The human brain is a meaning-making machine. When we experience pain or anxiety, our subconscious mind would often prefer to create a grand, dramatic narrative rather than accept a boring, painful truth. It is far more dramatic, far more heroic, to be haunted by an ancient abbey ghost than to admit that we are being manipulated by someone we trust, or that we are simply afraid of taking responsibility for our own lives. By deconstructing the myth, we reclaim our power. We realize that if a human hand built the monster, a human hand can dismantle it. So, how do we apply this to our own journey? When you find yourself paralyzed by a recurring fear or anxiety, act as a spiritual detective. Do not look at the terrifying silhouette of the monster. Look for the grease. Ask yourself, what are the practical, mechanical elements of this fear? What are the daily habits, the specific environments, or the toxic relationships that are lubricating this illusion. By breaking down the grand myth into its physical components, you strip the phantom of its power. You realize it is just a costume, and costumes can always be taken off. Let us transition now to our second key point: the systematic deconstruction of the ghost's appearances. Standing there in the damp crypt, with a greasy Abbot in his hands, Richard begins to think. He does not simply accept the evidence. He analyzes it. He begins to map out, in his mind, every single time the Black Abbot has been sighted over the past several months. He remembers the night the Abbot appeared on the East Terrace, sending the servants into a state of screaming hysteria. He remembers the sighting near the old well, and the whispered rumors of the specter walking through the ruined chapel. As Richard traces these occurrences, a chillingly logical pattern begins to emerge. The ghost never appears randomly. It never appears when the estate is heavily guarded, nor does it appear during the bright, clear days when the ruins are easily inspected. No, the Black Abbot only manifests when specific conditions are met. It appears when certain gates are left unlocked. It appears when the master of the house is away or incapacitated. It appears when a new guest, perhaps someone too curious for their own good, begins to ask questions that cut too close to the family's financial secrets. The haunting is not a chaotic outburst of spiritual energy. It is a highly choreographed schedule. It is a calendar of convenience. Imagine the psychological shift in Richard as he realizes this. The terror that once constricted his chest is replaced by a cold, burning anger. He has been played. His family has been played. They have been living in a prison of fear, but the bars of that prison were painted on by a very human artist. Why does this patent-seeking matter so much to us? In our own lives, we often feel like we are victims of random, chaotic emotional storms. We feel like anxiety, depression, or bad luck strike us out of nowhere, like ghosts in the night. But if we were to step back and map our own hauntings, we would find a highly logical schedule. Our emotional ghosts usually appear when we are exhausted, when we have neglected our physical well-being, or when we have allowed our personal boundaries to be crossed. They appear when we are on the verge of making a significant, positive change in our lives, acting as self-sabotaging gatekeepers to keep us safely within our comfort zones. The practical advice here is simple yet profound. You must keep a ledger of your ghosts. When does your self-doubt peak? Who is around you when you feel the most depleted? What are the environmental triggers that precede your moments of panic? When you begin to see the logical pattern of your own emotional hauntings, you realize that your pain is not a curse. It is a reaction to a specific set of circumstances. And because circumstances can be changed, your reaction can be changed as well. You transition from a passive victim of a haunting to an active architect of your own peace. This brings us to the third, and perhaps most chilling, key point of our chapter: the realization of the stakes. Why would someone go to such extraordinary lengths to construct this elaborate, terrifying myth? Why build secret passages, grease the hinges, and don the heavy, stifling habit of the Black Abbot night after night? As Richard stares at the damp stone floor of the crypt, the final piece of the puzzle falls into place with a terrifying, heavy thud. The ghost was never meant to simply scare people. The ghost was a tool of clearance. It was a highly effective, psychological fence designed to keep the living away from the abbey ruins. And why keep them away? Because beneath these ruins lies the legendary, long-lost treasure of the Fossaways. The fake ghost was being used to clear the grounds, to empty the estate of curious eyes, so that a massive, systematic robbery could take place right under their noses. Every scream from a terrified maid, every whispered prayer from a superstitious butler, was just more time bought for the thieves to dig, undisturbed, into the ancient vaults of the manor. Think of the sheer audacity of this plan. The conspirators used the family's own ancestral history, their own deep-seated fears and superstitions, as a weapon against them. They turned the family's heritage into a cage, and then proceeded to rob them of their actual wealth while they were too terrified to look. This is a cinematic and deeply touching revelation, because it speaks to a profound human tragedy. How many of us are currently being robbed of our true potential, of our joy, of our time, because we are too distracted by the ghosts of our past? Think of a person who has been deeply hurt in a past relationship. They carry the ghost of that betrayal with them everywhere they go. Whenever someone new, someone kind and genuine, tries to get close, the ghost appears. The fear rises up, warning them to stay away, to lock the gates, to retreat into the safety of isolation. And so, they run away. They stay safe, but they stay empty. Meanwhile, the ghost, which is really just a projection of past pain, is robbing them of their future, stealing their chance at love, connection, and a beautiful life. The stakes in our own lives are incredibly high. Every day we spend running from our manufactured phantoms is a day we are being robbed of our treasures. Our attention is a treasure. Our peace of mind is a treasure. Our capacity to trust and to love is the greatest wealth we possess. Do not let the ghosts of your past, or the manufactured anxieties of the modern world, clear the grounds of your life so they can plunder your inner sanctuary. As we begin to wrap up this chapter, let us summarize the incredible transformation we have witnessed in Richard. He entered the crypt as a man haunted, a man weighed down by the heavy, invisible chains of a family curse. He leaves the crypt as an investigator, a seeker of truth who has looked behind the curtain and found the mortal hand pulling the strings. The mask has fallen. The Black Abbot is no longer a shadow to be feared, but a criminal to be caught. Take a deep breath. Feel the shift in your own energy as you internalize this story. If Richard can find the courage to touch the greasy hem of his phantom, so can you. If he can map the pattern of his haunting and realize the true value of what is being protected, so can you. You are stronger than the illusions that seek to keep you small. But as the mask falls, a new danger arises. For when you unmask a monster, you must be prepared to look at the face of the person wearing it. And sometimes, that face belongs to someone you never would have suspected. As Richard turns to leave the crypt, his lantern light flickering in the sudden draft, he hears a soft, metallic click behind him. The heavy iron door of the vault slowly begins to swing shut, and the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoes through the dark. Who is waiting for him in the shadows? What happens when the conspirator realizes their mask has been found? Join me in the next chapter, where we will step out of the darkness of the crypt and into the blinding light of confrontation. Until then, keep your eyes open, watch for the patterns, and never be afraid to look for the grease on the hem of your fears. Sleep well, and journey on. Chapter 14: Betrayal at Fossaway Manor. There is a peculiar kind of silence that precedes a great ruin, a silence not of peace, but of suspended breath, where the very walls of an ancient house seem to hold their secrets like a dying man clutching his last confession. It is here, within the damp, rain-streaked stone walls of Fossaway Manor, that we find ourselves at the precipice of Chapter 14. The air in the study is heavy with the scent of decaying oak, old parchment, and the cold, metallic tang of fear. Outside, the English countryside is swallowed by a creeping autumn fog, a grey shroud that mirrors the suffocating web tightening around the Jin family. To understand the weight of this moment, we must first recognize a profound truth of the human condition. The most devastating betrayals never come from strangers lurking in the dark, but from those who have studied our vulnerabilities under the guise of loyalty. Betrayal is a poison brewed slowly, served in a cup of necessity, and at Fossaway Manor, the cup is finally full. Let us step into the study, where the fire in the hearth has died down to a mound of grey ash and glowing red embers, casting long, monstrous shadows across the floorboards. Here stands Arthur Jin, a man whose ancestral pride has become his own gilded cage. Before him sits Gilder, the architect of this misery. Gilder does not look like a monster. He looks like an accountant of souls, his fingers tracing the edges of a thick leather portfolio. Within that portfolio lie the forged bills, the absolute proof of Arthur's financial indiscretions, documents that could in a single day dismantle the Jin family name, strip them of their land, and consign Arthur to the cold stone of a prison cell. Gilder's voice, when he speaks, is devoid of anger. It possesses the chilling, flat resonance of a man who knows he holds all the cards. He offers a simple transaction, a monstrous bargain. The forged documents will vanish into the fire, and the family reputation will remain untarnished, on one condition. Arthur must give him the hand of his daughter, Leslie, in marriage. Consider the sheer, suffocating weight of this blackmail. It is not merely a demand for money. It is a demand for a human soul, a transaction where a daughter's future is traded to preserve a father's fragile vanity. Arthur Jin is a broken man, weeping silently into his hands, his shoulders shaking under the realization that his own weakness has delivered his beloved child into the jaws of a predator. This dynamic of blackmail and the threat of exposure touches something deeply primal within our subconscious. Why does the threat of ruin hold such absolute power over us? Psychologically, our social reputation, our standing within our tribe, is linked to our primal survival instincts. To be cast out, to be exposed as a fraud or a failure, triggers the same deep-seated panic as being left in the wilderness to freeze. Gilder understands this. He is not just leveraging paper. He is leveraging Arthur's terror of social death. When we find ourselves cornered by the ghosts of our past mistakes, or by the manipulative demands of those who hold power over us, we often feel an overwhelming urge to capitulate, to make any sacrifice just to keep the secret safe. But the mentor within us must whisper a vital truth. A peace bought with blackmail is merely a lease on a prison cell. The moment you pay a blackmailer, you do not buy your freedom. You only fund their next demand. To apply this to your own life, when you are faced with the terror of exposure or the pressure to compromise your deepest values for the sake of appearances, you must practice the art of radical transparency with yourself. Take a deep, centering breath, feel the ground beneath your feet, and ask yourself what is truly worth saving. Is it the illusion of a perfect life, or is it the integrity of your soul? The first step to breaking any trap is to look at the bait and realize that you no longer need to swallow it. By accepting the possibility of ruin, you strip the oppressor of their only weapon. But Gilder's trap, as perfect as it seems on paper, fails to account for the unpredictable fire of the human spirit. The door to the study opens, and Leslie Jin steps into the room. She does not enter as a victim. She enters with the quiet, devastating grace of a woman who has looked into the abyss and refused to blink. She has heard the bargain. She sees her father's tear-stained face, and she sees Gilder's expectant, victorious smile. With a voice that is remarkably calm, a voice that cuts through the thick tension of the room like a silver blade, Leslie delivers her refusal. She will not submit. She will not allow her life to be used as currency to pay for her father's folly. Imagine the courage it takes to stand in a room filled with the ghosts of your family's history and say no. She knows the consequences. She knows that her refusal means public disgrace, the loss of Fossaway Manor, and the ruin of the Jin name. Yet, her inner monologue is not one of fear, but of a profound, crystalline clarity. She realizes that a name is just letters carved on a tombstone if the living person bearing it has sold their soul to keep it clean. She chooses the path of fire, choosing to let the old world burn so that she may stand free in the ashes. This act of defiance is a master class in the psychology of boundaries. The subconscious mind of a person who has been pushed to the edge often experiences a moment of profound integration, where the fear of the external threat is suddenly eclipsed by the love for one's own sovereignty. Leslie's defiance is not born of anger. It is born of a sacred self-respect. When we say a true, unyielding no to oppression, we are not just defending ourselves. We are reclaiming the very center of our being. How do we find this strength in our own moments of trial? When you feel pressured by societal expectations, family obligations, or toxic relationships to sacrifice your happiness for the comfort of others, you must learn to stand in your own light. Practice the discipline of the sacred pause. Before you answer a demand that feels like a weight upon your chest, pause, place your hand over your heart, and ask if your acceptance is born of love or of fear. If it is born of fear, find the courage to let your voice be steady as you say, "I cannot do this." It is a painful process, yes, but it is the only path to true psychological liberation. Yet, a story of betrayal and defiance cannot end in a stalemate. The tension within Fossaway Manor has reached its boiling point, and the universe demands a catalyst. Enter Richard. He has watched from the periphery, his heart torn by the suffering of the woman he loves and the insidious plotting of a man he despises. Witnessing Leslie's brave stand and Gilder's refusal to back down, something shifts within Richard. The time for quiet diplomacy, for legal maneuverings, and for polite restraint is over. The situation demands a direct, aggressive, and primal intervention. Richard steps into the space between the victim and the predator. His presence changes the entire atmosphere of the room. He does not argue. He does not plead. He takes action. He seizes the moment with a controlled, righteous fury that shatters Gilder's illusion of control. By confronting Gilder directly, by forcing him to face the physical and immediate consequences of his malice, Richard triggers a sequence of events that will forever alter the destiny of everyone within Fossaway Manor. This shift from passive suffering to aggressive defense is a crucial stage in any narrative of redemption. Psychologically, it represents the activation of the warrior archetype. We often fear our own aggression, associating it with violence or cruelty. But righteous anger is a vital, protective force. It is the energy that draws a line in the sand and says, "This far, and no further." Without this energy, we remain passive observers of our own destruction. To apply this to your life, you must learn to integrate your own strength. There are times when patience and understanding are the correct paths, but there are also times when you must take decisive, bold action to protect your boundaries and those you love. When you feel that surge of indignation at injustice, do not suppress it. Channel it. Use it as fuel to make the hard decision, to have the difficult conversation, or to walk away from a situation that is slowly eroding your spirit. As the echoes of this confrontation linger in the quiet rooms of Fossaway Manor, we begin to see the deeper meaning of this chapter. The betrayal at the manor is not just a plot point in a mystery. It is a mirror reflecting our own struggles with fear, reputation, and the courage to stand alone. It reminds us that the structures we build to protect ourselves, whether they are grand estates like Fossaway or the emotional fortresses we construct around our hearts, are useless if they are built on a foundation of lies and fear. In summary, Chapter 14 has shown us the dark depths of Gilder's ambition, the fragile desperation of Arthur Jin, the shining, unbreakable resolve of Leslie, and the fiery intervention of Richard. It is a chapter of endings and beginnings, where these illusions of the past are stripped away to reveal the raw truth of the human heart. And now, as the fog outside the windows of Fossaway Manor grows thicker, swallowing the gardens and the ancient stone walls, we are left with a lingering sense of suspense. The trap has been sprung, the lines have been drawn, but the battle is far from over. What will happen when the darkness of the night fully descends? What secrets still hide in the shadows of the Black Abbot's domain? Step forward with me now, keep your eyes steady, and let us venture together into the next chapter, where the mysteries of the heart and the shadows of the past are about to collide in ways we can only begin to imagine. Chapter 15: The Assault on the Vaults. It is said that the deepest secrets of the human soul are never surrendered in the light of day. They require the cover of shadow, the howling accompaniment of a storm, and the desperate vulnerability of a heart pushed to its absolute limits. Welcome, my friend, to this dark, subterranean sanctuary. As we enter this chapter, let yourself settle into the quiet space of your own mind. Take a deep, slow breath, and let the noise of the modern world fade away. Tonight, we travel together to the ancient, rain-lashed ruins of Fossaway Abbey. We are descending into the vaults, not merely to witness a clash of desperate men, but to confront the very architecture of our own fears, our own obsessions, and our own search for redemption. Outside, a storm of biblical proportions is tearing through the heavens. The rain does not merely fall. It hammers against the ancient stone walls like an invading army, weeping for the sins of the past and the tragedies yet to unfold. Within this tempestuous night, we find Harry Chelford. He is a man possessed, driven not by rational thought, but by the shimmering, elusive phantom of a vision. He descends the wet, slippery steps of the crypt, his fingers trembling as they clutch a single, flickering candle. The flame dances wildly, casting long, monstrous shadows against the damp, weeping stone walls. Harry can hear his own breath, a ragged, desperate sound that seems to mock the silence of the dead resting in the tombs around him. He is searching for the fabled treasure of the Black Abbot, a prize he believes will cure his inner sickness, restore his family name, and finally bring him peace. But as we watch him descend deeper into the dark, we must ask ourselves, is he searching for wealth, or is he trying to outrun the terrifying void within his own soul? This image of Harry, descending alone into the subterranean dark while a storm rages above, is a profound metaphor for the human condition. When the storms of life rage around us, we often retreat into the deepest, darkest chambers of our own minds. We chase after illusions, believing that some external treasure, some sudden windfall, or some perfect circumstance will finally heal our wounds. Let us look closely at Harry's struggle. His steps are hesitant, yet he is propelled forward by a feverish, almost sacred desperation. He feels the damp air pressing against his skin, smelling of earth, decay, and centuries of forgotten history. Every drip of water from the ceiling sounds like a ticking clock, counting down the moments of his sanity. Psychologically, this dynamic represents our subconscious drive to find light in the very places we fear the most. We often project our deepest needs onto material symbols. For Harry, the gold of the Black Abbot is not just currency. It is a symbol of safety, of love, of validation. When we refuse to look at our inner pain, we create these external quests, driving ourselves to the point of exhaustion in pursuit of things that can never truly satisfy us. To navigate this within yourself, my friend, you must learn to recognize when you are chasing a phantom treasure. When you feel that frantic, obsessive urge to acquire, to achieve, or to escape pours, place a hand over your heart. Ask yourself, what is the storm outside trying to tell me, and what is the void inside trying to heal? The step-by-step path to freedom begins with this simple, courageous act of stopping. You do not need to run into the dark vaults of obsession to find your worth. You only need to sit with a storm, breathing through the discomfort, until the need to escape dissolves into self-compassion. But Harry is not alone in the depths. While he wanders the labyrinth of his own mind, another force is breaching the sanctuary. At the edge of the abbey ruins, where the black waters of the river swell and churn under the torrential rain, the iron grate groans. Thomas Gilder, a man whose heart is as cold and calculating as the stone vaults themselves, is making his entry. He does not come with visions or poetic despair. He comes with iron, with greed, and with hired thugs whose faces are masked by the shadows of their hoods. They slip through the secret river entrance, their boots splashing softly in the icy, rising water. The smell of brackish river mud and stagnant rot fills their nostrils. Gilder whispers commands, his voice a low, venomous hiss that cuts through the distant rumble of thunder. For Gilder, this vault is not a place of spiritual reckoning. It is a vault to be plundered, a transaction to be completed, regardless of the human cost. Observe the contrast between these two men. Harry represents the tragic seeker, lost in his emotions, while Gilder represents the ruthless pragmatist, willing to violate any sanctuary to satisfy his greed. The cinematic tension builds as Gilder and his men creep through the low-arched brick tunnels, their lanterns shuttered to mere slivers of light. They move like predators, their eyes scanning the dark for any sign of opposition, their hands resting on the hilts of their weapons. They are the personification of intrusion, of the parts of our life where we try to force our way forward, using manipulation, control, and sheer willpower to bypass the natural order of things. When we look at Gilder's invasion through a psychological lens, we see the archetype of the usurper within us. This is the voice in our head that whispers that we must fight, steal, and conquer to survive. It is the part of us that does not trust the universe, that believes resources are scarce, and that we must take what we want before someone else does. This mentality creates a state of perpetual warfare within our subconscious. It isolates us, cutting us off from the natural flow of life and love. To heal this pattern, we must practice the art of surrender. We must guide ourselves away from the desperate need to conquer. The next time you find yourself scheming, controlling, or trying to force an outcome in your life, take a step back. Soften your grip. Realize that true abundance cannot be stolen or hoarded. It is cultivated through trust, vulnerability, and connection. You do not need to break into the vaults of life. You only need to allow yourself to receive what is already flowing toward you. And yet, there is a third player in this subterranean drama, moving silently through the pitch-black labyrinth. Richard. He is the quiet observer, the protector who has tracked the invaders into the depths. Unlike Harry, who is blinded by obsession, and Gilder, who is blinded by greed, Richard moves with absolute clarity and silent purpose. He has no lantern. He relies entirely on his senses, his fingers lightly brushing the cold, rough stone walls, his ears tuned to the slightest shift in the darkness. He hears the distant, rhythmic splashing of Gilder's men. He hears the faint, echoing sigh of Harry's breath. He is the thread that connects these disparate forces, a silent guardian navigating the chaotic dark with supreme mindfulness and courage. The cinematic tension of Richard's journey is palpable. Imagine standing in a place so dark that your eyes cannot adjust, where the silence is so heavy it feels physical. Every step must be calculated. The ground beneath his feet is uneven, slick with moss and ancient dust. He must master his own fear, keeping his heart rate slow, his breathing silent, and his mind perfectly focused. He is the embodiment of the quiet witness, the part of ourselves that remains calm, observant, and resilient, even when our inner world is in utter chaos. This dynamic of the silent tracker is perhaps the most crucial psychological tool we possess. In the theater of our mind, when our obsessions and our fears are clashing, we must learn to occupy the space of the observer. Richard does not rush in with loud declarations. He watches, he waits, and he understands. He represents our higher consciousness, the part of us that can look at our chaotic thoughts, our greed, and our panic without judgment, but with immense clarity. When you feel overwhelmed by your own internal conflicts, when your fears are screaming and your desires are pulling you in opposite directions, remember Richard. Step back into the silent darkness of your own mind. Do not react immediately. Simply observe. Feel the breath moving in and out of your body. Listen to the thoughts as if they are distant echoes in a cave. By cultivating this inner observer, you disarm the chaos. You regain your power, choosing to act from a place of wisdom rather than reacting from a place of fear. As these three forces converge in the deep, dripping vaults of Fossaway Abbey, the atmosphere grows heavy with the inevitability of confrontation. The storm outside reaches its crescendo, a violent symphony of thunder that rattles the very foundations of the earth. In this damp, forgotten underworld, the paths of the dreamer, the thief, and the guardian are about to collide. It is a crucible of the human soul, a moment where the masks we wear must fall away, leaving only the raw truth of who we are when we are forced into the dark. Let us reflect on this journey we have taken through the vaults. We have seen how our obsessions can lead us into dangerous depths, how our greed can drive us to violate our own sanctuaries, and how our quiet, observant self can guide us through the darkest labyrinths. This chapter is a mirror, showing us the different parts of our own psyche, demanding that we bring them into harmony. As we prepare to transition from this dark, subterranean cavern and follow our characters into the next phase of their fateful encounter, let the lessons of this space settle deep within you. The descent is never easy, but it is in the dark that we find the strength we never knew we had. Listen closely now, as the echo of footsteps in the vault begins to fade, and the true nature of the secret begins to reveal itself in the shadows. Chapter 16 Madness Reigns. There is an ancient truth whispered by the mystics of old, a quiet warning that the things we pursue with the most desperate intensity are often the very cages that will eventually lock us away. We build monuments to our desires, carving labyrinthine paths through our own minds, convincing ourselves that if we can only reach that one singular prize, the quiet agony of our existence will finally cease. But what happens when the prize is reached, and we find it empty? What happens when the mirage evaporates, leaving us alone in the dark with the dry, choking dust of our own making? Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, settling breath and let your mind drift with me into the damp, suffocating depths beneath Fossil Abbey. In this 16th chapter, titled Madness Reigns, we find ourselves standing in the cold, subterranean shadows beside Harry Alford. The air here is heavy, thick with the scent of stagnant water, rotting timber, and the ancient, calcified dust of centuries. The light of a single, sputtering lantern casts long, grotesque shadows against the weeping stone walls, turning the dampness on the rock into glistening veins of black blood. Harry is panting, his fingers raw and bleeding, his eyes wide with a frantic, feverish light that transcends mere ambition. He is a man standing on the very precipice of his life, driven by a devotion so absolute that it has consumed every shred of his sanity. Listen closely to the scrape of his fingernails against the iron bands of the fabled treasure chest. For years, this chest has been the silent deity of his private religion. He believed that within its heavy, oak-ribbed frame lay the cure for his family's ruin, the validation of his tortured existence, and the golden key to a future free from fear. With a final, agonizing heave, the rusted latch gives way with a sound like a dying gasp. The lid creaks open, groaning on ancient hinges, releasing a puff of stagnant, dead air. Harry plunges his hands inside, expecting the cold, smooth slide of heavy gold coin, the hard edges of priceless jewels, the tangible proof of his triumph. But his fingers meet only rough, heavy gray blocks of pig iron and lead, beneath which lies a stack of moldering, waterlogged parchments. The treasure is gone. It was perhaps never there, or perhaps it was spent by some long-forgotten ancestor who left only weight and waste to guard the empty promise. The gold was a decoy, a cruel historical joke, a tragic secret designed to lure the desperate into a trap of their own making. This moment of discovery is a cinematic tragedy of the highest order. Imagine the silence that falls over Harry in that damp chamber. The sputtering lantern light seems to dim as the truth slowly penetrates the thick armor of his delusions. He looks at his bleeding fingers, coated not in gold dust, but in dry gray lead oxide and wet mold. He has sacrificed his relationships, his health, his peace of mind, and his very soul for a chest of worthless scrap. Why does this classic dynamic resonate so deeply within our own subconscious minds? It is because Harry's empty chest is a mirror of a universal human tragedy. We are all, in some way, chasing our own versions of the Black Abbot's gold. We tell ourselves that once we achieve that specific promotion, once we secure that partner, once we accumulate that specific number in our bank accounts, we will finally be whole. We project our entire capacity for joy onto a future point on the horizon, ignoring the rot that is taking hold in our present lives. When we finally arrive at our destination and pry open the lid of our achievements, we are often devastated to find that the gold we sought does not have the power to heal our internal wounds. The psychological pain of realizing that your savior is an illusion is far greater than the pain of the struggle itself. It forces a confrontation with a terrifying truth that we must heal ourselves, that no external object can ever fill the void of an unloved soul. If you find yourself standing before your own empty chest today, feeling the crushing weight of disappointment, let me offer you a gentle, guiding hand. This moment of disillusionment, though agonizing, is actually a sacred threshold. It is the moment the illusion dies so that truth can finally be born. To navigate this, your first step is to stop digging. Cease the frantic search for external replacements to fill the void. Sit quietly in the darkness of your disappointment and allow yourself to grieve the dream that was never real. Ask yourself, what was I hoping this gold would say about me? Was I seeking validation? Was I seeking safety? Once you identify the emotional need you were projecting onto your goal, you can begin the beautiful, tender work of providing that safety and validation to yourself, without needing the world to hand it to you in a box of lead. But the horror of the subterranean chamber does not end with the empty chest. As Harry stands there, his breath rattling in his throat, a cold draft sweeps through the tomb, extinguishing the fragile flame of his lantern. Darkness, absolute and impenetrable, falls like a heavy velvet shroud. And then, from the deepest corner of the vault, a sound emerges. It is the soft, rhythmic rustle of heavy wool dragging over stone. Harry freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. Out of the darkness, a figure slowly takes shape, materialized from the very shadows themselves. It is the towering, cowled form of the Black Abbot. The face beneath the hood is a void of absolute blackness, save for two faint, glowing embers where eyes should be. Harry's mind, already strained to its absolute limit by the empty chest, snaps completely. The fragile threads of his logic unravel, and he is plunged into a howling wilderness of madness. He screams, a raw, animal sound that echoes off the wet stone, as he throws himself backward, clawing at the earth to escape the physical presence of his ultimate terror. This confrontation represents the ultimate psychological break, the moment when our repressed shadows can no longer be contained and burst into our conscious awareness. The Black Abbot is not merely a phantom of the Abbey. He is the physical manifestation of Harry's guilt, his unacknowledged fears, and the heavy ancestral curse he has refused to face. When we spend our lives running from our deepest fears, constructing elaborate defenses to keep them at bay, we inevitably draw them closer to us. The mind can only hold back the floodwaters of truth for so long before the dam bursts. And when it does, the rush of repressed emotion can feel like absolute madness. When you feel confronted by your own inner monsters, when the anxiety or the grief feels so overwhelming that you fear your mind might break, remember that the phantom only has power in the dark. The step-by-step path to reclaiming your sovereignty begins with the courageous act of shining a light on the shadow. Do not run from the fear. Do not try to bury it beneath distractions or false optimism. Instead, turn toward it. Speak to your anxiety as if it were a frightened child that has taken on a terrifying shape. Ask it, what do you want from me? What are you trying to protect me from? By facing your inner demons with curiosity and deep compassion rather than resistance, you strip them of their monstrous power. You realize that the terrifying black Abbot standing in the corner of your mind is merely a part of yourself that has been left too long in the dark, crying out for your own attention and love. As Harry's screams echo through the subterranean labyrinth, the very foundations of Fossaway begin to protest. The violence of his struggle, combined with the decay of centuries and the reckless excavations he has ordered, has compromised the structural integrity of the vaults. A deep, resonant groan vibrates through the floorboards beneath his feet. The ancient limestone arches, which have held up the weight of the world for hundreds of years, begin to buckle. Dust, dry and choking, begins to rain down from the ceiling, followed by the sharp, terrifying crack of splitting stone. A massive block of masonry crashes down just inches from where Harry lies writhing on the ground, shattering into 1,000 deadly fragments. The panic that erupts is visceral and absolute. The underground world is collapsing, folding in on itself, threatening to bury Harry, his empty chest, and his phantoms beneath a mountain of forgotten stone. The path of escape is rapidly vanishing, choked by falling debris and blinding clouds of dust. This physical collapse of the underground structure is a magnificent metaphor for the restructuring of the human psyche. When we cling to false beliefs and toxic patterns, life will eventually conspire to tear down the walls we have built. The collapse of our personal structures, whether it manifests as a failed relationship, a lost career, or a mental health crisis, is terrifying. It feels like the end of the world. The dust blinds us, the falling debris bruises us, and the noise of our collapsing life is deafening. We panic, scrambling to hold up the ceiling with our bare hands, trying desperately to preserve the very structures that were keeping us trapped in the dark. But we must understand that the collapse is often a profound act of grace. The old, decaying structures of our lives must fall so that the light of the sun can reach us once more. You cannot build a life of genuine joy and freedom on a foundation of lies and obsession. If your world is collapsing around you right now, your practical step is to practice the art of sacred surrender. Stop trying to hold up the falling stones. Let go of the need to control the outcome of the crisis. Crawl toward the exit, focusing only on the very next step in front of you. Trust that even if everything you have built is reduced to rubble, the essence of who you are remains untouched. Out of the ruins of your old life, you will have the raw materials to build a new, stronger, and far more beautiful sanctuary, one that is built on the solid bedrock of truth rather than the shifting sands of illusion. As we bring this intense and emotionally raw chapter to a close, let us look upon the tragic figure of Harry Alford one last time. He lies in the darkness, surrounded by worthless lead, haunted by the specter of his own mind, while the very earth groans and threatens to swallow him whole. His madness is not a defeat, but a desperate, chaotic cry for liberation from a burden he was never meant to carry. But as the dust thickens and the path back to the surface grows increasingly narrow, a faint, flickering light appears in the distance, cutting through the haze. Is it a rescuer, or is it another illusion designed to lead him further into the deep? The ground beneath the abbey continues to tremble, and the final choice between total destruction and a painful rebirth hangs in the absolute balance. Join me in the next chapter, where we will follow this flickering light into the unknown, discovering whether the ruins will become a tomb or the birthplace of a quiet, hard-won salvation. Stay close, breathe deeply, and let us step forward together into the shadows. Chapter 17: The Ghost's Identity. It has been said by the wisest among us that the most terrifying monster we will ever encounter is not the one that lurks in the shadows of the forest, but the one we see when we look in the mirror. We spend our lives fleeing from ghosts, running from the whispers in the dark and the cold drafts that stir the curtains of our minds. Yet, what happens when we finally corner the specter? What happens when we reach out into the gloom, grab the heavy, damp cloth of the phantom's shroud, and pull it back to reveal the face underneath? Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, slow breath, and let your mind settle into the cold, ancient stones of Fossaway Abbey. The night is deep, heavy, and thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying pine needles, and the sharp, metallic tang of fear. In this 17th chapter, which we have come to call the moment of the great unmasking, we find ourselves standing in the subterranean vaults of the estate. The air here is freezing, clinging to your skin like a wet shroud. Every breath you take forms a pale plume of mist in the dim, flickering light of a single lantern. And there, standing before us, cornered against the weeping stone wall, is the figure that has haunted these grounds for generations. The Black Abbot. For months, the legend of this ghostly monk has frozen the blood of everyone who dared approach the Chelford estate. We have heard the terrifying rustle of his heavy wool habit. We have seen the faceless void beneath his cowl. We have watched as he sowed discord, madness, and paralyzing terror throughout the family, driving them to the brink of ruin. But tonight, the illusion shattered. Tonight, the heavy hand of truth reached out and tore away the mask. Listen to the silence that fell over the vault when the hood was finally cast back. It was not our spectral demon that stood before us. It was not our creature born of hellfire or ancient curses. No. The face revealed beneath the lantern's yellow glare was painfully, devastatingly human. It was the face of Arthur Gilsland. Look closely at him in your mind's eye. See the sweat glistening on his pale forehead, the desperate, wild look in his eyes, and the way his lips tremble, caught between a snarl of defiance and a sob of utter ruin. For years, Gilsland played the role of the loyal friend, the quiet advisor, the unassuming man who walked the periphery of the Chelford family's lives, offering a warm hand and a soothing word. Yet, beneath that gentle exterior lay a labyrinth of bitter resentment, a dark and festering wound of envy that had been nurtured in silence for decades. Why did he do it? Why would a man dedicate his entire existence to resurrecting an ancient, terrifying legend just to torment those around him? The answer, as it always is in the deepest corners of the human heart, is a mixture of tragedy and poison. Gilsland was a man who felt utterly invisible. He believed he had been cheated of the love, wealth, and status that the Chelfords possessed by mere birthright. Every kind word they offered him felt like an insult, a crumb brushed off a rich man's table. He realized that as a mere man, he could never conquer them. But as a ghost, as a legend, he could hold their very souls in the palm of his hand. By donning the heavy, dark robes of the Black Abbot, Gilsland became a god of their nightmares. He realized that fear is the ultimate equalizer. When a man is terrified, his intellect deserts him, his nobility crumbles, and he becomes weak, malleable, and desperate. By manipulating their ancestral fears, Gilsland could steer the family toward their own destruction, pulling the strings from behind the scenes while pretending to comfort them in their distress. Consider the sheer brilliance, the terrible, wasted genius of the web he spun. Think of the clues that our brilliant inspector, and indeed you, the listener, have tracked through the dark corridors of this story. The muddy footprints on the eastern parlor floor that matched no guest's boots. The scent of lavender and sulfur that lingered in the halls after every haunting. The strange, rhythmic clicking sound heard in the dead of night, which we now know was the mechanical mechanism of the secret passageway Gilsland restored with his own hands. Each clue was a thread of a spider's web, designed to trap the mind in a maze of superstition so that no one would dare look for a human culprit. Let us pause here for a moment and look deeper into this dynamic, because this is not merely a Gothic tale from a dusty book. This is a mirror reflecting our own lives. Have you ever known a black abbot in your own world? Have you ever encountered someone who used your fears, your insecurities, and your deepest anxieties to keep you small? Perhaps it was a partner who subtly made you doubt your own sanity, a boss who kept you in a constant state of dread to ensure your compliance, or perhaps, most painfully of all, it is the voice inside your own head. We all build our own black abbots. We take our unresolved traumas, our secret shames, and our deepest regrets, and we dress them up in terrifying, supernatural robes. We tell ourselves that our fears are too monstrous to ever be faced. We say, I cannot apply for that dream. I cannot leave this toxic place, because the ghost of failure is waiting for me. We allow these self-created phantoms to dictate where we can walk and how we can live. But look at what happens when the light of awareness is shined upon the monster. When Gilsland's hood was pulled back, he did not vanish into a puff of smoke. He did not call down lightning from the heavens. He simply stood there, a cold, shivering, frightened man who had spent so much time in the dark that his eyes could no longer bear the light of day. The illusion of his power vanished the very second his true identity was revealed. This, my friend, is the profound psychological truth of this chapter. The monsters that torment us derive 99% of their power from their anonymity. As long as we refuse to look at them directly, as long as we run from them, they remain omnipotent. But the moment we stop running, the moment we turn around in the dark vault of our own subconscious and demand to see their face, their power evaporates. If you are listening to this right now and feeling the weight of your own personal ghosts, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. Let us walk through a simple, step-by-step practice to unmask the phantoms in your own life. First, I want you to name the ghost. Do not let it remain a vague, shapeless sense of dread. If you feel a constant, suffocating anxiety, ask yourself, what is the specific fear beneath this? Is it the fear of being abandoned? Is it the fear of being exposed as inadequate? Write it down. Give the monster a name. By naming it, you strip it of its supernatural status and bring it down to the realm of the human and the manageable. Second, trace the motive. Just as we traced Gilsland's resentment back to his childhood, trace your own fear back to its origin. When did this ghost first start haunting your halls? Was it after a childhood heartbreak? Was it born from the words of a critical parent? Understand that this fear did not appear from nowhere. It was constructed as a clumsy, desperate attempt to protect you from being hurt again. Treat the fear with compassion, but recognize that its methods are no longer serving you. Finally, step into the light. The only way to truly banish a ghost is to make the secret public. Speak your truth to someone you trust. Step out of the dark, damp vaults of isolation, and bring your struggles into the warmth of human connection. The Black Abbot cannot survive in the daylight. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us look one last time at the damp ruins of Fossaway Abbey. The lantern light is beginning to flicker and fade, but the darkness no longer feels quite as heavy or quite as terrifying. Arthur Gilsland has been led away, his hands bound, his head bowed, leaving only the empty, harmless wool habit lying discarded on the cold stone floor. The ghost is gone, leaving behind only the quiet truth of what was always there. But do not rest too easily, dear listener, for as the shadows begin to shift once more, we realize that the unmasking of the ghost is not the end of our journey. Indeed, it is merely the key that unlocks a far deeper, far older mystery. Now that the phantom of the Abbey has been laid to rest, the path is finally clear to seek the true, legendary treasure of the Black Abbot, a treasure that is said to be guarded not by a man in a cowl, but by the very secrets of life and death themselves. In our next chapter, we shall descend even deeper into the earth, beyond the vaults, to a place where the old maps end and the true test of the soul begins. Keep your heart open, keep your footing sure, and join me as we step forward into the quiet, waiting dark. Chapter 18: Fire and Fury. They say that fire does not negotiate. It does not look at your lineage, it does not count your gold, and it certainly does not care for the clever justifications you have whispered to yourself in the dark of night. Fire simply consumes, reducing the most elaborate human architectures to silent, uniform ash. Welcome back, dear listener, to this dark corner of our journey. If you take a moment to settle into your seat, to breathe in the quiet space around you, you might begin to feel the chill that always precedes a great conflagration. Today, we step directly into the smoldering heart of Chapter 18, titled Fire and Fury, from the timeless pages of the Black Abbot. Let us begin by painting the canvas of this devastating confrontation. Imagine, if you will, the old well house. It is a structure of decaying timber and ancient, weeping stone, standing like a forgotten monument to old secrets at the edge of the estate. For centuries, it has harbored only the damp, silent whispers of the earth. But tonight, the air is different. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of dry rot kerosene, and the unmistakable, metallic tang of human desperation. It is here that the threads of destiny, greed, and long-buried hatred finally tangle into a knot that can only be severed by flame. Consider the profound fragility of our human constructs. We build elaborate walls of deceit. We construct intricate labyrinths of conspiracy, believing we can control the outcome of our darkest deeds. But what happens when the first spark catches? What happens when the physical world rebels against our illusions, and we are left with nothing but our raw, unfiltered survival instincts? Let us dive into our first key point: the desperate, breathless physical struggle between Richard and the main conspirators as the fire breaks out. Picture the scene. The shadows in the well house are no longer static. They are dancing, leaping wildly against the damp masonry as a dropped lantern shatters. The oil spreads like a golden, weeping wound across the dry straw and rotting floorboards. Within seconds, a wall of hungry, orange light rises between the men. Richard stands in the center of this gathering inferno. His breath comes in ragged, shallow gasps, his throat already burning from the bitter, black smoke that begins to spiral toward the rafters. Opposite him stand the conspirators, men who have traded their souls for a whisper of fortune, their faces illuminated by the harsh, merciless glare of the growing fire. In this moment, there is no room for polite discourse. The confrontation is visceral, violent, and absolute. Richard lunges forward, his hands gripping the cold, damp iron of a discarded tool, his eyes locked on his adversaries. The struggle is not merely a clash of muscle and bone. It is a battle for the very air they breathe. Every blow struck is heavy, slowed by the suffocating heat. Richard can hear the timber groaning above him, a deep, resonant protest of wood yielding to fire. He swings, he parries, his boots slipping on the slick, oil-stained stones. The inner monologue of a man facing his own mortality screams within him. Is this where it ends? In the dirt? In the dark? Why does this classic dynamic of physical struggle amidst chaos matter so deeply to our collective subconscious? When we witness or listen to a protagonist fighting for his life in a burning room, it triggers a primal, archetypal fear within us. The fire is not just a chemical reaction. It is the ultimate symbol of the shadow self, the chaotic breaking point where all our secrets are dragged into the light. We fear the loss of control. We fear that the structures we have spent our lives building will collapse around us, leaving us trapped in a prison of our own making. This narrative dynamic holds up a mirror to our own lives, asking us, what are the fires currently burning in your subconscious? What are the conflicts you have ignored, hoping they would extinguish themselves, only to find them consuming the very air you breathe? To apply this to your own life, to find the soothing hand of a mentor amidst your personal chaos, you must learn the art of emotional containment. When your life feels like a burning well house, when conflicts rage around you and the smoke of confusion threatens to choke your judgment, your first step is to find your footing. Do not try to fight the entire fire at once. Focus on the immediate threat. Take one deep, conscious breath. Acknowledge the panic, but do not let it guide your hands. In any crisis, whether it is a crumbling relationship, a professional disaster, or an internal breakdown, your power lies not in the fury of your reaction, but in the deliberate, calm precision of your next step. As the flames climb higher, licking at the ancient oak beams of the ceiling, we turn our gaze to the second key point of our chapter, the poetic, terrifying justice served to Fabian Gilder. If greed had a physical form, it would look like Gilder in these final moments. For years, his mind has been a counting house, obsessed with the legendary treasure of the Black Abbot. Now, with the world burning around him, the object of his obsession is finally within reach. There, in the corner of the crumbling chamber, half hidden by falling plaster, lies the heavy, iron-bound chest. The metal is hot, so hot it would blister bare skin, but Gilder does not care. He does not see the smoke billow down like a heavy velvet curtain. He does not hear Richard's warning shout, nor the ominous crack of the central support beam directly above his head. Gilder throws himself onto the chest, his fingers clawing at the rusted locks, his face distorted by a desperate, maniacal joy. This is his moment of triumph, or so he believes. But greed is a master of illusion. As his fingers finally pry open the lid, revealing the glint of ancient gold, the ceiling gives way. A massive, burning timber, heavy with the weight of centuries, crashes down, pinning him to the stone floor. He is trapped, not by a physical enemy, but by the very treasure he refused to abandon. His legs are crushed under the burning wood, yet his hands still cling to the edge of the chest. He looks up, his eyes wide with a sudden, horrific realization that his life's ambition has become his tombstone. This is a profound psychological lesson on the nature of attachment. What is the gold in your life that you are holding onto even as the roof collapses? We all have our treasures, our Fabian Gilders within us. Sometimes it is an old resentment we refuse to let go of. Sometimes it is a toxic relationship we cling to because we fear the emptiness of leaving, and sometimes it is a false image of ourselves that we protect at all costs. When we allow our desires to blind us to the reality of our environment, we create our own entrapment. The subconscious mind craves security, but when security is sought in external things, in gold, in status, in control, it becomes a cage. The poetic justice of Gilder's fate resonates with us because, deep down, we know that the things we possess will eventually possess us if we do not learn when to let them go. To apply this wisdom, you must practice the daily ritual of voluntary relinquishment. Ask yourself this question every evening: what am I holding onto today that is dragging me down? Is it an argument? A regret? A material anxiety? Imagine placing that heavy, hot object on the ground, stepping back from it, and walking out of the burning room. True wealth is not what you keep. It is what you are willing to leave behind in order to save your own soul. It is the ability to look at the gold in the dust and say, "My life is worth more than this." This brings us to our third and most breathtaking point: Richard's heroic, near impossible effort to pull his brother and Leslie to safety out of the crumbling inferno. With Gilder lost to his own madness, the air in the well house becomes thin, toxic, and glowing with an intense, suffocating crimson light. Through the veil of smoke, Richard spots Leslie. She is slumped against a stone pillar, unconscious, her delicate face pale beneath the soot. Nearby, his brother lies dazed, pinned by a falling joist, his voice a faint, desperate rasp beneath the roar of the flames. Richard has a choice. The exit is clear. The cool, night air of the estate is just yards away, offering life, breath, and safety, yet he turns back. He does not hesitate. This is the moment where character is forged in the fire. He throws himself toward his brother, using every ounce of his remaining strength to lift the heavy, smoldering wood from his legs. His hands burn, his skin blisters, but he does not feel the pain. He drags his brother toward the door, then turns back into the choking dark for Leslie. He lifts her in his arms, her head resting against his shoulder, her weight a sacred burden. The roof is collapsing in earnest now, a rain of sparks and burning embers falling around them like a curtain of liquid fire. He stumbles, his knees buckling under the double weight of his brother and the woman he loves, but some primal, ancestral strength carries him forward. He bursts through the collapsing doorway just as the entire roof of the well house falls inward with a deafening roar, sending a great geyser of sparks high into the midnight sky. This heroic rescue is the ultimate representation of the savior archetype. Why does this touch us so deeply? Because we all long to believe that when our world is on fire, someone will come back for us. We want to believe that love, loyalty, and duty are stronger than the instinct for self-preservation. When Richard risks everything to save those who cannot save themselves, he is rewriting the destiny of his family. He is declaring that the curse of the Black Abbot, the legacy of greed and betrayal that has haunted their bloodline, ends here, in this fire. He is choosing love over fear. In your own life, you may not face a burning building, but you will face moments where those you love are trapped in their own personal hells. Perhaps they are drowning in depression, lost in addiction, or overwhelmed by life's heavy burdens. Your role as a savior in their lives is not to carry their pain for them forever, but to hold the light when they cannot see, to offer a steady hand when they are falling, and to show them that they are worth saving. But remember, a savior must also know how to keep themselves strong. You cannot pull anyone out of a burning room if you allow yourself to be consumed by the smoke of their chaos. Maintain your boundaries, find your inner strength, and act from a place of grounded love rather than desperate obligation. Let us now gather the threads of this intense, fiery chapter. We have stood in the burning ruins of the old well house, feeling the heat, tasting the ash, and witnessing the ultimate clash between light and dark. We have seen the desperate physical struggle of Richard, reminding us of our own daily battles with unexpected crises. We have watched the tragic, poetic entrapment of Fabian Gilder, a stark warning against the blinding power of greed and toxic attachment. And finally, we have been inspired by Richard's heroic rescue of his brother and Leslie, a beautiful testament to the power of sacrificial love and redemption. As the smoke begins to clear over the ruins of the well house, the embers glow like dying stars in the damp night grass. The physical fire may be dying, but the consequences of this night are only just beginning to unfold. The old structures have fallen, the secrets of the Black Abbot have been laid bare, and the survivors are left standing in the cold, clear light of dawn. But what lies ahead for Richard and Leslie? What new truths will rise from the ashes of this devastating night? As we move forward into the next chapter, the air grows quiet, almost eerily still. The heat of the fury fades, leaving behind a cold, revealing light. Join me in our next segment, where we will explore the quiet aftermath of the storm, and discover what happens when the mask of the Black Abbot is finally, completely removed. Chapter 19: The Redemption of Richard. It is written in the secret chambers of the human heart that the deepest wounds are never those carved by the blade of an active adversary, but those left by the slow, suffocating weight of an inherited shadow. To inherit a legacy is so often to inherit a ghost, a silent, unseen companion that walks beside us through the corridors of our lives, whispering of ancient failures, unpaid debts, and ancestral curses we did not contract but are nonetheless expected to pay. As we step into the quiet, mist-shrouded aftermath of the cataclysm that nearly shattered the ancient house of Chelford, we find ourselves standing upon the damp, receptive earth of the estate grounds. The air is thick with the scent of fallen oak leaves, wet stone, and the sharp, clean bite of an autumn wind that has finally come to sweep away the stagnant dust of the past. The screams have faded into the hills. The terrifying legend of the Black Abbot has been unmasked and laid to rest, and yet, the silence that remains is not entirely peaceful. It is a heavy, pregnant silence, a space where the survivors must now decide whether to rebuild their lives upon the old, toxic foundations, or to dig deep and lay down a new cornerstone of truth. At the very center of this quiet revolution stands Richard Alford. For years, he was the silent sentinel, the man who wore his loyalty like an armor of thorns, bleeding inwardly so that others might walk in safety. Now, in the wake of the tragedy, his true redemption begins not with a dramatic declaration, but with the painstaking, exhausting work of restoration. Consider first the profound physical and emotional recovery of the surviving family members, and the ultimate, quiet disposition of the long-sought Chelford gold. For generations, that legendary treasure was a poison in the veins of the family, a golden fever that drove men to madness and women to despair. We see Harry Chelford, once a prisoner of his own obsessive search, now sitting in the amber light of a fading afternoon, his pale hands no longer trembling with a frantic desire to possess. Beside him sits the gold, finally recovered from its dark hiding places, but it is no longer viewed as a miraculous panacea. Under Richard's steady, unsentimental guidance, the gold is not hoarded to feed a family vanity. Instead, it is systematically catalogued and redistributed to settle the long-standing debts of the estate, to fund the restoration of tenant cottages, and to secure a quiet, modest future for those who survived the madness. Have you ever clung to something you believed would save you, only to realize that your very grip on it was what was pulling you under? This is the profound psychological paradox of the Chelford gold. In our own lives, we often create our own versions of this ancestral treasure. We obsess over a specific promotion, a certain level of wealth, or the validation of a toxic parental figure, believing that once we possess it, we will finally be safe. But the subconscious mind does not seek safety in external gold. It seeks integration. When we project our deepest needs onto an object or a legacy, we transform that object into a tyrant. Richard's decision to dismantle the gold's mystique and put it to practical, humble use is a master class in psychological liberation. He teaches us that to heal, we must strip our idols of their power and reduce them to what they actually are: mere tools to be used in the service of genuine, daily life. To apply this to your own journey, take a moment to look at your life and ask yourself, what is the gold I am hoarding or hunting? What is the secret obsession I believe will solve all my pain? Identify it, name it, and then, in your mind's eye, begin the process of distributing its power. If it is the need for absolute control, begin by delegating small tasks. If it is the craving for validation, offer that validation to someone else who is struggling. By breaking down your grand, obsessive desires into small, practical acts of service and connection, you neutralize the poison of the curse and begin to reclaim your own mind. This brings us to the delicate, agonizing resolution of Arthur Jyn's misdeeds, a legal and social crisis that threatened to completely destroy what little dignity the family had left. Arthur Jyn, the solicitor who had strayed so far into the wilderness of deceit and financial ruin, stood on the precipice of absolute destruction. The law demanded his ruin. The social circles of his peers stood ready to cast him out into the cold. Yet, it was Richard Alford who stepped into the breach. Richard did not offer a cheap, easy forgiveness that ignored the gravity of the crime. Instead, he engaged in a quiet, relentless intervention. He spent hours in dusty offices, negotiating with creditors, offering his own personal guarantees, and using his immaculate reputation as a shield to protect Leslie Jyn's farther from public disgrace. He absorbed the blows that were meant for another, not out of a martyr complex, but out of a deep, philosophical understanding that true justice must always be tempered with the possibility of redemption. Picture the scene in the dim study of the Jyn household. Arthur Jyn sits with his head bowed, the weight of his impending exposure pressing down upon his chest like a leaden slab. The door opens, and Richard enters, not with a look of condemnation, but with a stack of signed agreements that represent his own financial sacrifice. There are no grand speeches, no demands for gratitude. There is only the quiet, steady presence of a man who knows that we are all, at our worst moments, capable of terrible compromises, and that the only way to stop the cycle of ruin is for someone to stand up and say, "I will help you carry this." This dynamic speaks to a profound truth in our collective subconscious. We are terrified of exposure. We spend so much energy wearing masks of perfection because we fear that if our secrets, our errors, and our financial or moral failures were brought to light, we would be cast out of the tribe forever. This fear keeps us locked in states of perpetual anxiety and deceit. When Richard intervenes for Arthur Jin, he acts as the archetypal redeemer, the one who looks at our shame and does not turn away. This reminds us that we do not have to be perfect to be worthy of belonging. It shows us that true strength lies not in never falling, but in having the courage to face the consequences of our fall with the support of those who refuse to abandon us. If you are currently carrying a secret shame, a mistake that you fear will ruin you if it is discovered, the step-by-step path to healing begins with disclosure to a safe, trusted guide. Find your Richard Alford, a therapist, a mentor, a steadfast friend who possesses the maturity to hear your truth without judgment. Bring the secret out of the shadows and into the light of day. Together, look at the damage and draft a practical, step-by-step plan to make amends. Remember, the goal is not to escape consequences, but to face them with dignity, knowing that your mistakes do not define your ultimate worth. Finally, we witness the quiet, slow healing of the Chelford estate itself under Richard's honest and capable leadership. This is not a process that happens overnight with a waving of a magic wand. It is a slow, rhythmic, and deeply physical labor. We see Richard walking the boundary lines of the estate in the early morning fog, his boots sinking into the fertile soil. He inspects the ancient stone walls that have fallen into disrepair. He speaks with the tenants not as a distant landlord but as a partner in their daily struggles, and he supervises the clearing of the overgrown paths around the abbey ruins. Under his guidance, the land begins to breathe again. The suffocating atmosphere of dread and suspicion that once hung over the estate like a shroud is slowly replaced by the clean, honest scent of freshly cut timber and turned earth. This physical restoration of the land is a beautiful metaphor for the restructuring of our own inner landscapes. When we have survived a period of intense trauma, betrayal, or emotional chaos, our inner world often looks like a neglected, overgrown estate. Our boundaries are broken, our thoughts are tangled weeds of anxiety, and the ruins of our past experiences cast long, terrifying shadows over our present reality. We cannot heal this inner landscape by ignoring it or by trying to build a grand, superficial palace overnight. We must do the daily, mundane work of clearing the weeds, repairing our personal boundaries, and tending to our basic emotional needs. To cultivate your own inner estate, you must establish simple, daily rituals of self-care and boundary setting. Begin each day by checking in with yourself before you allow the noise of the outside world to intrude. Walk through your life and identify where your boundaries have fallen down. Are you saying yes to commitments that drain your spirit? Are you allowing toxic people to wander through your emotional space unchecked? Repair those fences. Say no with clarity and kindness. Invest your energy in the quiet, humble habits that ground you. A walk in nature, the preparation of a nourishing meal, or the simple act of keeping your immediate environment clean and orderly. It is through these small, repetitive acts of devotion that the soul is quietly and permanently rebuilt. As we bring this chapter of Richard's journey to a close, we see a man who has successfully navigated the long, treacherous road from self-sacrificing shadow to a beacon of authentic, quiet leadership. He did not seek the spotlight, nor did he demand the praise of the world. Instead, he chose the harder, holier path of standing in the ruins and doing the work that no one else wanted to do. In doing so, he not only saved the house of Chelford, but he also redeemed his own soul, transforming his legacy from one of fear and madness into one of strength, honesty, and enduring peace. But as the shadows of the old abbey continue to lengthen in the twilight, and the first stars begin to pierce the cool evening sky, we must ask ourselves, is the peace we feel truly the end of the story, or is it merely the quiet before a different kind of dawn? For even as the old ghosts are laid to rest, new paths are beginning to unfold, and the footsteps we hear approaching in the darkness may belong to a destiny we have only just begun to imagine. Chapter 20: The Legend Put to Rest. It has been said that the heaviest chains we wear are those forged from the shadows of our own imagination, crafted in the dark corners of what we fear most and carried into the light only when we find the courage to look them in the face. For so long, Chelford Abbey was not merely a structure of cold stone and ancient mortar. It was a living, breathing monument to terror, a place where the fog seemed to cling to the earth like a shroud, and where the whisper of the wind through the Gothic arches carried the weight of a century-old curse. But as we open this final movement of our journey, a new dawn is breaking over Chelford, a dawn that does not merely signify the passage of time, but the profound rebirth of the human spirit. Close your eyes for a moment and let yourself be carried to those ancient grounds. Feel the crisp, cool morning air on your face, a breeze that no longer carries the scent of decay and damp earth, but the sweet, fragile promise of wild violets and wet grass. The long, terrifying night of the Black Abbot has finally retreated, leaving behind a landscape bathed in a soft, pale gold. Look closely at the scene unfolding before us. The heavy, choking mists that once crawled across the lawns, swallowing the trees and distorting the shapes of the abbey ruins into monstrous silhouettes, have vanished. In their place is a pristine clarity that feels almost sacred. This transformation of the physical world is the first great truth we must explore. It is the contrast between the dark fog of our past and the bright, open space of our present. When Richard steps out onto the terrace, he is no longer the man haunted by the phantom of his family's sins. His shoulders, once bowed under the invisible weight of ancestral guilt and the terrifying rumors of the abbot, are straight. Beside him stands Leslie. Her presence is a quiet anchor in a world that had, until recently, been spinning out of control. Their union is not a sudden, dramatic outburst of passion, but a deep, resonant harmony born from mutual survival. They have looked into the abyss together, they have seen the worst of human greed and deception, and instead of letting it tear them apart, they have used that darkness as the very anvil upon which their devotion was forged. To understand the depth of this resolution, we must look at a moment that occurred just as the sun began to clear the horizon. Richard turned to Leslie, his hand reaching out to find hers. It was a simple gesture, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken promises. He did not speak of the treasure, nor of the lives lost in its pursuit. Instead, he looked at her eyes, which reflected the morning light, and said, "We are still here." In those 4 words lay the ultimate victory over the legend. The psychology behind this moment is deeply profound. When we survive a prolonged period of trauma or emotional siege, our minds naturally seek to build walls, to isolate us from the very people who can help us heal. We convince ourselves that we are too damaged, that the ghosts of our past will inevitably ruin any chance of future happiness. But Richard and Leslie show us a different path. They show us that true vulnerability is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to hold another person's hand while the dust of our fallen illusions settles around us. By choosing to face the future together, they dismantle the power of the past. How does this apply to your own life, to the personal legends and ghosts that keep you awake in the quiet hours of the night? Often, we allow old stories, stories of failure, of betrayal, or of inadequacy, to dictate the boundaries of our current reality. We treat these subjective narratives as absolute truths, just as the people of Chelford treated the legend of the Black Abbot as an inescapable reality. But the secret to putting your own legends to rest lies in the gentle, deliberate application of truth. Begin by identifying the narrative that has held you captive. Is it the belief that you are unworthy of peace? Is it the fear that your past mistakes define your future? Once you have named this ghost, do not run from it. Instead, invite it into the light of your current strength. Look at what you have survived. Recognize that the dark fog of your past was a season, not a permanent state of being. Like Richard, you must allow yourself to step onto the terrace of your new morning, to breathe in the fresh air, and to accept that the storm has passed. As Richard and Leslie walked down the stone steps toward the ruins of the abbey, they found the discarded cowl of the Black Abbot lying in the dirt, a useless piece of black cloth that had once paralyzed an entire countryside with terror. Richard did not kick it aside in anger, nor did he shrink back in fear. He simply looked at it, realizing that the monster was never a supernatural entity, but merely the shadow of human desperation. This is the ultimate death of the legend, when it is exposed to the light of truth and revealed to be nothing more than a hollow prop. The terror dissipated not because the ghost was exorcised by ritual, but because the human hands operating the machinery of fear were finally exposed. In this quiet resolution, we find a beautiful, lingering peace. Chelford Abbey will stand for many more centuries, but it will no longer be a place of dread. It will be a home, a sanctuary of love and quiet contemplation, where Richard and Leslie will build a life rooted in honesty and mutual respect. The chapter closes on a note of serene triumph, a testament to the resilience of the human heart when it chooses love over fear. But as the sun rises higher, casting away the last remnants of the night, we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. For while one legend has been put to rest, the world beyond the abbey gates is wide, and the lessons we have learned here must now be carried into the broader, more complex tapestries of life. Let us carry this warmth in our hearts as we turn our attention to the horizon, ready to face whatever new mysteries await us in the next chapter of our journey. Part 4 7-Day Action Plan. Close your eyes for a moment and let your mind drift to the cold, damp corridors of Fossaway Manor. Can you hear the low, mournful sigh of the wind as it brushes against the ancient stone? Can you smell the damp earth, the scent of centuries-old oak, and the faint, metallic tang of cold iron? In the classic tale of the Black Abbot, we are confronted with a specter that haunts the shadows, a terrifying figure that seems to defy the laws of nature. Yet, as the mystery unravels, we discover that the true ghosts are not supernatural entities rising from the crypt. The true ghosts are the projections of our own guilt, our unacknowledged greed, our secret betrayals, and our paralyzing fears. We create our own ruins, and then we populate them with monsters of our own design. This brings us to a profound, life-altering realization. The anxieties that keep you awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, the heavy dread that settles in your chest when you contemplate your future, and the deceptive illusions you weave to protect your ego are your very own Black Abbots. Today, we begin a journey of transformation. We are going to translate the Gothic suspense, the skepticism, the vigilance, and the absolute integrity of this narrative into a highly practical, deeply emotional 7-day action plan. This is not merely a cognitive exercise. It is a sacred pilgrimage back to your authentic self. Let us walk this path together, step by step, through the shadows and into the clear, unwavering light of truth. On the first and second days of this journey, your sole task is to demystify your fears. Think of a woman named Sarah. For months, Sarah has woken up in the middle of the night with a racing heart and a suffocating sense of impending doom. She tells herself she is afraid of losing her job, or perhaps she is afraid of some vague, catastrophic health crisis. She has turned these fears into towering, spectral giants that loom over her every decision. But one evening, sitting in the quiet glow of her single lamp, she decides to stop running. She takes a piece of paper and begins to write down the exact anatomy of her terror. She forces herself to look past the emotional static and ask a simple, devastatingly honest question. What is the logical cause of this shadow? As she writes, she realizes that her fear of losing her job is not based on her performance, which is exemplary, but is instead a ghostly echo of her childhood, when her family experienced sudden financial ruin. By identifying the true origin of her anxiety, the ghost loses its supernatural power. It is no longer an unstoppable monster. It is simply an old wound that needs healing. When you avoid looking directly at your fears, your subconscious mind bloats them into terrifying proportions. This psychological avoidance acts like a magnifying glass in a dark room, casting gigantic shadows from tiny objects. For these first 2 days, I want you to sit in silence with your anxieties. Write them down. Do not judge them, do not flee from them, and do not try to positive think them away. Ask yourself, what is the real, tangible trigger here? Is this a ghost from my past, or is it a practical problem that requires a practical solution? By shining the bright, cold light of logic onto your fears, you strip them of their phantom authority. As we transition into the third and fourth days, we must confront the fragile architecture of our relationships and our finances. Here, we must look at the tragic figure of Arthur Ginn. Arthur was a man of high social standing, respected and admired, yet he allowed himself to be slowly devoured by the slow poison of financial compromise and deceit. He built a magnificent, glittering facade to hide the rot underneath, lying to those who loved him most until the web of his own making tightened around his throat. Let us look at our modern-day equivalent. Consider Thomas, a man who desperately wanted to provide a life of luxury for his family. To maintain this illusion, he began hiding credit card bills, taking out secret loans, and pretending that everything was perfect. Every smile he gave his partner was laced with a silent, agonizing terror of exposure. The pressure was a physical weight, crushing his chest. This is the psychological trap of denial. When we compromise our integrity to maintain an illusion of security or status, we divide our psyche. We create a civil war within ourselves. For days 3 and 4, your task is to conduct an audit of absolute transparency. Go to your bank accounts, your contracts, and your deepest relationships, and look at them with unblinking honesty. If there is a secret you are keeping to protect your pride, if there is a debt you are ignoring, or if there is a conversation you are avoiding because you fear the consequences of the truth, you must face it now. Sit down with your partner, your colleague, or simply with your own reflection, and lay out the raw, unvarnished facts. It will hurt. It will sting your pride. But the relief of living a life where you have nothing to hide is a profound, life-giving medicine. You cannot build a stable future on a foundation of quicksand. On the 5th and 6th days, we turn our gaze toward the quiet, enduring strength of Richard Alford. Richard is not a man of flashy gestures or loud proclamations. He is a man of duty, a silent sentinel who bears the weight of his responsibilities without complaint, focusing on long-term stability rather than the seductive pull of high-risk, high-reward illusions. Contrast this with our modern obsession with instant gratification, overnight success, and the constant search for a shortcut to happiness. Consider Elena, a brilliant young creator who watched her peers chase volatile, high-risk trends that promised immediate wealth. She felt the painful sting of envy, the temptation to abandon her slow, methodical craft for the noisy, chaotic gold rush of the moment. But Elena chose the path of Richard. She anchored herself in her daily duty, refining her skills, serving her community, and building a business based on genuine value rather than hype. When the volatile market inevitably crashed, leaving her peers ruined, Elena stood strong, her foundation unshakable. Why does this dynamic matter so deeply to our subconscious? Because deep down, your mind knows that quick fixes are an illusion. When you chase the flashy, high-risk endeavor, you are constantly living in a state of low-grade panic, waiting for the other shoe to drop. True psychological peace is found in the quiet accumulation of daily, disciplined actions. For these 2 days, I want you to identify your daily duties. What are these unglamorous, repetitive tasks that build a real life? It might be the daily maintenance of your health, the slow saving of money, or the patient, repetitive work of nurturing a relationship. Commit to these tasks with a sense of sacred duty. Embrace the quiet resilience of Richard, and let go of the need for immediate applause. Finally, we arrive at the 7th day. This is the day of integration. It is the moment when you stand at the crossroads of your life and make a solemn vow to choose truth over illusion in every single decision you make, both personal and professional. Think of this day as the moment the sun finally rises over the ruins of Fossaway Manor, burning away the mist and revealing that the Black Abbot was nothing more than a man in a mask. You have looked at your fears. You have audited your life for transparency, and you have committed to the steady path of duty. Take a deep breath and feel the immense power of a life lived in alignment with reality. You no longer need to fear the shadows, because you have cultivated the inner vigilance to see them for what they truly are. As we close this chapter on our action plan, let your mind rest in this state of profound clarity. But do not grow complacent, for the human mind is a master of creating new illusions. In our next chapter, we will venture deeper into the hidden chambers of human motivation, exploring how we can maintain this vigilance when the world around us attempts to drag us back into the dark. Prepare yourself, for the journey ahead requires an even deeper level of courage, as we learn to navigate the subtle, whispering voices that seek to lead us astray. Part 5 Summary. The damp, clinging mist of the English countryside does not merely settle upon the ancient stones of Chelford Abbey. It seems to seep directly into the human soul, chilling the very spirit with the weight of centuries-old secrets. As we arrive at this final synthesis of Edgar Wallace's masterpiece, The Black Abbot, we are forced to confront a profound truth about the human condition, one that transcends the boundaries of a mere mystery novel. We find ourselves standing at the edge of the overgrown, weeping ruins, where the scent of rotting vegetation and wet earth mixes with a metallic tang of fear. It is here, in this shadow-drenched landscape, that we must ask ourselves a fundamental question. Why do we flee from the ghosts of our own creation, while desperately chasing the illusions that promise to save us? Edgar Wallace was a master of this delicate psychological dance, utilizing the atmospheric dread of classic Gothic horror to illuminate the sharp, cold realities of Edwardian greed and vulnerability. In this summary, we will walk once more through the damp corridors of Chelford, untangling the complex web of human desire, deceit, and ultimate redemption that defines this timeless tale, allowing its lessons to echo in the chambers of our own modern lives. Let us first journey back into the damp ruins of Chelford, where the psychological depths of the characters reveal themselves not through grand proclamations, but through their quiet, desperate struggles against the dark. Consider the tragic figure of Richard Chelford, a man whose mind has become as fractured and unstable as the crumbling abbey walls he seeks to restore. He is consumed by the legendary hidden treasure of the Chelford family, a hoard of gold that has become more real to him than the warmth of human companionship or the beauty of the living world. Imagine him standing in the subterranean vaults, his lantern casting long, monstrous shadows against the weeping stone. He hears a sound, a soft, rustling slide of fabric, and his heart freezes. Is it the wind, or is it the Black Abbot, the legendary spectral protector of the ruins? In that agonizing moment of suspense, Richard is not merely a character in a book. He is every one of us who has ever stood in the dark, paralyzed by the fear of what we might find if we dig too deep into our own buried pasts. Psychologically, this obsession with a treasure represents a profound projection of the internal void. When we feel powerless, empty, or disconnected from our true selves, we often project our need for wholeness onto an external object, whether it be wealth, status, or the validation of others. Richard's search for the gold is a desperate attempt to cure his inner poverty, yet the closer he gets to his goal, the more his sanity unravels. The Black Abbot itself is the manifestation of his repressed guilt and terror, a shadow self that haunts him because he refuses to look inward. To apply this profound lesson to your own life, you must begin by identifying your own version of the Chelford gold. What external achievement or possession are you chasing in the hope that it will finally make you feel complete? Once you have named this illusion, take a deep, slow breath and turn your attention inward. The practical step here is one of gentle inventory. Write down the fears you are running from, the personal ghosts you have avoided, and sit with them in quiet contemplation for just 5 minutes a day. By shining the light of conscious awareness onto your inner ruins, you rob your personal phantoms of their power, realizing that the only treasure worth finding is the peace that comes from self-acceptance. Now, let us examine the great moral engine of Wallace's narrative, the eternal conflict between predatory greed and quiet, enduring loyalty. We see this play out in the contrast between the manipulative, calculating Thomas Colt, and the steadfast, silent devotion of those who truly love the Chelford family. Colt is a man who moves through life like a spider, weaving a complex web of deceit, exploiting the vulnerabilities of others for his own financial gain. He believes he is the smartest man in the room, that his cunning will always shield him from the consequences of his actions. We watch him in a candlelit study, feverishly altering documents, his eyes darting to the door, his breath shallow with the chronic anxiety of the deceiver. Contrast this with the quiet, unassuming loyalty of Leslie Gwyn, whose devotion is not loud or demanding, but steady as a heartbeat, enduring the storms of suspicion and danger without losing its core integrity. This dynamic holds a mirror to our deepest social anxieties. In a world that often rewards ruthless ambition and superficial cleverness, we may find ourselves wondering if honesty and loyalty are merely weaknesses to be exploited. But the psychological reality is far different. Deceit requires an immense amount of cognitive energy. It forces us into a state of chronic hypervigilance, constantly defending a fragile house of cards. Greed eventually consumes itself because it is driven by a hunger that can never be satisfied, whereas quiet loyalty is self-sustaining, grounded in the effortless truth of who we are. To bring this wisdom into your daily existence, look at the relationships that define your life. Are you operating from a place of transaction or a place of genuine connection? The soothing, practical guidance here is to consciously choose one relationship this week where you will practice radical, quiet loyalty. This means showing up fully, listening without agenda, and offering support without expecting anything in return. In doing so, you step off the exhausting treadmill of social calculation and anchor yourself in the fertile soil of authentic human connection, finding a security that no amount of stolen gold could ever provide. Finally, we must marvel at the brilliant literary synthesis that Wallace achieves by marrying the supernatural dread of Gothic horror with the sharp, intellectual satisfaction of Edwardian detective fiction. Think of a scene where the terrifying figure of the Black Abbot appears in the moonlit courtyard, its cowl casting a shadow of absolute, superstitious dread over the witnesses. The air grows cold, the dogs howl, and for a moment, logic seems to fail entirely. But then, the methodical, rational steps of the investigation begin. Footprints are measured, alibis are checked, and the supernatural terror is systematically dismantled by the cool application of human reason. This tension between the Gothic monster and the logical detective is a perfect metaphor for the human brain itself. We are all caught in a constant dialogue between our ancient, emotional limbic system, which reacts to life's uncertainties with primal fear, and our rational prefrontal cortex, which seeks order, logic, and solutions. When you face a crisis, the Gothic horror of your imagination can make the problem seem overwhelming and monstrous. But the lesson of the detective is that even the most terrifying specters can be understood and dismantled if we approach them with patience and curiosity. When a wave of anxiety strikes you, do not run from the monster. Instead, step into the role of the compassionate detective. Ask yourself, what are the objective facts of this situation? What is real, and what is my imagination projecting onto the dark? By breaking down your fears into small, observable details, you strip the situation of its supernatural terror. You realize that the ghost of the Black Abbot is, after all, only a man in a cloak, and that you possess the intellectual and emotional tools to solve whatever mystery life places before you. As we bring our journey through the damp ruins of Chelford to a close, we see that the true legacy of Edgar Wallace's work lies not in the resolution of the plot, but in the profound emotional clarity it leaves behind. The shadows have lengthened across the abbey walls, the secrets have been laid bare, and the characters have met their inevitable destinies, proving that while greed and deceit may have their moment in the dark, it is quiet loyalty and rational truth that ultimately inherit the dawn. We hold these lessons close to our hearts as we prepare to leave this misty landscape behind, our minds quieted, our spirits fortified by the understanding of our own inner depths. But our exploration does not end here. As the final echoes of the Chelford bells fade into the quiet night, a new path begins to reveal itself. winding away from the damp ruins and toward a different kind of mystery, one that promises to challenge our assumptions and awaken our senses in entirely unexpected ways. Let us step forward together into the next chapter of our journey, where a new shadow waits to be understood, and a new light waits to be found. Part 6: Call to Action. The shadows in the room have grown longer now, haven't they? The fire that kept you company as we wandered through the damp, subterranean corridors of Fossaway Manor has dwindled to a heap of glowing embers, casting a soft, amber warmth across your surroundings. We have reached the end of our dark pilgrimage. We have unmasked the terrors, walked alongside the haunted souls, and witnessed the unraveling of a mystery that seemed, at times, to defy the very laws of reality. But as the final notes of our story fade into the quiet room, a different kind of silence settles in. It is the silence of completion, the reflective pause that exists between the end of one journey and the quiet anticipation of the next. It is in this fertile, quiet space that I want to speak to you directly, not just as a voice in your speakers, but as a companion who has shared this long, winding road with you. There is a profound human truth in the way we gather around stories. Since the dawn of time, we have huddled in the darkness, using the flickering light of tales to ward off the cold and the unknown. When you listen to a mystery like the Black Abbot, you are not merely consuming entertainment. You are engaging in an ancient ritual. You are testing your own mind against the shadows, seeking order in the midst of chaos, and searching for truth when everything around you suggests deceit. Now, as the dust settles on the ruins of the abbey, your role changes from a passive observer to an active guardian of the tale. The story cannot truly live, nor can its magic endure, unless it is carried forward in the hearts and minds of those who heard it. This is your call to action, an invitation to step out of the shadows of the listener and make your voice heard. Let us explore the first way you can leave your mark on this journey, which is by sharing your thoughts through a rating and a review on your preferred listening platform. To many, a review seems like a dry, clinical transaction, a mere click of a button in a digital marketplace. But I ask you to look deeper. When you leave a review, you are not just interacting with an algorithm. You are leaving a lantern burning in the mist for the next traveler. Imagine a weary soul, seeking an escape from the relentless noise of their daily life, looking for a story that will challenge their intellect and touch their heart. They stand at the edge of a vast, dark forest of choices, unsure of which path to take. Your words, your honest reflection of how this story moved you, can be the very beacon that guides them to safe harbor. Consider the story of a woman named Clara. She worked a demanding, exhausting job in the heart of a chaotic city, spending her days surrounded by people but feeling entirely alone. One rainy Tuesday evening, overwhelmed by the weight of her responsibilities, she sat in her parked car, unable to bring herself to go inside her empty apartment. She opened her audio app, looking for something, anything, to quiet the storm in her mind. She stumbled upon a review of a classic mystery. The reviewer had written not just about the plot, but about how the atmospheric narration had wrapped around them like a warm blanket on a cold night, how it had made them feel safe enough to let go of their worries for a few hours. That single, heartfelt review was the only reason Clara pressed play. That night, she did not just listen to a book. She found a sanctuary. Your review holds that same quiet, transformative power psychologically. When we write down our thoughts about an experience, We are performing an act of integration. The human brain craves closure. By articulating what you felt, what kept you on the edge of your seat, and how the atmosphere of the story resonated with your inner world, you are anchoring the experience in your own consciousness. You are transforming a fleeting auditory experience into a permanent part of your personal narrative. It is a way of saying, I was here, I felt this, and it mattered to me. To do this, you do not need to be a professional critic. Simply close your eyes for a moment, take a deep breath, and ask yourself what part of this journey touched you the most. Was it the chilling wind through the abbey ruins? Was it the psychological tension between the characters? Write it down as if you are writing a letter to a close friend. That is the secret to a review that truly connects. This brings us to a second, more intimate invitation. I want to ask you a question that has been lingering in the air since we first stepped into the world of the Black Abbot. Did you guess the true identity of the specter before the final unmasking? Be honest with yourself. At what point did the veil lift for you? Was it a subtle clue, a whispered word, or a sudden realization in the middle of the night? Mysteries are a grand game of chess played between the author and your own subconscious. The author lays a trail of breadcrumbs, some designed to lead you home, and others designed to lead you deep into the briars of misdirection. When we try to solve the puzzle, we are engaging our deepest instincts of curiosity and survival. Let us look at why this dynamic is so deeply embedded in our psychology. We live in an unpredictable world, a world where the monsters do not always wear masks and the truth is often buried beneath layers of compromise and confusion. In our daily lives, we rarely get clean resolutions. We are forced to live with ambiguity, with unanswered questions, and with mysteries that may never be solved. But within the boundaries of a classic mystery, we are promised a resolution. We are promised that if we are observant enough, if we pay attention to the details, the truth will eventually be revealed. When you attempt to guess the identity of the Black Abbot, your brain is practicing the art of discernment. It is training itself to look past the illusions of the world, to see through the disguises of those who seek to deceive us, and to trust that truth, eventually, will always rise to the light. Think of Arthur, a man who prided himself on his logical mind but found himself constantly betrayed by his own assumptions in his personal relationships. He listened to mysteries not just for entertainment, but as a form of cognitive therapy. Each time he guessed wrong, he did not feel defeated. Instead, he analyzed why he had been fooled. He realized he was ignoring the quiet clues because he was too focused on the loud, dramatic distractions. He began to apply this same observation to his life, learning to listen to the quiet pauses in conversations, the subtle shifts in people's behavior, and the small, overlooked details of his surroundings. By engaging with the mystery of the story, he learned to solve the mysteries of his own heart. I invite you to share your answer to this question in the comments or in your thoughts. Let us start a conversation, a gathering of minds where we can dissect the clues and celebrate the brilliant dance of deduction together. Finally, I direct your gaze toward the horizon, where more journeys await. I invite you to subscribe to this channel and to our publisher, to ensure that you are always standing at the gates when the next carriage arrives to take us into the unknown. The world of classic mysteries is vast, an endless tapestry of fog-shrouded moors, grand estates filled with secrets, and brilliant minds fighting against the encroaching darkness. By subscribing, you are making a commitment to your future self. You are promising that you will not let the mundane routines of life dull your sense of wonder. You are ensuring that there will always be a place of mystery, suspense, and deep comfort waiting for you whenever the world becomes too loud. Imagine standing at a crossroads in a dense, quiet forest as the dusk begins to fall. In one direction lies the well-worn path of the familiar, the predictable, and the ordinary. In the other direction lies a path winding deep into the mist, lit only by the occasional flicker of a lantern, promising adventure, danger, and ultimate revelation. Subscribing is your way of choosing the second path. It is an act of courage, a declaration that you are a seeker of stories, a lover of the shadow and the light. It is a way of ensuring that our companionship does not end here, at the gates of Fossaway Manor, but continues into even deeper and more thrilling landscapes. Let us take a moment to look back at the ground we have covered in this chapter. We have explored the deep, emotional resonance of sharing our experiences through reviews, realizing that our words can be a guide and a comfort to others. We have challenged our own minds with a lingering question of the Abbot's identity, learning to trust our instincts and sharpen our perception of the world. And we have committed to continuing our journey together, stepping forward into the beautiful mysteries that lie ahead. As we prepare to close this book and turn our attention to what comes next, let the silence of this ending wash over you. The story of the Black Abbot is finished, but your story is still being written. The shadows may linger, but they no longer hold any terror for you, because you have learned to look closely, to listen deeply, and to seek the truth with an open heart. Rest now, let the lessons of this tale settle into your soul, and when you are ready, let us take the next step together into the beautiful, waiting dark. As the final echoes of our tale fade into the quiet of the room, and the shadows of Chelford Abbey finally find their peace, I want to step out of the story for just a moment to offer you my deepest, most heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for walking this dark, winding path with us here at Stories of Crime. A story is merely ink on a page until you lend it your breath, your imagination, and your precious time. We have shared the suspense, the whispered secrets, and the thrill of the chase together, and for that companionship, I am more grateful than words can easily express. If you felt your heart quicken during our journey, if you found solace or excitement in these chapters, I gently invite you to become a permanent part of our gathering. Please take a moment to subscribe to our channel, Stories of Crime, and light the way for others by liking this video. If you know a kindred spirit who appreciates the beauty of a classic mystery, share this journey with them. I would also be deeply touched if you left a comment below, sharing your thoughts on the tale. I read your words as one reads letters from old friends, and your presence enriches this space beyond measure. Our time with the Black Abbot leaves us with a profound truth to carry back into our daily lives. So often, like the characters in our story, we find ourselves chasing illusions, searching for elusive treasures and elixirs in the dark, forgotten corners of the world. Yet, the tale reminds us that the greatest riches are never buried in cold stone, but are found in the warmth of truth, love, and a quiet conscience. The phantoms that haunt us are often of our own making, and the only light capable of dispersing them is the wisdom we carry within. Until our next mystery unfolds, keep a light burning in the dark, and guard the peace in your heart. Thank you once again, dear listener, and may your own journey be filled with warmth, wonder, and gentle grace. Goodbye for now.